Reincarnation Paradise, Chapter 451. After the stone spear aboriginal self-destruct, the other indigenous people lowered their heads and remained silent. This kind of thing seemed to have been used to it. The pungent smell of burning came, and Su Xiao vaguely smelled a sour smell in this burnt smell. This tribe was more and more bizarre. If Su Xiao did not guess wrong, this stone spear native who self-destructed was the bloodvine warrior that old Baal talked about. What was this bloodvine warrior? A kind of painless transformation? Su Xiao felt that it was unlikely. With the technology level of the red-skinned natives, it was a fool's dream to transform people. His eyes looked at the back mountain of the tribe. The secret was likely there. It was not the time yet. Before getting the compass, Su Xiao would not fall out with these red-skinned natives. Old Baal must not have good intentions. This was not a matter to consider. However, if he wanted to know the secret of the back mountain and get the compass, he must pass through Old Baal. The indigenous people in the back mountain gradually dispersed. Old Baal stood in the same place and blankly looked at the huge pit. Su Xiao saw fear in the eyes of the other party. Not only fear but also madness in the eyes of Old Baal. This old guy might also be the so-called bloodvine warrior, who could self-destruct. The difference between bloodvine warriors and ordinary people was that there was no apparent pain, the expression was dull, cruel, and bloodthirsty, and the combat power was extreme when there was a sun. The last point was what Old Bar said. It was unknown whether it was true, but Old Baal did not show a dull and bloodthirsty expression. As for whether there was pain or not, it was still unknown. The back mountain, bloodvine warriors, self-explosion, sun. The clues became clearer, and Su Xiao had vaguely thought of something. The time came to midnight, and just as Su Xiao was about to find a stone house to rest in, the hint of the reincarnation paradise appeared. Su Xiao frowned, and his face became more and more ugly. Warning: there are already contractors who know the hunter's identity. The hunter needs to clean up by himself. Has formed a mark on the contractor hunter, blue. The hunter can sense the position of the hunter mark. This identity exposed has nothing to do with the hunter. The contractor can infer it independently. The hunter needs to clean up the insiders within 12 hours, otherwise, the hunter's identity will be stripped off. The following prompts made Su Xiao very surprised. Since he entered the survival trial, he had never communicated with any contractors. This prompt was inexplicable. But the identity exposure was not a small matter. Su Xiao immediately perceived the chase mark. The mark's location was not far or close, about 30 kilometers away from Su Xiao. It was more important to clear out the contractors who knew his identity. Su Xiao quickly walked to the side of Old Baal. "Give me some food and water." Old Baal, who was in a daze, woke up. "What? Provide me with some food and water. You want to leave the tribe?" Although Old Baal's tone was flat, he did not want to let Su Xiao go in his heart. His plan had not been implemented yet. "Yes, go out and do something." Su Xiao looked at Old Baal. Old Baal also looked at Su Xiao. "Okay, I will get someone to prepare the food." After weighing the pros and cons, Old Baal did not stop Su Xiao from leaving the tribe. Food and fresh water were quickly prepared. Su Xiao tied the things to Bobo Wang's body, turned over and rode on Bobo Wang. Pointing in the direction, Bobo Wang quickly ran to the destination. Although he was confused, Su Xiao guessed how it was exposed. After thinking for a long time, Su Xiao still had no clue. It was no wonder that he was like this. The black-bellied woman could guess Su Xiao's identity entirely by relying on a few accidental and super high IQs. Even if Su Xiao wanted to break his head, he could not think that it was the Red Spider Lily adventurous group who guessed his identity. It was not that Su Xiao exposed his identity but that his identity was guessed. What a bad thing. Although Su Xiao was rushing, the identity exposure was no longer a dangerous situation for him. First of all, he had grown up, and he was not as worried as before about exposing his identity and being besieged. Secondly, even if his identity was exposed, there were only two kinds of people who came to attack him. One was the violator, and the other was the person who wanted to kill him and replace him. The other should take up most of the people. As for ordinary contractors, Su Xiao did not care about being besieged by those people. He had already experienced several derivative worlds, and it was rare for a large number of contractors to gather together. Su Xiao did not want to expose his identity to prevent some inexplicable enemies from appearing. For example, some contractors did illegal things, but they could not reach the level of being a violator. After this kind of contractor learned of Su Xiao's existence, it was likely that they would come to besiege him. Moreover, no one would form a team or cooperate with the hunters to eliminate all the contractors. This was something that could be imagined with one's butt. Therefore, although the hunter's identity would not be fatal, it would be very troublesome and would seriously affect his future speed of becoming stronger. The Red Earth region. Night. In a sparse forest, a figure quickly passed through the forest. The figure had just rushed through the forest when a green afterimage suddenly appeared. It was a snake with a body of green, the thickness of a finger. Kaka. The poisonous fangs broke, and the green snake rolled on the ground in pain. The charging figure stopped. Her body was covered with a layer of shield. The cynical woman breathed heavily. There were no other teammates around, only her. The cynical woman was the enchantment master in the team. The enchantment master was a large-scale control. Sometimes, where should be sealed and should not be sealed, it needed a good view of the situation. Unfortunately, the cynical woman had a high IQ, and the overall view was only average. Looking at the two holes in the small enchantment, the cynical woman felt a burst of fear in her heart. If not for this enchantment, she would have died. This time, I got into big trouble. I know what I should not know. The cynical woman regretted it very much. She should not speculate about the identity of the knifeman. It was okay to kill the other party, but it was impossible to guess its identity. Now she had guessed the other party's identity, which brought about a disastrous result. On the back of her hand, a blue mark was flashing. With the intelligence of the black-bellied woman, she immediately guessed what it was. So the black-bellied woman shook off her teammates and resisted the penalty of all attributes -3. Not enough. This is not a dead place. Damn it. It is best if we can enter the Black Forest. The black-bellied woman continued to go deeper into the center of the Red Earth region. On the edge of the Red Earth region were the red-skinned native and the Zerg, and various beasts occupied the center. After running for a short distance, there was a soft feeling under the feet of the black-bellied woman. On the grassland outside the Red Earth region, Su Xiao was chasing in the chasing mark direction. The number of enemies was unknown, and the strength was unknown. There was no need to consider these things first. It was better to catch up first. The night wind blew, Su Xiao chased behind, and the black-bellied woman fled in front. Both sides were not clear about the situation of the other side. After half an hour of chasing, Su Xiao understood the other side's thoughts. The other side wanted to escape to the center of the Red Earth region. This meant that the other party had found out that he was being hunted, and he had a certain degree of understanding of Su Xiao. Half an hour later, Su Xiao arrived at the edge of the central area of the Red Earth region. When he arrived here, he would start to be wary of the beasts that appeared at any time. A green python as thick as a water tank crawled not far away. This python had just eaten, so it was not interested in Su Xiao. Encountering such a terrible creature was common in the central area. Chapter 452. At 4 o'clock the following day, Red Earth region, Mountain Range region. Len Yu and her team members hurried through the mountain range. They had already found that something was wrong. The black-bellied woman suddenly left the team, making Len Yu very confused. Thinking of the words of the black-bellied woman before being blocked by the reincarnation paradise, Len Yu felt a chill on her back and went against the reincarnation paradise. Have you found a trace of Xiao He? Tanguo's expression was low. Before they found Su Xiao for revenge, there was a change in the team. Not for the time being, but it is in this direction. Feng was tracking the location of the black woman. In front of us is the center of the Red Earth region. What should we do? Feng looked at Len Yu. Len Yu was the leader, and Len Yu made all the decisions in the team. Central District. It seems to be similar to what I guessed. Len Yu sighed. Although she wanted to find Xiao He, she had to consider the opinions of the entire team. Let's vote. The vote decides whether we should find Xiao He or leave the Red Earth region as soon as possible. There were only 5 people in the team now. If it were the former medium-sized adventure group, Len Yu would directly decide to leave the Red Earth region as soon as possible, ignoring Xiao He. I want to find Xiao He. Tanguo was the first to speak, which surprised everyone. With Tanguo's weak character, he was the first to make a stand. I object. Lona spoke. She only cared about Len Yu. As for Xiao He, she was not familiar with him. I object. Xuemegui spoke. This made the others very surprised. You don't have to look at me like that. Xiao He decided to leave the team and go deep into the central area. She won't be happy if we go to her like this. Xuemegui was the most mature. Although she wasn't clear about the details, she could guess how Xiao He felt when he left the team. I agree. Feng expressed that this was very consistent with her character. 2 against 2, Len Yu's decision was crucial. Len Yu took a deep breath. Just as Len Yu opened her mouth, a burst of wind came from the top of the hillside. A black and white creature crossed the hillside and jumped at least 3 or 4 meters high as if it were ready to jump from this hillside to another hillside. Stop, dumbass, and there is someone down there. A shout came from the heads of the women of Red Lily Spider people. The person who came was Su Xiao. He had been searching for more than 5 hours nearby. He had already found the hunting mark, but it was just a broken hand. As for tracking the smell of blood, it was impossible. There were often beasts fighting each other here. It was normal to bleed. The other party was too good at hiding. Although after he paid 5% of the world's source, the second chasing mark had begun to form, it took time. The formation position of the chasing mark was random. Now that the enemy had lost one hand, Su Xiao did not believe that the position of the chasing mark was still the 4 limbs. The enemy could not forcibly remove the mark if it were the head or the torso. The sky began to brighten. Su Xiao looked at the few people below the hillside. These were several female contractors. The more he looked at the other party, the more familiar he was, as if he had seen them somewhere. You are. Su Xiao stared at Len Yu's cheek. This cheek overlapped with a mirror image in his memory. Len Yu and others were already stupid. Their previous idea was to deal with Su Xiao, but who would have thought they would meet Su Xiao now? It was not a coincidence that the two sides met. What Su Xiao wanted to find was the black-bellied woman. Len Yu and others were the same, so both sides circled the center. Now no one wanted to go deep into the center of the Red Earth area. It was courting death. However, someone had gone deep, and the person was lucky to survive. It was Xiao Yu. You are the leader of that flower group, called Leng Mao, or Leng whatever. Su Xiao only remembered what happened at the beginning. As for the specific name, he could not remember it. It seems that this is the will of heaven. Len Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The purple quality magic wand in hand began to deform and soon became 2 swords. The tip of the sword was inlaid with blue gems. Len Yu originally had 3 forms: Wind King form, Pseudo Mage, Archer form, and Silver Moon Swordsman form. However, that was Len Yu from several worlds ago, and now Len Yu could also use the skills of Wind King form when he was in the form of a Silver Moon swordsman. The new master, Tenrona, stood in front of them. Len Yu and Xuemegui, holding long spears, were on the left and right. Feng quickly retreated. It seemed that they would find cover and prepare to shoot Suxiao. Tanguo stood on the opposite line of Suxiao, separated by Len Yu and others. This was safe and could help Len Yu and others to add status quickly. Suxiao looked at the few people present. Although the formation was good, Len Yu and others were only the first-rank contractors. Suxiao could deal with a second-rank contractor, not to mention the first rank like Len Yu, and even if they were excellent in the first rank, it was useless. Suxiao jumped down from the back of the cloth and took out the pocket watch to check the time. There were 7 hours left before the specified time, and he had to hurry up. Dragon Flash came out, and the green steel shadow was opened to the maximum. Suxiao looked at the female sniper in the distance, and he decided to solve the other party first. Saru. Suxiao's figure disappeared directly into the same place, and there was a strong wind in the way. Although the special Saru had a long cooldown, the speed of his hand and movement speed were fast enough. Feng. Len Yu shouted. Before Feng heard Len Yu's voice, it felt a wind pressure coming from the rear. Clang. Feng turned around, and a cold light magnified in the pupils of Feng. Feng's body was cold, and it subconsciously bent down. Puff. 2 broken arms and sniper rifles flew up, and the blood splashed on the hillside. Suxiao cut off the arms and sniper rifles of Feng. Len Yu, Luo-Na, and Xuemegui rushed to the hillside. Some used long-range means and Tanguo's recovery skills were faster than these. A green light and 2 layers of shields appeared on Feng. Feng's body was full of vitality, but the recovery effect was not obvious. This was the new ability of Dragon Flash, which was not apparent before. Equipment effect, Shadow Dance, passive every time the enemy strikes, the enemy's defense will be reduced by 8. The effect lasts for 20 seconds. This effect can be stacked 3 times, reducing the defense of the enemy by 24. Hint, Shadow Dance Break, passive. After the effect is stacked 3 times, the blood flow effect will be added. Bloodstream is like a note, the enemy loses 2 HP per second and reduces 30 of the healing effect. The blood flow effect seemed inconspicuous, but it was extremely disgusting to have fewer healing effects. Feng was a sniper. She was close to Suxiao, and the result was already doomed. Feng stared at Suxiao stubbornly. The pain made her unable to move. There was too much green steel shadow energy invading her body. The sharp tip of the knife pierced through the shield, pierced through the chest of Feng, straight to the heart. The heart was damaged, and Feng was dead. Suxiao held the knife with both hands and picked Feng, throwing her at the 3 people who rushed up the hillside. Drops of blood streaked across the air, and Lona, at the front, subconsciously caught Feng. Boom! The explosion engulfed Lona. A few seconds later, Lona, whose whole body was burned, rushed out of the fire. She felt her right ankle go numb after a few steps. Lona fell to the ground with a plop. The grass flew, and the pain came from her ankle. She looked down and saw that her foot had fallen not far away. It had already separated from her leg. Lona saw a metal wire flashing with lightning not far from that foot. There was also blood on it. Although she had lost a foot, Lona was not flustered. She had suffered even more severe injuries. Her defense was not strong, but her recovery ability was powerful. Chapter 453. Suxiao looked at the enemy, who fell not far away. He did not rush forward. The opponent must be the main tank from the purple quality shield in the opponent's hand. The second main tank couldn't appear at the current stage. He did not even kill the sniper Feng. After inserting the Dragon Flash beside him, Suxiao pulled out the black and white double guns. 222222222. The violent shooting began, and Len Yu immediately returned fire, waving her sword to cut out a wind blade. Su Xiao dodged the wind blade sideways and aimed the gun at Len Yu at the same time. The bullets tilted out, Len Yu blocked the sword in front of her, and a wind barrier unfolded, blocking all the bullets. After resisting more than 10 bullets, cracks appeared on the wind barrier formed by Len Yu. "How long will it take?" Len Yu shouted. 3 seconds. Lona pressed one hand on her knee. Her severed leg had already connected, and with Tanguo's skill, her injuries quickly recovered. "I can't take it anymore." The wind barrier formed by Len Yu shattered, and the bullet came head-on. Len Yu's pupils contracted, and she began to capture the bullet's trajectory. Ding, 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 ding. Len Yu cut off many bullets, but Len Yu would occasionally burst into a ball of blood. Su Xiao, who was shooting, suddenly stopped. A good sword skill. Putting the black and white guns back into the gun holster, Su Xiao pulled out the dragon flash next to his feet. As soon as he stepped on the ground, grass chips splashed, and Su Xiao rushed out to Len Yu and others from a high position. "Almost ready. Help me buy time." Lona shouted, and Len Yu nodded. Xue Meigui did not rush forward with Len Yu but blocked the path of Su Xiao rushing to Tanguo. It could be seen that the Red Lily Spider adventurous group had grown a lot, whether in terms of tactics or strength. Su Xiao was like a hunting falcon, rushing to Len Yu. Len Yu stretched her arms straight to the ground, and the two swords emitted silver light. When Su Xiao was 3 meters away from Len Yu, his diving body began to fall. The corner of Len Yu's mouth was raised, and the moment he landed was an opportunity. Su Xiao was about to land and Len Yu's double-edged sword formed a cut. If it were cut, Su Xiao would be cut into 2 pieces. Su Xiao's falling figure stopped. He inserted the dragon flash into the soil, one hand against the end of the dragon flash. The body was at least 1 meter high from the ground. In this way, Len Yu's slash was very embarrassing. It could not hit Su Xiao, but the dragon flash would block it. Ding! The 2 swords hit the sword of dragon flash, and sparks flew. Su Xiao, who was in the air, did not idle and kicked Len Yu in the throat. Bang! Len Yu flew down the hillside and spat out blood, but this was not the end. Su Xiao instantly pulled out the dragon flash in the soil when he landed. The muscles of his arm bulged, and he threw out the dragon flash with all his strength. The dragon flash rotated at high speed in the air as if it turned into a knife wheel, shining with cold light. Len Yu, who was flying in the air, suddenly felt a numbness in her shoulder, and then she fell to the ground and spun. A slender arm fell to the ground, and there was a sword in the broken arm. The dragon flash was inserted near the broken arm. In the distance, Su Xiao made a dragging action, and the dragon flash suddenly flew up. Retracting the boundary line just now, he tied the boundary line to the hilt of the dragon flash. Otherwise, he would not use such a move as throwing a knife. Len Yu stood up with blood on the corner of her mouth. She subconsciously raised her left arm, and the familiar feeling of lifting the arm did not appear. Len Yu looked sideways, stunned. Her arm was gone. The second after a sharp weapon cut the arm off was not painful. This was related to the adrenaline secreted during battle. Moreover, when the nerves were cut off, the first feeling was numbness, not pain. The pain eroded Len Yu. Before the pain of the arm appeared, the pain of the green steel shadow energy appeared first. Fine blood vessels burst on the forehead of Len Yu. Her body began to tremble slightly. Lona recovered from her injury. She quickly rushed forward and blocked in front of Len Yu. She said softly, "Len Yu." Len Yu tilted her head, confusion in her eyes. "Let's split up and escape." Lona's words made Len Yu somewhat unwilling. The other party meant that they would lose. It was no wonder that Lona would say this. Although she had only fought with Su Xiao for a short time, She felt a huge gap. The other party seemed to have no apparent weaknesses. No need, this guy is a thin blood high attack close combat, very fragile. When the Red Spider Lily group fought with Su Xiao before, the sniper rifle could easily penetrate Su Xiao's body, and after they lost, Su Xiao was seriously injured. Is it very fragile? Probably. Len Yu was not very sure. After all, she had already passed several derivative worlds. For Su Xiao to be very crisp, Lona had a skeptical attitude. The other party did not give her the feeling of having a thin body. Although she could not see the apparent muscles on the other party, Lona had a feeling that the other party was not fragile at all. Lona's guess was correct. With 44 points of physical attributes, the vitality of the spirit shadow physique, and the mist trench coat defense, Su Xiao had no relationship with Kui Pai. However, Lona's physical attributes were 47 points, 3 points higher than Su Xiao's. Lona's survival ability was different from Su Xiao's. She held the shield and mastered several defensive skills. Su Xiao slowly walked down from the hillside, and Len Yu and the other four gradually gathered together. The driver seemed to be Su Xiao, who surrounded them. You were the ones who showed killing intent on the plane before. If my intuition is right, 6 people showed killing intent. Where is your other companion? Leaving the blood on the dragon flash, Su Xiao did not directly face the opponent. He was looking for a contractor who knew his identity, but he met Len Yu and others along the way. This was too much of a coincidence. It should be known that no contractor would approach the center of the Red Earth region. Everyone could feel the ominous feeling emitted by the center area. If not necessary, Su Xiao did not want to approach her. It seems that you have many enemies. Len Yu implied that there were only 5 of them. Then forget it. Su Xiao stopped talking and stared at them. Once they started fighting again, he would not say a word. Get ready to fight. Lona is in the middle. Megui is on the left, and I am on the right. Tanguo is hidden. If there is a chance to control this guy, immediately focus the fire. As soon as Len Yu finished speaking, she was stunned to find that Xue Megui had retreated. Megui. Xue Megui lowered her head and did not say a word. The sound of an explosion came from the front. Len Yu did not have time to care about Xue Megui. She and Lona stepped forward. Lona rushed ahead, and Len Yu followed closely behind. Su Xiao rushed to the front of the 2 people and did not choose to slash at Lona's shield. This purple quality shield was powerful at first glance, and there were traces of strengthening. Ha! Lona let out a furious roar, and a golden ripple spread out. You have been ridiculed by the battle roar, physical attribute determined. Authentication passed. You are immune to the control this time. After using the roar skill, Lona subconsciously took 2 steps back. This was her usual action. Generally, the enemy would attack her without thinking when mocking the enemy. At this time, retreating could make the enemy run 2 more steps, which gave her teammates more time to prepare. Lona retreated, and Su Xiao slashed at Len Yu. Ding! The long sword and the thin sword cut together. Lona on the side was stunned. Chapter 454. Being close to Su Xiao was a horrible experience. At least Len Yu felt this way. The whistling blade passed by her ear, Len Yu's black hair was cut off, and a trace of blood was on her cheek. Len Yu, who was good at using 2 swords, only had 1 arm left, and it was harder to block Su Xiao's attack. Shield charge. Lona rushed to the side, and Su Xiao did not look at Lona. The long knife in her hand exerted force. Len Yu's face was red, and she almost could not hold the sword in her hand. The green light floated on Len Yu, which was the healing skill of Tanguo. In front of Su Xiao, Len Yu did not care, and Lona, who rushed to the side, did not care much. As for Tanguo, he directly ignored it. There was only one person present who gave him a sense of danger, and that was Xue Megui, who had been standing not far away. The deputy leader of the Red Lily Spider Adventurous Group, Shwemagwi, could be said to have not contributed at all in the battle just now but was suspected of selling her teammates. Even so, Shwemagwi still gave Susiao a vague sense of danger. That guy was not selling his teammates but was brewing some moves. First, deal with the two close to him, then deal with Shwemagwi. After making up his mind, the red light on the arm guard on Susiao's left hand flashed, and he activated the Bullhead Lord Gauntlet skill. Equipment effect, Wrath of Bullhead Lord, active. After activating this skill, Strength plus 15 for 10 seconds. Hint, Wrath of Bullhead Lord, active, cooldown time is 10 natural days. Hint, activate Wrath of Bullhead Lord, active. Requires 30 HP. Susiao did not use the skill often. He planned to use it as a trump card before, but later, he found that this skill was not as good as he had imagined. If suddenly deducting 30 of his HP in a relatively bitter battle was very dangerous, it might cause Susiao to fall into a state of death. Susiao wanted to activate it when he fought the president before and finally gave up. The risk was too high. The blood in his body was lost. A red light appeared in Susiao's pupils. His current strength attribute was 45. After plus 15, it was 60 points. Unfortunately, because he had not passed the first level trial, Susiao's attributes could only reach 50 points. The surging power surged out from his body. Although it could only last for 10 seconds, it was enough. The long sword in Susiao's hand pressed down, and with a puff, the dragon flash sank deep into Len Yu's shoulder. The bones near the arm were cut off, Len Yu's right hand was weak, and the sword in her hand fell to the ground. At this time, Lona rushed from the side with the shield. Susiao grabbed Len Yu's throat and blocked Len Yu by his side. Lona, who was charging, was shocked. Bang! Susiao and Len Yu flew up together. Len Yu vomited blood in the air, and Susiao looked calm. Bastard! Lona roared and rushed to Susiao again. After landing steadily, Susiao grabbed the back of Len Yu's neck and cut open Len Yu's artery with Dragon Flash. Len Yu's blade swept past, and she knew that it was over in her heart. It was not that she would die but that Lona would lose. Throwing Len Yu to Lona, who was running, Lona's expression twisted. She was hesitating whether to catch Len Yu. The explosion just now was still vivid in her mind. She still had the body tissues of Feng. Len Yu, in the air, could not speak because her throat was cut, so she could only shake her head desperately, indicating that Lona should not pick her up. There was no bomb on Len Yu, and Susiao would not use the same move twice in a row. The duration of the anger of the Bullhead Lord, active, was 6 seconds, and Susiao had to hurry up. Len Yu landed. Lona turned to look at Susiao and found that Susiao had disappeared. Pucci. The cold touch came from the back of the heart. Lona clenched her teeth and leaned to the side. The tip of the knife pierced from the position of Lona's collarbone. The knife did not pierce the heart. Just now, Lona stared at Len Yu in the air. Susiao had rushed to the back of Lona at full speed. Susiao's speed was not slow. The 45 points of agility attribute were not something that Lona, the main tank, could capture. A large amount of green steel shadow energy poured into Lona's body, and Lona spat out a large mouthful of blood. Len Yu had lost her combat power. If she did not treat it in time, she would die from excessive blood loss. Lona was not easy now. She was pierced through the trunk by Susiao with a sword, and Susiao was behind Lona. Lona couldn't turn around. After completely piercing the dragon flash into Lona's body, Susiao loosened the blade's handle, his left hand grabbed Lona's neck, and his right hand grabbed the left fist, forming a guillotine. The red metal arm clung to Lona's skin. Lona loosened the shield in her hand, pulled out a dagger, and stabbed Susiao. Before the dagger was stabbed, Susiao raised his knee and smashed it on the spine of Lona's back. Bang! The spine was severely injured, and the dagger that Lona stabbed back was weak. The feeling of suffocation appeared simultaneously, and she began to feel dizzy. Crack, the guillotine formed by Susiao became tighter and tighter. A few seconds later, Lona's body was weak, and the dagger in her hand fell to the ground. Len Yu, who was not far away, saw this scene, but her arms were broken, her throat was cut, and the tendons of one leg were also cut off. After trying to stand up several times, she failed. Len Yu fell to the ground. She could not figure out why the enemy had become so much stronger. Moreover, what was going on with Xuemegui? She did not believe that Xuemegui would betray her. Susiao defeated Len Yu and Lona, and he was not injured. This was not the crushing of strength and the gap between skill and combat experience. Len Yu's agility attribute was higher than Susiao's in terms of attributes. His strength was more muscular than Len Yu, and his speed was faster than Lona. This was the benefit of the development of the four attributes. The attributes were like a car. This car could run a lot. It depended on how the driver controlled it. The speed of hit the wall all the way and drift past the bend could not be compared. Susiao continued to strangle Lona. Lona was about to enter the brain without oxygen, and the other party would be dead by then. At this time, Susiao did not know why he suddenly let go and leaned his body to the side. Woo! A terrible sound came, and a blood-colored spear stabbed. If Susiao did not dodge, the spear would pierce his head. Lona knelt on the ground and smashed her head to the ground. One hand grabbed Lona's body. It was Xuemegui. Sorry to keep you waiting. Xuemegui gently placed Lona on the ground. Len Yu, who was at the side, stared at Xuemegui in a daze. What happened to you? Hearing Len Yu's question, Xuemegui chuckled. It's just a small skill. Xuemegui got up, looked at Susiao, and turned to look at Tanguo. Don't just stand there. Quickly take the two of them away. Tanguo quickly ran forward and helped Len Yu and the half-unconscious Lona up. Sister Megui, your eyes. I already said it was just a little skill. You guys should leave quickly. In the current situation, as long as one's IQ is higher than 50, they would not believe Xuemegui's words. At this time, Xuemegui's face was pale, and her pupils were dim. More importantly, a red mist floated out of her body and gradually evaporated into the air. This was the ultimate skill that Xuemegui mastered, called Weeping Xuemegui. Weeping Xuemegui LV.3, Ultimate Skill. Usage requirements: Soul Crystal, small, ×2, consume 90 mana. Skill effect: after activating Weeping Xuemegui, Strength plus 13, Agility plus 12, Stamina plus 10, Charm plus 10. Hint: this skill cannot be stopped after being used until the enemy is killed or their blood is exhausted. The concept of this skill was to either die or die. Except for Xuemegui herself, no one knew that she had this skill. Good friend, goodbye. Xuemegui whispered to Len Yu. Len Yu did not hear what she said, and a lot of blood made her dizzy. Xuemegui turned to Susiao, with her back to Len Yu. There were not many emotions in those dull pupils. Since Xuemegui dared to open the Weeping Xuemegui, she dared to die. Susiao noticed that the other party was in a powerful state. The other party's expression should be the same as the dragon power potion. But was the seed explosion helpful when there was a significant gap between the enemy's strength? The answer was that it was useless. If the seed explosion were so helpful, then they would go to learn the seed explosion skill, which would still bitterly increase their strength. Chapter 455. Xuemegui stood in front of Susiao, and Tanguo helped Lona and Len Yu to retreat. Len Yu would not say stupid things like life and death. Her teammates were fighting for time with their lives. If someone shouted to stay and fight together at this time, it should be to cut that guy. Who was willing to die if they were not in a desperate situation? Len Yu knew this. Even if her heart was heavy, she still strolled to the distance. As long as she was alive, there was hope. However, Len Yu and the others did not go far. A creature like a wolf and a dog stood in front of them. It was Bobo Wang, who was yawning. Bobo Wang followed Su Xiao. He had seen too many powerful enemies. These long-legged magnetic creatures were just a drizzle. Now, Len Yu and the other two only had Tanguo's strength, but with the combat power of Tanguo, it was unknown if she could beat Bobo Wang. I can only fight. Tanguo released Len Yu and Lona. If they didn't get rid of the cloth, they wouldn't be able to escape even if this dog was super likable. Ah! Tanguo grabbed a wand in her hand, shouted bravely, and was about to rush forward. A hand suddenly grabbed Tanguo's leg, and she exclaimed in shock. Add yourself. Lona lay on the ground, gasping for breath. She had almost died of brain death just now, and her spine had been damaged. She could not even think of her body now. Oh, right. Tanguo quickly added a few states to herself, took a deep breath, and rushed to Bobo Wang. Len Yu looked at Tanguo apologetically. This weak girl had paid too much for the team. All the other party's resources were used to enhance the healing ability. Bobo Wang looked at Tanguo, rushing over, and raised her hand with contempt. Sharp claws stretched out. Every day, the snow was white, and the white teeth were bare. Bobo Wang was lazy and did not usually fight, but didn't think that he had any combat ability. The initial Bobo Wang was made from the elite creature Fenrir plus combat type creature Emperor weapon and countless Emperor weapons. After that, Bobo Wang became a living creature through the dark purple scroll. His combat strength increased once again. Tanguo's charging pace slowed down. It seemed that she could not beat this husky. Ignoring the battle between Bobo Wang and Tanguo, it was apparent that the battle over there was not intense. On the other hand, on Su Xiao's side, the wind was raging, the soil was flying, and the ground was full of potholes. Xuemegui, who was covered with blood-red fog, held a long spear, and the long spear was a spiral shape, which was more conducive to penetration. The strength and agility of Xuemegui had reached 50 points, and the other attributes were not low. The attributes were not just a string of numbers. The current Xuemegui was more robust and faster, and her resistance to attacks was not weak. The spear stabbed forward, and the sound came to Su Xiao's ears. Several of his black hair was broken. Although this spear was very dangerous, it was still very far from hitting Su Xiao. Holding the sword with both hands, Su Xiao slashed forward with all his strength. Ding! Xuemegui used her long spear to block the dragon flash. It was very effortless. It seems that you are not as terrible as you think. Xuemegui laughed. She might be able to win today. Su Xiao did not speak. He was waiting. It was meaningless to fight against her now. From the smell of blood emitted from the other party, Su Xiao guessed that the other party's move was similar to Wrath of Bullhead Lord. The explosive power of this type of move was extreme, but most of them did not last for long. Xuemegui could only hold on for a few minutes. Even if she said more, half an hour was enough because half an hour was not worth fighting with the other party. More importantly, Bobo Wang had already delayed Len Yu and the others. The long spear danced with blood, the spear light flashed, and Su Xiao among them dodged one after another, only when there was no escape. A minute later, Xuemegui's breathing became heavy, and her mouth spits out blood mist. Why can't I stab it? Her face was not very good, and her confidence had dissipated. Su Xiao's sword technique master was at LV.21. If someone at LV.9 stabbed him, Su Xiao might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself. Xuemegui's heart gradually cooled down. She vaguely felt that today, Red Spider Lily might be wiped out here. No one would send them away again. The previous incident was a minor rule. It seems that I lost. Shwemegwi stood straight and stopped attacking as if she was brewing something. Susiao narrowed his eyes and thought in his heart, is finally coming. This was Shwemegwi's last attack. Previously, the other party had wanted to use it several times, but they had all given up. It should be because they were worried about something. Perhaps the price of using the ultimate move was too heavy. Shwemegwi's legs were slightly broken. Her left hand was like a claw, and her fingertips were shrouded in blood mist. She made a move that stunned everyone. Puchi. Shwemegwi stabbed her left hand into her chest and accurately pulled out her heart. Although it was so painful that she almost fainted, she did not fall. Who, it is also good to drag someone down before death. Shwemegwi clenched hard. The beating heart was broken. She smeared the blood in the heart on the spiral-shaped spear. The spear emitted a bloody light. The bloody light was threatening, and even Susiao felt the vibration. She stepped on the ground. Bang! The earth burst, and after a big pit appeared on the ground, Shwemegwi disappeared in place. The red spear tip appeared in front of Susiao's eyebrows instantly, but he did not dodge. A golden shield appeared around Susiao's body. This was the ability of Ray of Divine Spirit Scabbard. Special effect, Holy Blessing, active. After opening, it creates a layer of secondary invincible shield. The shield lasts for 1 second, and the cooldown time is 72 hours. Boom! A layer of airwaves spread around, large cracks appeared on the ground, and smoke and dust rose. A giant bloody rose formed by blood energy appeared in the air and did not disperse for a long time. Although Susiao blocked the stab, the secondary invincible shield could not ease the impact. He flew backward. Shwemegwi stood in the same place, holding a long gun and pointing to the ground. Crack! Cracks appeared on the long spear, and it cracked inch by inch instantly. Not only did the long spear crack, but the arms and body of Shwemegwi also began to crack, like a broken porcelain doll. The strong will only get stronger and stronger. This is what I expected before. Forget it, and I am just one person. No worries, die. Shwemegwi smiled at Susiao. Although her face was full of cracks, it was beautiful. Byakuya, I don't hate you at all. The reincarnation paradise is just like this. For us, this is hell. Maybe for you, this is paradise. Susiao stood up in the distance and patted the dust on his body. Is it? Unfortunately, you are not strong enough. Crack, crack. One of Shwemegwi's arms was broken, and her whole body began to break. Bang, her body was broken. A smile appeared on Susiao's face, not because he killed Shwemegwi. He was laughing because he could meet all kinds of opponents in the reincarnation paradise. Shwemegwi died, and Len Yu and others had no hope of survival. Tanguo was very afraid, but she did not escape, although she had a chance to escape now. When Susiao passed by Len Yu, he stabbed through Len Yu's heart without a word of nonsense. You will die a horrible death. Lona roared, and what greeted her was a knife. Puff, blood splashed, and Lona fell to the ground with her bloody throat. The sound in her eyes quickly dissipated. Although Susiao was not a villain in name, he had the consciousness of a villain. He never spoke nonsense and did it. He did not need to explain or hide it from anyone. He did not need others to understand. Bang! A figure fell to the ground, rolled a few times on the ground, and rolled to Susiao's feet. It was Tanguo. Because of a moment of distraction, Tanguo was bitten in the throat by Bobo Wang. You, villain! Tanguo lost her breath. On the hillside not far away, a figure struggled to stand up. She was wearing black-rimmed glasses. It was a black-bellied woman. The black-bellied woman was not far away before, and she did not dare to go too deep into the central area. Hearing the sounds of fighting nearby, the black-bellied woman quietly approached here because she heard familiar shouts. The black-bellied woman witnessed Su Xiao and Xue Meigui's battle. Even when Su Xiao killed Len Yu and others, she did not appear. She wanted her companions to be free first because the subsequent death was too ugly. Byakuya. The black-bellied woman stood on the hillside and shouted and waved at Su Xiao. Su Xiao looked sideways, and he immediately felt that the other person was the person he was looking for. After seeing the face of the other person, Su Xiao remembered that the other person was also a member of the Red Spider Lily. The most important thing for a family was to die neatly. Now, it just so happened that everyone was here. Mr. Byakuya, let's go to the underworld together. You are so strong, and you will be unwilling to die here. The cynical woman was laughing. She held an empty glass bottle in her hand, and the object inside had already been poured out. Boom, boom. The roar came around. Su Xiao looked around, and this valley was surrounded. Don't think about escaping. You can't escape. The cynical woman took out lipstick and a small mirror with her remaining arm and began to paint herself with lipstick. The IQ of the cynical woman 156 was not for decoration. Chapter 456. The cynical woman squatted on the ground and put the small mirror on her knees. The wind pressure came, and a figure appeared beside her. The cynical woman with lipstick licked her lips and nodded with satisfaction. Are you going to kill me? If that is the case, I will be grateful to you. The cynical woman looked at Su Xiao with a smile on her face. She no longer cared about the roar and the slightly shaking ground around her. How did you do it? Su Xiao looked around. It was early in the morning, and the sky was just bright. Around the valley, the overwhelming beasts rushed the valley like black waves coming from all directions. There were tens of thousands of beasts, and they were not the same species. It was not normal for so many beasts to gather and not kill each other. Could it be that the black-bellied woman controlled these beasts? Su Xiao rejected this idea. That was impossible. If he could control such a scale of beasts, other than not being able to go deep into the Black Forest, most of the other positions could be crossed. Hearing Su Xiao's question, the black-bellied woman smiled more brightly. I found a secret when I went deep into the Red Earth region. As for what secret? The black-bellied woman looked at Su Xiao with a faint smile. The secret black-bellied woman would not say it. The beasts around rushed closer and closer as if the target was the black-bellied woman. Roar. There was an angry roar in the distance. Under this roar, some of the beasts rushing forward had their legs soft. Su Xiao had seen the giant centipede in the beast army when he first arrived on the island, which showed how bad the situation was at this time. There was no way to escape from the surroundings unless Su Xiao could fly. Unfortunately, the ability to fly was extremely rare. In addition to some bloodlines, the Reincarnation paradise would not provide flying vehicles. It was almost invincible to fly in some derivative worlds, so there were very few flying vehicles passing through the park's official license. Bobo. Su Xiao called Bobo Wang to the vicinity. Is it possible to break into the enemy? Hearing Su Xiao's question, Bobo Wang raised his head, and the expression was no problem. Find a way to escape by yourself and meet up near the Ascenman tribe. Bobo Wang stood still in the same place. Su Xiao stared at Bobo Wang. A few seconds later, Bobo Wang turned and rushed down the hillside. No matter the situation, it would not disobey Su Xiao's order. You let your dog die first, heartless guy. The black-bellied woman sneered. Su Xiao suddenly turned around and raised his hand to slash. Puff, the head of the black-bellied woman, flew up, and blood spurted out from the broken neck. The head of the black-bellied woman flying in mid-air was a little surprised because, in her opinion, those beasts still needed some time to rush up the hillside. Su Xiao would talk nonsense with her for a while. At least, he would ask her about her precise plan, and she could despise Su Xiao with the advantage of IQ. Unfortunately, Su Xiao did not have the habit of talking nonsense with the enemy. He asked once before, but the black-bellied woman spoke roundabout, and he chose to cut directly. The headless body fell to the ground. Su Xiao quickly stepped forward and began to search for the black-bellied woman. The sound of tearing clothes came. Su Xiao was not going to take advantage of the heat, and he was looking for why those beasts rushed madly. After searching for a while, Su Xiao found several black seeds in the underwear of the black-bellied woman. There were 3 black seeds in total, about the size of longan, and the surface was uneven. With 3 black seeds in his hand, Su Xiao suddenly had a throbbing in his body. Looking at the information on the black seeds, there were not many clues. Seed of origin. Rarity, purple. Type, unknown. Rating 1 to 150. Description, faith of the sun. Please grant us glory. Please burn all evil with flames. Su Xiao frowned. What kind of ghost introduction was this? It was the sun, burning all evil. What was even more strange was the score. What did 1 to 150 mean? Although he was confused, Su Xiao found that the eyes of the beasts rushing up the hillside began to be wrong. They were all staring at the seed of origin in his hand. Roar! A 3-meter-long cheetah rushed up the hill first and rushed to Su Xiao regardless of safety. This cheetah was not a powerful unit among the beasts, but it was not easy to provoke. Su Xiao put away the black seed. It was useless to throw away these seeds now. A large group of beasts had surrounded him. Su Xiao held the knife with his right hand and stared at the cheetah without blinking. The cheetah's claws pierced into the soil and jumped at Su Xiao. Su Xiao leaned low, took a deep breath, and slashed at the cheetah. The blade of the dragon flash first cut the skin of the cheetah, and the skin was instantly cut open, followed by the muscles and bones. Puff, the knife, cut the cheetah into 2 pieces. Su Xiao grabbed the upper body of the cheetah and threw it down the hillside. Before being surrounded by the beasts, Su Xiao had found high ground, and the surrounding beasts had to rush to the hillside to attack him. If there were no such favorable terrain, he would be dead. But from the current situation, Su Xiao was also dead. Even if he could kill thousands of beasts, at least tens of thousands of beasts were surrounded. The beasts in front of them were some beasts that ran faster. These beasts were not big and were easy to deal with. Su Xiao kicked away a furry rabbit, and even a little rabbit came to join in the fun. It could be seen that this black seed had a fatal attraction to the beast. A small animal like an antelope rushed to Su Xiao, and the sharp horns stabbed. He slashed out a sword, and the horns that collided were cut off. There were beasts everywhere, and Su Xiao was a little overwhelmed for a while. Blood splashed, the limbs of the beasts were scattered everywhere, and Su Xiao killed all the beasts who dared to rush to the hillside. A few drops of beast blood splashed on Su Xiao's face. Although he was in a desperate situation, he did not give up. Su Xiao was waiting for a suitable beast to appear, and he had chosen the goal. The sound of running, the scream of the beast, the sound of the sharp blade cutting flesh, the sound of blood gushing out. After these sounds were mixed, Su Xiao's perception was affected. There were too many beasts around. Roar! A low roar came, and a hot feeling and heavy pressure came from Su Xiao's back. A lion rushed to his back and stabbed his claws into his back. The lion's mouth bit his throat. The dragon flash turned in his hand, and before the lion's mouth was bitten, the dragon flash had already pierced into the lion's mouth. Puchi! The sword directly penetrated the brain of the lion, and a green treasure chest fell. Su Xiao did not look at the green treasure chest. The dragon flash had just been pulled out of the lion's mouth, and it was sent into the heart of another beast. If this continued, Su Xiao would not be able to hold on sooner or later. Throwing away the blood on the dragon flash, Su Xiao put the dragon flash back into the sheath. The slash suddenly stopped, the surrounding beasts roared and rushed forward, more than a dozen beasts rushed to Su Xiao, and they bit him with their bloody mouths. Susiao held the hilt with his right hand, and his breathing gradually calmed down. The beasts surrounded Susiao. At this moment of crisis, a blue light flashed in the center of the beasts. Clang! A circular sword light expanded around, and those beasts were neatly cut off. This was a move that Susiao came up with a flash of inspiration. Although it was not too strong, it was very useful in being besieged. Chapter 457. He threw a few alchemy bombs on the ground, and the alchemy bombs split into many little white frogs on the ground. Not long after, the little white frog was scattered all over the hillside. Susiao did not detonate the alchemy bombs immediately. He was waiting for an opportunity. Kicking away a turtle that stretched out its head and bit his calf, Susiao, who was fighting in blood, was speechless. What exactly were these 3 seeds? He could still understand if he absorbed some beasts, but rabbits and turtles, these gentle creatures, could be attracted, which confused him. It should be known that these herbivores were very rare in the Red Earth region. These were precious foods. However, at this time, Susiao looked at this food, and it was more important to save his life. The hippopotamus rushed forward. This behemoth was about 4 meters tall and 7 meters long. Seeing the hippopotamus rushing forward, Susiao was relieved. At that moment, he was surrounded by the corpses of all kinds of beasts. Although the battle was not long, there were already hundreds of beasts that died under his sword. There were also bite and claw marks on his body. Under the siege of a large number of beasts, it was a dream not to get injured. These were not ordinary beasts, and the beasts were in the center of the Red Earth area. If any meat-eating beast here was placed on Earth, it was a creature on the top of the pyramid. A mechanical eye floated near Susiao. This was Eye of Havana. Through the detection of Eye of Havana, Susiao learned information about the giant hippo. It wasn't a hippopotamus but a carnivore called a man-horned beast. It had a strength of 42 and a physical strength of 45. This kind of horrible beast, if met before 2 derivative worlds, Susiao would turn and run. However, it was different now. His attributes were close to 50 points, and he was not afraid of this beast. The beast rushed to Susiao, and its eyes were full of blood. Susiao took out a seed of origin from his arms, and he threw the seed of origin to the bottom of the hill. At this moment, all the beasts stopped roaring. They were like little dogs that saw meat bones, and their heads moved with the seed of origin. With a click, the seed of origin bounced up high after hitting a rock and rolled for a few meters before stopping in front of a crocodile. This brother crocodile was stunned. Happiness came too suddenly. Brother crocodile swallowed the seed of origin in one gulp and turned to run down the hill. However, there were too many beasts around it. In addition, its territory was too low, and its legs were too short. 5 seconds later, brother crocodile was dismembered, and finally, there was only one tail left. Just as a large group of beasts fought for the seeds of origin, Susiao detonated the alchemy bombs nearby. Boom! The fire wrapped Susiao, and the beast also screamed in the fire. Susiao pulled up the collar of the mist trench coat, covered his face, and rushed to the beast. The fire retreated after more than 10 seconds, but the savage beast let out a short scream before the fire retreated. The fire retreated, leaving only the blood-covered savage beast and many beast corpses on the hillside. The beasts could smell the seed of origin, so the seed of origin that Susiao threw out caused a series of bloody cases. The dead brother crocodile was only the first victim, and there were thousands of victims later. Other wild beasts would surround all the wild beasts that had obtained the origin seed. In less than an hour, the hillside was already covered in blood. Previously, the savage horned beast had fallen on the hillside, its body occasionally twitching. It looked like it wouldn't live long, but it wouldn't die in a short period. The roars continued, and the corpses of the wild beasts on the hillside grew more and more. A 2-headed dog stood on the corpses of the wild beasts. Even in the central area, this two-headed dog was also an expert. It looked at the barbarian horned beast not far away. This was its old rival, and today, the other party had fallen on this hillside and was on the verge of death. The two-headed dog moved closer to the barbarian horned beast, its nose twitching as if it had smelled something special. Suddenly, the hair on the back of the two-headed dog stood up. It smelled a special smell. Although it was very faint, that smell had a fatal attraction. The two-headed dog bit through the abdomen of the barbarian horned beast, ready to stick its head in. Pucci! A long sharp knife pierced through the beast's abdomen, and the double-headed dog was caught off guard and pierced through the throat. The double-headed dog was, after all, an expert in the central area. Although its throat was pierced, it still struggled back. The metal wire wrapped around the two-headed dog and slowly dragged it into the belly of the beast. Woo, woo. The two-headed dog let out a fearful sound, but it could not stop it from being dragged into the beast. Pu, 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 pu. Blood spurted out from the abdomen of the savage beast. A few seconds later, a broken dog corpse was thrown out. If one looked carefully around the body of the savage beast, there were many beast corpses of this appearance. Hiding in the body of the savage beast, Susiao was covered in blood, and the remaining 2 seeds were put into the sealed glass test tube by him, emitting no smell. Even so, the residual smell in his hand would occasionally attract beasts, which showed how great the attraction of the native seed was to beasts. Although he was not clear about the function of the seed of origin, Susiao could be sure that it was a good thing. Something in his body was eager for the seed of origin. This made Susiao have an impulse to swallow the seed of origin directly. Reason told him that this was impossible. There was absolutely no good end if he swallowed this seed. Susiao had already discovered that the woman with lipstick on the hillside before had a high IQ, and the other party's subordinates were at a dead end. There were not only 4 seeds. If Susiao was not wrong, the woman might have obtained more than 10 seeds of origin and scattered these seeds of origin nearby. The area near Susiao was the Shura field, and all kinds of beasts fought with each other. If not for being hidden in the beast's body, he would have died in battle. The black-bellied woman never thought that Susiao could resist the first wave of the beast and quickly disabled the giant beast and hid in the belly of the giant beast. At this time, the surroundings were full of beast corpses, so no beasts would come to eat the body of the savage beast. Susiao exposed his head to check the situation around him. After observing for a long time, he sighed. At least for a short time, he could not leave here, and the wild beasts around him were getting crazier. The intelligence of the black-belly woman was indeed not low. She had considered what Susiao would do if he did not die for the first time. So she arranged a few seeds of origin in places where the beasts could not get so that they could smell the temperature of the seeds. In this way, the beasts would only fight fixedly and thus trap Susiao. Susiao withdrew back into the beast's body. Although there was no water, there was a lot of meat around. Although it was raw meat, it was no problem to maintain it for a few days. Just when Susiao was ready to rest for a moment, the beast's body suddenly shook, and it seemed that there was a giant monster coming nearby. The beast let out a cry and a roar. After that, Susiao, inside the beast, noticed the spinning feeling. He was almost thrown out of the beast's body. After more than 10 seconds, the spinning feeling disappeared. After a slight jolt, the surroundings calmed down. Susiao looked out through the wound on the beast's abdomen, and the whistling wind came. At this time, the beast was in mid-air, at least 1,000 meters above the ground. Susiao was stunned, and a very bad feeling appeared. Looking up, a pair of sharp claws appeared in his sight. The one holding the beast was a huge flying creature. This was a completely orange-winged dragon. It could easily carry the beast and fly. One could imagine its size and strength. Yes, it was a winged dragon. Susiao was not clear about the specific name of this monster, but the appearance of this monster was similar to a large winged dragon. He took out the Eye of Havana, and the results were mind-blowing. Chapter 458. Currently comparing the intelligence attribute of both parties. Compared to completion, my intelligence is the enemy. Double, obtain 11% of the enemy's information. The information was as follows. Name, Bayam, Overlord rank creature. Type, winged dragon. HP, 100%. Mana points. Strength. Agility. Stamina. Intelligence. Charm, 51. Skill 1, Red Earth Overlord, passive, HP increases by 10,000, Strength plus 25, Agility plus 25, Stamina plus 30. Skill 2. Skill 3. Skill 4. Skill 5. Skill 6. Skill 7. Su Xiao looked at Skill 9. When he saw it, his eyes began to turn black. He thought it was a lucky escape, but now it seemed that it was not the case. Su Xiao did not know what the Overlord creature was, but the effect of Skill 1 was enough to make people scared. When Su Xiao explored other creatures, the most scary situation was that there were a bunch of question marks. The more numbers asked, the greater the gap between his strength and that creature. The Sky Overlord, Bayam, began to lower its altitude after flying for a distance. Su Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. If Bayam took him to the Black Forest, then he might as well jump down from 1,000 meters high to try his luck. The place where Bayam landed was a steep mountain. This place was hundreds of meters high from the ground, and the peaks were almost straight on all sides. In addition to flying, it wasn't easy to climb the mountain in a climbing way. At least most beasts could not do it. There was an open space on the top of the mountain, and there was a huge cave beside the open space. There were claw marks around the cave entrance. This cave was dug by the pterosaur, Bayam. Bayam threw the corpse of the man-horned beast on the empty ground in front of the cave and hummed a few times in front of the cave. Two little guys about 1 meter long rushed out of the cave. They were too young Bayam, so young that they could not fly. Although they were terrifying existences when they grew up, they could not run steadily now, often falling. It was worth mentioning that the vitality of the man-horned beast was very tenacious. Even now, it still had breath. At least its heart was still beating slightly. If not for still being alive, Bayam would not have chosen to feed it to the cub. This beast still had consciousness, and it shed tears. The two Bayam babies rushed to the front of the beast. In the face of this huge beast, the two babies Bayam did not care. They rushed forward and began to bite. Their teeth were full of snow white, and there were blood marks. They naturally showed the demeanor of an overlord creature. The sound of gnawing came from the outside, and Su Xiao, inside the beast, had cold sweat on his cheeks. He was sure that if he were exposed, he would die. In the face of the pterosaur Bayam, he did not even have a 1% chance of winning. The body of the savage horned beast was gradually gnawed through. Fortunately, the appetite of the two young Bayam beasts was not large, and they only ate the essence of the savage horned beast. Su Xiao, who was in the body of the savage horned beast, breathed a sigh of relief. The situation just now was very thrilling. He had already seen the teeth of the young Bayam. Fortunately, the other party did not find him. The two young Baram began to play in the open space after eating. The adult Bayam on the side looked at the corpse of the savage horned beast. It had eaten a forest python along the way in the Black Forest, and now it had no appetite. The adult Bayam easily grabbed the beast's body and threw it gently with its claws. The beast weighed in and was thrown off the cliff. After a while, there was a dull thud from the bottom of the cliff. It was the beast that fell into the meat paste. The adult Bayam was lying on the space on the top of the mountain and fell asleep after a while. On the cliff on the mountainside, Su Xiao was hanging on a rock, his fingers like hooks. He had long thought that the body of the savage horned beast was thrown off the cliff or eaten by adult Bayam. If it were the latter, it would be dead, and the former still had hope of survival. After experiencing many misfortunes after the hunter's identity was almost exposed, encountering enemies, being besieged by wild beasts, being taken away by Bayam, and so on, Susiao was finally lucky once that adult Bayam did not eat the savage horned beast. Although the current situation was still dangerous, he hung on the cliff hundreds of meters high, but Susiao had left the tiger's mouth and arrived at the position of the tiger's claw. He could not relax now. Bayam was above him. The perception of this kind of overlord creature must be very strong. So from before to now, Susiao only moved when he jumped out of the beast and stayed still at other times. He even slowed down his breathing and slowed down his heartbeat. It was not that Susiao was timid, but he would die in the current situation if he were not cautious. Quietly poking out the boundary line, the hook lock hung on the mountain, and Susiao began to stay still. There was a raised stone above him so that even after Bayam flew, he could not see him. This was a good hiding place. The long wait began. 6 hours later, Susiao began to feel the hunger in his stomach. 10 hours later, Susiao was hungry and doubted life. He used too much energy during the battle before and urgently needed to replenish it. If he did not fight, it would be no problem for Susiao to be hungry for 4 or 5 days, but that would lead to his combat strength becoming weaker and weaker. Although he was very hungry, Susiao could only continue to endure. An hour later, Susiao's patience did not get any results. Another adult Bayam flew back. The top of the mountain was where the 4 families lived. After that, Bayam was bigger and more colorful. Its whole body was orange-yellow, its wings protruded, and there were black patterns naturally formed on its body. He did not wait for the adult Bayam to leave at the top of the mountain but came back for a while. Susiao was quite helpless. How long would a creature like Bayam find food once? If it were once every 10 days or half a month, Susiao would be exhausted. However, hanging here could also pass the survival trial. As long as he did not die of thirst or hunger, Susiao could ensure that no other creatures dared to approach here. The scene of Bayam not going out for 10 days and half a month did not appear. 2 hours later, 2 Bayam adults hissed a few times and flew away from the top of the mountain. Susiao breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to climb down, an idea appeared. Pterosaurs were also dragons. It was said that dragons had the habit of collecting treasures. Perhaps there was something good in the cave at the top of the mountain? Susiao looked at the 2 adult Bayam who had already flown far away. At least they could not come back in a short time. Climbing to the top of the mountain, Susiao walked quickly to the cave. Pachi, pachi, pachi. The sound of fast running came from the cave, and 2 baby Bayam ran out. The 2 little guys looked at Susiao in confusion. They seemed to have never seen human beings, but they were the descendants of the overlord creatures. They dared to surpass ordinary creatures. The 2 baby Bayam rushed to Susiao. Susiao kicked them one by one and kicked them aside. The 2 little guys turned into rolling gourds, and the slightly bigger one became a single panda eye. The 2 little guys were stunned and did not dare to approach Susiao for a while. The 4 small black eyes seemed to say, "You waited for my dad to come back." Susiao chuckled. He was not a match for adult Bayam, but he could easily deal with baby Bayam. Facts proved that even the most powerful creatures were fragile in their infancy. Susiao could kill 2 Bayam babies, but he did not intend to. It was courting death. On an island, what was the concept of childish killing creatures with flying ability, which was the most stupid choice? Susiao walked quickly into the cave, but he came out of the cave in less than 30 seconds. The pterosaur and dragon may not be the same species, and there was nothing in the cave except a lot of hay. As soon as Susiao walked out of the cave, he saw 2 baby Bayam squeezing in a rock gap to grab something. Chapter 459. The two baby Bayam squeezed in a stone crack and squeezed together, not making threatening noises. Su Xiao, ready to leave, stopped and looked inside the stone crack. The two baby Bayam completely blocked the stone crack. Su Xiao pulled out the two baby Bayam one by one. Suddenly pulled out from the stone crack, the two baby Bayam subconsciously turned to bite Su Xiao. A minute later, two young Bayam with black and blue faces snuggled together, and one was still twitching with a grievance. Ignoring the two young Bayam, Su Xiao quickly came to the stone crack, and a clear fragrance drifted into his nose. Looking carefully, there was a smooth slate inside the stone peak. The slate seemed to be frequently licked, and the surface was smooth. At this time, the saliva left by the young Bayam could still be seen. The clear fragrance came from this stone slab, but two young children had already licked the object that emitted the clear fragrance. Looking around, this was just an ordinary stone crack, nothing special. A drop of golden liquid dripped on the stone slab, and a rich fragrance appeared again. Smelling this fragrance, Su Xiao had a more smooth feeling of breathing, and his spirit was much more excited. Two young Bayam children were anxiously pacing, not far away, as if they were about to be robbed of some treasure. Su Xiao looked up, and a red vine as thick as a finger grew out of the mountain rock. In the middle of the vine, there was a fist-sized fruit. This fruit was oval, completely golden, and had a gap under the fruit. The golden liquid that had dripped before was from this fruit. Su Xiao swallowed his saliva. After seeing this fruit, he only had one thought: to eat this thing. No one was sure when the two adult Bayam would return, so he could not eat it now. Although he could not eat it, Su Xiao could pack it up and take it away. The broken line popped out, and the golden fruit was already very mature, falling with a little touch. Catching the golden fruit, Su Xiao found that this fruit was soft, and he could crush it with just a pinch. It was not good to carry this fruit with him, and it was easy to squeeze. He took off the backpack, and the storage space could not be used. The backpack became a necessary item. Taking out an iron box containing a secret alchemy medicine from the backpack, Su Xiao put the golden fruit into the iron box and placed the iron box in the upper position of the backpack. Carrying the backpack, Su Xiao found that two baby Bayam was blocking in front of him, looking like he was returning his treasure. Still on one foot, Su Xiao quickly rushed to the cliff. In the screams of the two baby Bayam, Su Xiao jumped down from the mountain peak. Zi, ding. The boundary line was put to the longest length, and Su Xiao hung in the high sky hundreds of meters away. The left arm exerted force, and the hook lock at the tip of the boundary line bounced off. Su Xiao continued to fall. After falling a distance, he immediately pulled out the dragon flash and stabbed it into the body of the mountain. With a bang, because of the powerful downward force, the stone layer that the dragon flash stabbed into was broken, and Su Xiao continued to fall. Because the mountain was too steep, Su Xiao could only rely on the dragon flash and the boundary line to fall. 10 minutes later, Su Xiao jumped down from a rock a few meters high from the ground. His feet landed on the ground, his knees bent, and his body floated down naturally. The gravel on the ground was stepped into two shallow pits. Finally safe, although it was not completely safe, overall, he was out of the situation where he would die at any time. The contractor who knew his identity had been silenced, and he also solved the Red Spider Lily adventurous group by the way and successfully escaped from the Bayam. From the information that Su Xiao already knew, there should be no enemies of his in the survival trial, probably no. After all, he had a lot of enemies, not him seeking revenge on others, but others coming to him for revenge. Having enemies was also interesting because it would never be lonely. Su Xiao only needed to complete the survival mission in the current situation. Of course, he was not ready to only complete the survival mission. He wanted to explore the secrets of the Yasenman tribe, the seat of origin, and other things. Su Xiao's strength was not without reason. He would explore the secrets of the world while completing the mission. Although it was dangerous, it could make him quickly become stronger. He had a feeling that there might be a connection between the Bloodvine warriors of the Yasenman tribe and the Seed of Origin. Old Baal had asked Susiao before if he found the soul crystal and a black seed when he killed his brother Barry and others, and that seed might be the Seed of Origin. So Susiao wanted to return to the Yasenman tribe, not to mention that Bobo Wan was still waiting near the tribe. Walking in the central area of the Red Earth region, Susiao looked calm and was not worried about encountering beasts at all. It would be strange to meet them. In addition to the powerful and terrifying creatures like Bayam, more than 99 of the beasts in the central area went to rob the Seed of Origin. Susiao took out a compass with rough workmanship. This was not the compass pointing to the cliffstone bridge but the compass of the Yasenman tribe, which old Baal provided for free. Walking in the central area for more than an hour, Susiao did not encounter any beasts. Not to mention beasts. He did not even see insects. According to the direction of the compass, Susiao began to approach the Yasenman tribe. Crash. The sound of water flowing came from the front, the surrounding air felt wet, and the river water mixed with the soil produced a fresh smell. A rapid river appeared. Susiao picked up a pool of river water to observe, and after a long time, a smile appeared on his face. He took out a straw as thick as a thumb. The straw was thin and thick and inserted the thick end into the water. Susiao began to suck the end of the straw. He sucked fresh water into his mouth. He drank a dozen mouthfuls before the feeling of thirst disappeared. Of course, Susiao would not drink the river water casually. It was courting death in the Red Earth region. He dared to drink the river water of this river because this river was the relatively safe drinking water in the Red Earth region. What's more, he didn't directly drink the river water. The straw he took out just now was called the outdoor water purification pipe. The river water passing through the straw will be filtered layer by layer. The straw has a built-in hollow fiber membrane, activated carbon, double-layer textile mesh, etc. This straw circulates widely in water-deficient areas. Susiao, who was already full, lay on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. A feeling of coming back to life appeared. Ha ha ha. Susiao lay on the ground and laughed. When Bayam in the beast's body captured him, he was ready to die. Susiao, lying on the ground, took out a few alchemy bombs from his clothes. This was what he prepared for Bayam, and now it seemed useless. After lying down for a while, Susiao got up. Since he did not die, he had to continue to complete the survival trial and become stronger. Only by becoming stronger would this kind of situation not happen. If he were strong enough, the two Bayam would be his dinner. Looking at the Bayam nest in the distance, a bold idea appeared. What reward would he get if he killed the two adult Bayam? Putting away the bold idea, Susiao walked quickly in the direction of the Yasenman tribe. Although he did not feel that he had flown for a long time after being grabbed by Bayam, it was not the case. He was very far away from the Yasenman tribe. After traveling for 13 hours, the sky was already dark. This was the night of the third day, and tomorrow was the fourth day of survival training. Susiao found a hillside to avoid the wind to rest. He had already left the central area. The remaining survival time is 171 hours, and the number of contractors who survived is 402. Chapter 460. At the foot of the hill, Susiao sat in the darkness of the night, and he could not see his fingers in the surroundings. He did not choose to start a fire, and there was no cave type of shelter. Making a fire in the Red Earth region was courting death. Although he had a stomach full of water, his stomach was still hungry. After taking the backpack, there was only a small piece of jerky in the backpack. After Susiao finished the jerky, the hunger did not subside, but it was even stronger. Taking out the iron box containing the secret alchemy medicine, Susiao carefully took out the golden fruit. He was in a hurry before, and he did not check the attributes of the golden fruit. After looking at the attributes of the golden fruit, a feeling of being hit in the head appeared. Sun gift fruit. Quality, dark purple. Type, high-grade plant fruit. Materials, recovery type food, strengthening type items. Hint, this is a rare item. It can be exchanged for the source of the world. Usage method 1, directly eating this fruit will obtain the following permanent strengthening effect. HP plus 100, mana plus 100, fire resistance plus 15, cold resistance plus 15. Usage method 2, this item can be refined into strengthening type items. Hint, after consuming or mixing the potion through the previous two methods, 100 HP and 100 mana points will be restored within a minute. Hint, this fruit will dissipate after leaving the main body for 2 days. Rating, 260. Description, there will be powerful creatures building their nests nearby where the sun fruit is located. Many powerful creatures will feed their cubs with the juice of the sun fruit. That will make their cubs stronger and grow faster. Suxiao took the sun's gift fruit and fell into deep thought. The effect of this fruit was very strong. If it were eaten directly, it would have the effect of HP plus 100 and mana plus 100, and it could also increase the resistance of fire and ice attributes. More importantly, the initial material had not been mixed, and the effect after the mixing was stronger. It was convenient to eat this fruit directly, but it was a waste of a treasure. Suxiao's alchemy pharmaceutical was at least LV.20. He was only obsessed with alchemy and was too lazy to continue to develop alchemy, but this did not mean that he did not know alchemy. On the contrary, Suxiao knew a lot about pharmaceutics. He had a lot of knowledge about pharmaceutics in his mind. Now his position was not suitable for making potions. He needed to find a cave, and he needed to find a trustworthy guard. He needed to concentrate when he made potions. Of course, there were trusted guards. Although that guy was very stupid, the guards were far from Suxiao's position. After putting away the sun's gift fruit, Suxiao got up and continued to move forward. At least he had to meet up with Bobo Wang. Although that idiot had a well-hidden ability, his combat power was touching. At least Suxiao thought so. After traveling for 5 hours, Suxiao arrived near the Yasenman tribe. He had vaguely seen the fire of the Yasenman tribe. Suxiao did not enter the tribe directly, and Bobo Wang was not in the tribe. He said that he would meet near the Yasenman tribe. Old Baa was not trustworthy. Suxiao returned here to explore the secrets of the Yasenman tribe and get the compass. Suxiao took a thin wooden stick and found the bones of an animal nearby. He began to beat the bones with a wooden pipe regularly. Dong, dong, dong. After knocking for about 10 minutes, the sound of the chain appeared. A sneaky figure came over. Bobo Wang came from the ground. It had already experienced how terrible it was, not as terrible as Suxiao in the nearby Red Earth region. Because the sky was too dark, Suxiao could not see the appearance of Bobo Wang. But after Bobo Wang came up happily, he found that the color of Bobo Wang had changed. At this time, the original black and white color of the Bobo Wang was turned into black. This was not a change of color but a layer of mud on its body. Woof! The dog cried excitedly, shaking its head and walking around Suxiao. Its eyes were full of expectation, and it seemed to say, "Master, is there anything to eat? I am already hungry." Unfortunately, Suxiao was also hungry. Suxiao had dried blood all over his body, Bobo Wang was covered with mud, and both of them were hungry in the front and back. After successfully meeting with Bobo Wang, Suxiao decided to solve the problem of hygiene and food. Letting Bobo Wang wait in the same place, Suxiao walked to the Yasenman tribe alone. 10 minutes later, he came back with a big pot. The quality of this pot was rough, and in a sense, this was not a pot, but a round shield made of metal ore, but it was shaped like a pot. When Suxiao met with Old Baal, he declined the food. He and the Yasenman tribe were only partners. Food was very precious in the Red Earth region, not to mention that the food of the Yasenman tribe was very suspicious. There was a mountain spring near the Yasenman tribe, and with the pure water, it was not difficult for Susiao to get food with his ability to survive in the wild. Tomorrow would be the time for the battle between the Yasenman tribe and the Zerg. He had an agreement with Old Baal. After the battle, he went deep into the nest of the Zerg with Old Baal. The return was the compass pointing to the cliffstone bridge. So tonight, he had to adjust his state. From tomorrow on, Susiao will start to explore the secrets of the Yasenman tribe. Looking at Susiao coming with a pot, a row of question marks seemed to float above the head of Bobo Wang. The big eyes of the Water King looked at Susiao, somewhat helpless, and seemed to say, "Master, I am just a hobby. I don't eat iron. Let's go. I'll take you to have a big meal." Susiao came to the mountain spring with a puzzled face. A clear mountain spring flowed down. Susiao stood under the mountain spring to wash his body. After washing off the dried blood on his body, Susiao felt more refreshed. Bobo Wang was forced to stand under the mountain spring. It did not want to take a bath because the mountain spring was too cold. After the clear mountain spring water rushed to the body of Bobo Wang, it became black. After a while, Bobo Wang returned to his previous appearance, and the bright black and white hair appeared. After taking a bath, Bobo Wang looked at Susiao and found that Susiao had disappeared. Bobo Wang could only wait in the same place. Half an hour later, Susiao returned with a big bird and several kinds of green plants. This big bird was half a meter long. This was not a bird flying in the sky but running on the ground. This thing ran fast. It was Susiao who set up traps to catch it. He made a fire and cooked a pot of boiling water with the big pot-like shield. Susiao put the chopped bird meat into the pot, and he threw in a few mushrooms and some green vegetables. An hour later, a big pot of delicious mushroom and vegetable soup came out. Although only salt as a seasoning, Bobo Wang ate half a pot. After drinking the last mouthful of soup, Bobo Wang lay on a rock with satisfaction. After leaving with Susiao, it was very confused in the Red Earth region. It did not know where to go. It did not dare to run around. There was no food and no water to drink. During the journey, it also fell into a swamp. The swamp almost swallowed Bobo Wang. After taking a bath and drinking half a pot of meat soup, Susiao's physical strength quickly recovered. He was in the vicinity of the cloth, and the aura of the goddess of ice and snow began to speed up the recovery of his injuries. It was dangerous to this extent a few days ago. Are the other contractors in the common district? A group of lucky guys. Susiao guessed right. Among the surviving 402 contractors, 380 were in the common area. Some contractors who jumped into the Black Forest died half an hour after landing. The Red Earth region was better. The strong could survive here, but many weak contractors were eliminated. He found a cave in the Yasenman tribe, and Susiao sealed the cave entrance. The fire lit up the cave, and Bobo Wang sat at the cave entrance, and his ears stood up as guards. There were several empty test tubes and some simple containers in front of Susiao. These empty test tubes were left after drinking the secret alchemy medicine. Susiao would throw them away in other derivative worlds, but not now. Susiao took the sun gift fruit and thought about how to mix it. Chapter 461. The mixing of the potion was not just material. Even if the sun gift fruit was dark purple in quality, it was not enough. Fortunately, Susiao had the Philosopher's Stone in his hand that had passed the park certificate. He could replace it with the Philosopher's Stone if he needed other materials. Susiao thought about the ratio method in his mind. There was only one chance, so he had to be careful. After thinking for 10 minutes, Susiao took out a dagger, and the sun gift fruit was cut open by him. After cutting open the sun's gift fruit, Susiao found a fruit core in the center of the fruit. Looking carefully, Susiao was stunned. The fruit core of the sun's gift fruit was the seed of origin. Even now, Su Xiao still does not know the function of the seed of origin, but one thing he was sure of was that the sun's gift fruit could be eaten, and the seed of origin could not be eaten. After peeling off the fruit meat of the sun's gift fruit, Su Xiao began to make the potion. Because the conditions were simple and crude, there was a great risk of mixing. Fortunately, the materials were sufficient, and it would not affect the quality of the potion. The shelf life of the sun's gift fruit was too short, and it could not be mixed after the survival trial. Light flashed in his hand, and just as Su Xiao was concentrating on mixing, the nose of Bobo Wang loosened, and he looked at the seed of origin. Bobo Wang gulped down a large mouthful of saliva. It also knew that the seed of origin could not be eaten, but the instinctive desire made it very painful. Gulp. Saliva sound times 1. Gulp. Gulp liquid sound times 2. The movement on Su Xiao's hand stopped, and his eyes looked at Bobo Wang. This time, it was a lot quieter. 2 hours later, there was a crisp sound in Su Xiao's hand, and a strand of red powder fell from his fingertips. The energy in the Philosopher's Stone was exhausted. Su Xiao held a test tube in his hand, and the test tube was filled with a pale golden liquid. Oh! The pale golden liquid was churning in the test tube, but there was no heat at all. This was the change between Su Xiao's usage of mana value and the stable materials. Let this change develop into a peaceful development. Sweat dripped from Su Xiao's chin. His mana value was consumed like flowing water. If not for more than 1,000 mana values, he would have been unable to hold on. After a long time, the potion in the test tube stopped churning. A special fluctuation came. This was the reincarnation paradise that had confirmed this bottle of strengthening potion. Su Xiao checked the properties of the potion. Unnamed. Origin, survival trial. Quality, dark purple. Type, enhanced medicine. Effect, after drinking, permanently HP plus 200, mana plus 200, strength plus 1, agility plus 1, intelligence plus 1, fire resistance plus 25, cold resistance plus 25, reflex plus 4. Rating, 260 plus. Description, an advanced product of alchemy pharmaceutics, extremely precious. After Su Xiao saw the potion's effect in his hand, a smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, he did not directly eat the sun's gift fruit before. Otherwise, it would be a big loss. This potion was passed through the Reincarnation Paradise's public certificate, which meant that this thing could be sold to the outside. But any contractor who obtained this thing would not choose to sell it, and Su Xiao was no exception. Drinking the pale gold potion in one gulp, the warm feeling instantly filled Su Xiao's abdomen. A large light suddenly appeared in front of Su Xiao, and there was a vague figure in the light. This figure was somewhat illusory. It seemed to be a projection. She wore a long golden dress and looked like a woman. The golden skirt was elegant, and her whole body was burning with golden flames. "Mortal, kneel." A cold voice came, and Su Xiao frowned. "Kneel." The woman spoke again, and in an instant, a flame rose around Su Xiao as if to burn him. The flame's temperature was extremely high, and the air was burned through. Just when Su Xiao thought he would die, a blue flame rose from his body. "Destroy." The golden flame woman murmured, shook her head, and had a trace of fear in her eyes. "Leave my planet, and you are not welcome here." The body of the golden flame woman began to change from the original human form, gradually turned into vines, and climbed towards Su Xiao. Boom! Su Xiao opened his eyes and looked around. Other than Bobo Wang, there were no other creatures around. Looking at the empty test tube in his hand, Su Xiao guessed that he had entered some fantasy. The woman with golden flames was probably not a human but a certain consciousness. Yes, it was consciousness. Su Xiao had a hazy and clear feeling as if he was the nemesis of the other party. The consciousness was afraid of him, so it formed an illusion to intimidate him. Su Xiao looked at his attributes. The strengthening effect of the potion had appeared, and the increase of his HP could not be seen, but his mana value reached an astonishing 1,363 points. Strength, agility, and intelligence each increased by 1 point, and at the same time, there was also the resistance of fire and ice attributes. Resistance was a good ability, such as fire resistance. Although he could not be immune to the burning of the flames, it could let him survive in flames for a longer time. In the future, when he was injured in the fire attribute attack, the degree of injury would be reduced. And among these enhanced abilities, the most precious was the reflex speed of 4. For close combat, the reflex speed could be called a dream. Su Xiao lay in the cave, thinking about the scene he saw before and connecting the clues he knew. There were more and more clues now, which pointed to one thing. Su Xiao had a headache. He was not good at reasoning. If it were some contractors with strong reasoning ability, they might have found the truth from the clues. It had to be admitted that Su Xiao did not have that kind of talent. He belonged to the warrior type. This was not a big problem. Su Xiao knew that there was someone who must know its secrets, and he would contact that person, and that was Old Bale. For insurance purposes, Su Xiao would leave the Red Earth region 6 days before the survival trial, and without Old Bale's compass, Su Xiao could not leave the Red Earth region in a short time, and it was inevitable to contact the other party. After resting in the cave for a night, Su Xiao took Bobo Wang to find Old Bale the next morning. Today was the day of the battle between the Yasenman tribe and the Zerg. Don't misunderstand. The two sides were not in a decisive battle, just fighting for land daily. The Yasenman tribe had gathered a large number of red-skinned natives. Although these natives had the same skin color, their clothing differed slightly. The Yasenman tribe did have not only one large tribe but also some small tribes around them. Old Bale was the leader of the Yasenman tribe. While commanding the large tribe, the small tribes around him also had to listen to his commands. In the stone house of Old Bale's family, Old Bale sat on a blanket. In front of him sat a dozen or so leaders of small tribes. Batganawa, unknown language, ... Old Bale seemed to be announcing something. The leaders of the small tribes listened attentively. Roar. The leaders of all the small tribes roared. These fellows should have reached a certain consensus. Bobo Wang was shocked and rolled his eyes. His eyes were, this group of people are stupid. The leaders of more than a dozen small tribes left the stone house, and Old Bale walked to Su Xiao. Today, Old Bale wore formal clothes, feathers on his head, and a yellow feather cloak. My friend, the time to fulfill your promise has come. Come with me to the nest of the Zerg. The compass will belong to you as long as you help me get the regeneration egg. Although Old Bale tried to stabilize his mood, Su Xiao still felt the excitement of the other party. Behind Old Bale stood the leader of a small tribe. This was a colleague who went deep into the nest of the Zerg, and it was Old Bale's quick decision. The leader of this small tribe was tall, about 30 years old. What was important was that his left cheek was dry, and there were roots of plants growing inside. This is Carlo, my most trusted subordinate, who can communicate with each other. Carlo's expression was dull, and his teeth were a little unclear. Hello, I know a adventurer's voice a bit. Chapter 462. Although the deed in Carlo's mouth was very vague, Su Xiao still caught it accurately. He was not surprised, or he had long thought that Old Bar knew his identity. When he first came into contact with Old Bar, Su Xiao noticed a situation. The other party must have come into contact with humans, and they had come into contact more than once. This island was called Devour Island. There were no traces of human civilization on the island, only red-skin natives, but Old Bar knew the human language, and there must be something hidden. In other words, there was an essential difference between Devour Island and the derivative world. The derivative world was completely controlled by the reincarnation paradise and could reset the timeline. Devour Island was different. The reincarnation paradise only had the right to dabble in this place. It did not have too strong control and could not reset the timeline. Therefore, it was very likely that Old Baal had contacted many contractors. After all, the Yasenman tribe lived on Devour Island, and the contractors were only passers-by here. If he thought about it like this, then the existence of Devour Island was somewhat terrifying. After the arrival of batches of contractors, there was still not much change here, and the original order was still maintained. The atmosphere in the stone house was a bit awkward. Old Baal's turbid eyes glanced at Carlo. The blank expression on Carlo's face split into a smile, not explaining anything. Cough, where were we just talking about? Old Baal coughed to ease the awkwardness. Go deep into the insect nest. Susiao did not want to dwell on the issues of contractors. Old Baal had already confirmed that he had ulterior motives, but he was not being kind. The two sides were about the same. They were not good people. However, from the conversation just now, Susiao found out that Carlo did not seem to be Old Baal's subordinate. The relationship between the two was more like equal than superior and subordinate. Old Baa even showed the intention of taking care of Carlo. Yes, deep into the insect nest. The topic changed. Old Baal took out a crude map. This map was considered a national treasure level in the Yasenman tribe. The main battlefield between us and the insect race is here. Old Baal pointed at a spot on the map. It was a large plain. This is our current location. Old Baal pointed at where the Yasenman tribe had landed on the map. This is the location of the Zerg. Old Baal pointed at the location of a forest 3 mountains away from the Yasenman tribe. What are these black dots around the Zerg? Susiao looked at the area around the Zerg. This is the explosion area. The explosion area. Susiao was slightly surprised. Old Baal lowered his eyes and seemed to think of some bad memories. He said in a low voice, yes, the explosion area, where you will die if you step wrong. This is the only way to enter the nest. The symbol of the nest on the map was a black skull. Around the skull, it was full of black dots representing the explosion area. The Zerg have a soldier type called the explosive ants. They will hide on the ground and only reveal their heads. If you step on their heads, pray for your good luck. If it is a new explosive ant, it will explode immediately after being stepped on. If it is an explosive ant that has existed for more than a week, as long as you do not move your feet, it will not explode. This thing will only survive for a month at most. After listening to the introduction of Old Baal, Susiao felt that this explosive ant was a biological landmine. The new explosive ants had a keen sense of perception, and they would explode when they stepped on it. For more than a week, the explosive ants hiding underground were not so sharp. Is it very powerful? It's very big. At least I can kill you and me. Old Baal continued to describe his plan. After the war begins, we'll go around here. Old Baal pointed to a mountain behind the Zerg. After that, we passed through the explosion area. After passing through the explosion area, we still need to pay attention to the surveillance of the flying mantis. It is a kind of insect that can fly and spray strong acid, but the number is rare. Susiao raised his hand and interrupted Old Baal. After passing through the explosion area, that compass belongs to me. Susiao's request made Old Baal hesitate. No, I have to get the renewal egg. Then the cooperation ends here. Susiao did not hesitate to get up and walk out. It might be too late if Old Baal obtained the so-called regeneration egg. Wait. Old Baal pondered. No problem. Carlo, who had always been silent, spoke. Carlo did not have a strong sense of presence. If he had not taken the initiative to speak, no one would have noticed him. He was like a potted plant. At first, people might have glanced at him, but they would not have noticed him after that. Su Xiao had already walked to the door of the stone house and stopped. After passing through the explosion area, the compass belongs to you. After the deal was completed, Su Xiao, Old Bale, and Carlo went deep into the insect nest. After passing through the explosion area, Old Bale handed over the compass. Although the deal was completed, Su Xiao was not relaxed in his heart. Old Bale surprised him. His bottom line was to obtain the compass after entering the bug nest. He was determined to obtain the compass. Without the compass, he would not be able to find the cliffstone bridge quickly. If he could not find the cliffstone bridge, he would not be able to leave the Red Earth region. When are we leaving? While the three of them were negotiating, the large army outside had already set out. Old Bale's fourth son led this war. Let's go now. The route and action plan had already been planned, but the plan could not keep up with the changes. Old Bale's plan was mostly to adapt to the situation. The regeneration egg is next to the Zerg Queen. Remember, don't be seduced by her. Huh. Su Xiao looked at Old Bale in confusion. You will understand when you see the Zerg Queen, that kind of tempting feeling. Old Bale said no more, and several people quickly left the Yasenman tribe. The distance between the Yasenman tribe and the Zerg was not close, but the three people had their ways of traveling. Carlo and Old Bale each rode a creature similar to a horse. This creature was called the hoof, a predatory animal, and had great endurance. After taming it, it was a very good tool to travel. The three people had to circle a big circle around the main battlefield and enter the nest from the back of the nest. After circling for 2 hours, Su Xiao arrived at a wetland, the rear of the Zerg. In the distance, there was a faint sound of shouting and killing, and the Yasenman tribe and the Zerg had already fought. A faint fishy sweet smell came. Looking into the distance, several oval-shaped buildings came into view. These buildings were all green. If one looked closely, one would find that these buildings were trembling slightly, and blood vessels could be vaguely seen on the surface. There were 5 insect nests, 1 big and 4 small. The small one had a diameter of about 10 meters. The largest insect nest was like a castle. It was more than 10 meters high and covered an area about the size of a football field. We are going deep into the largest insect nest. The eggs are there. Old Bale jumped down from the back of the hooves and looked at the insect nest. The 5 bug nests all had their functions. The biggest one was the queen's residence, called the mother nest. Many sting scorpions or higher insects were protecting the queen. The remaining 4 bug nests were, ovum pool, for violent soldiers, biological detection organization, alert, anti-air tower, for air units, and evolution site, producing high-level insects. Old Bale's goal was to invade the mother's nest and seize the eggs. However, the 3 of them were still a distance away from the bug nest, and they needed to pass through the explosion area first. Chapter 463. Su Xiao looked at the flat land in front of him. The vegetation here clearly showed signs of being eaten by animals. This is the explosion area. Yes, this is it. Old Bale looked at a pit in the distance. Do you see that pit? What? My most respected brother was killed there. He was a warrior who stole the egg of Bayam. Su Xiao's pupil slightly contracted. Someone dared to steal the egg of Bayam, but he did not think about it. He also beat the baby Bayam a few times before. Carlo, how many more times do we have left today? Old Bale looked at Carlo. 5 times. All right, then you take the lead. As soon as Old Bale's voice fell, Carlo walked like an explosion area. Carlo's expression was dull, and he did not care that he would step on the explosive ants, so he walked straight forward. Old Bale followed, Su Xiao followed behind Old Bale, and Bobo Wang walked at the end. Click. A crisp sound came from the front, and Carlo, walking at the front, stopped. Pu. A wave of air spread out, and the air wave blew Susiao's clothes. A broken leg whistled past him, and it was Carlo's leg. Carlo stepped on the explosive ant. Although there was an explosion, it did not make too much sound, as if he stepped on a gas sack. Slapping the soil on his head, Susiao looked to the side. A big pit with a diameter of 3 meters appeared, and the inside of the big pit was Carlo, who was only left with his upper body after being blown up. My luck is not very good. Old Bale sighed and went forward to drag Carlo out of the pit. He took out the stomach sack of an animal from the back waist, which was a water bag. He opened the water bag. Old Bale poured out a light red liquid from the water bag and directly onto Carlo's withered face. The plant roots in Carlo's cheeks began to tremble. His eyes suddenly opened. Ka! As if a plant was regenerating, the lower half of Carlo's body gradually regenerated. After more than 10 seconds, Carlo got up and continued walking forward. Susiao noticed that Carlo had become shorter. The former Carlo was at least 3 meters tall, and now it was at most 2 and 7 meters tall. Although Carlo and Old Bale were suspicious, Susiao did not ask. The team continued to move forward. No one spoke. Carlo was scouting ahead, stepping on the explosive ants from time to time. Susiao, who followed behind, held a small bag in his hand, which contained gunpowder. This was obtained after dismantling the Spider Queen's bullet. He sprinkled a small amount of gunpowder on the route along the way. Although he could not see the gunpowder with his sight, Bobo Wan could smell the gunpowder, so he had a safe route when he returned. After 2/3 of the way into the explosive area, Carlo stepped on the explosive ants again and stopped moving after recovering. I used up all the numbers. Carlo had already been blown to pieces 5 times, so he stood there like a log, no longer taking a step forward. Old Bale asked tentatively, "How many times do you want to use it?" "No, I will die. It will hurt." Carlo refused flatly, and Old Bale was a little helpless. "My dear ally, look." Old Bale looked at Susiao. "I can't help it. I can't sense the location of the explosive ant." Susiao did not lie. He could not sense the location of the explosive ant. Old Bale hesitated for a while. He walked in front of everyone. The reason why Old Bale cooperated with Susiao was to borrow Susiao's exquisite sword skills. At this time, the Zerg had already noticed the invasion of several people. After a distance, the Zerg Queen would send subordinates to attack several people. At that time, the mother nest will be completely sealed. If you want to enter the mother nest, you can only break it by force. Old Bale tried many ways but failed. Until he saw Susiao's sharp slash on the battlefield, Old Bale decided to cooperate with Susiao. This time, Old Bale, this old fox, scouted the way. This older man was not as honest as Carlo. He bent over and had to check for a long time with each step. Susiao, who followed behind, was a little puzzled. There were so many people in the Asenman tribe. Why did Old Bale not bring many people to explore the way? It was not that Old Bale did not want to find people to explore the way. Although he was the leader of the Asenman tribe, the inside of the Asenman tribe was not a metal bucket. Many people covered his position. If the people of the tribe knew that he had already intended to obtain the regeneration egg, he would not be able to continue being the leader. Although the regeneration egg was a way to live for the Bloodvine warriors, it would be disregarded by others. The destination of the Bloodvine warriors was to return to the sun, commonly known as self-destruct. Old Bale did not want to self-destruct and die, so he risked coming to the Zerg to obtain the regeneration egg. Old Bale stopped after taking a few steps. He seemed to be hesitating. The number of explosive ants is abnormal. Old Bale squatted on the ground and observed the soil before him. There's no other way. I can only use that move. I hope my body can still withstand it. As he spoke, Old Bale stretched out his withered palm. Ka! Old Bale's 5 fingers naturally fell off and fell to the ground. After his 5 fingers landed, they immediately sank into the soil. In less than a minute, 5 vines broke through the soil. After the 5 vines grew to dozens of centimeters high, they gradually took human form. Pop! The vine's roots broke, and the 5 vines formed a human shape, turning into 5 small people woven from vines, staggering forward. At this time, Old Bale was breathing heavily, gulping down large mouthfuls of red liquid, and a heat wave spread around him. The small vine man leading the way was much safer to advance. 10 minutes later, only 2 small vine people were left, and the 3 people walked to the end of the explosion area. The explosion area was only the outermost area of the insect nest, and the road after that would be more dangerous. Old Bale's fingers had been regenerated, but Susiao found that the temperature near him was getting higher and higher. Susiao subconsciously stayed away from Old Bale. He suspected that this older man would explode at any time. At this moment, Old Bale's gaze could only be described as savage, like a cornered wild beast. Continue forward, charge straight ahead. Old Bale stared at the enormous mother nest in the distance. The entrance to the mother nest had already been sealed. The sound of armor colliding could be heard, and many sting scorpions surrounded them. There were hundreds of sting scorpions, and these sting scorpions could not stop a few of them. It was not without reason that Old Bale had chosen to invade the mother nest at this time. At this time, the insect race needed to storm out in front of the battlefield, and the rear would be empty. Roar! The sting scorpion covered in a black shell roared, its entire body emitting a sour smell. I need to cool down, so please. Old Bale took out a compass and hesitated before throwing it to Susiao. After catching the compass, Susiao smiled. He had a way out. After that, he would fight if he wanted to. He would retreat if he wanted to, but there should be a lot of benefits in the insect nest. He would not retreat now. This is the attitude of cooperation. Susiao pulled out the dragon flash on his waist, and the sting scorpion rushed from all directions. The sour smell on the body of the sting scorpion was even more pungent. Susiao killed the sting scorpion within 3 meters with a few strokes. Broken limbs and green blood splashed, but this was nothing to hundreds of sting scorpions at all. Susiao also found this, so he stopped slashing. Get down. Under the surprised eyes of Old Bale, Susiao sheathed the dragon flash and took a deep breath. Ring break. Clang. The beheading dragon flashed out of its sheath, and a white blade light spread out. The blade light was very thin, forming a circle and rapidly spreading around. The circular blade light dissipated after spreading out for more than 10 meters, and the surrounding sting scorpions were all in a state of silence. Chapter 464. Plop, plop. The sound of falling came one after another, and hundreds of stingy scorpions fell to the ground. Green blood stained the surrounding land. The land near the bug nest was very special, covered by green moss. This was a facility of the Zerg called decomposing bacteria. The creatures that died on the decomposing bacteria would soon be decomposed, and the nutrients obtained would be transmitted back to the mother nest. Killing hundreds of sting scorpions in one move, not to mention Old Bale and others, even Susiao himself was a little surprised. He suddenly had a feeling that he was not fast enough to rush over. Although it consumed a lot of physical strength to cut this sword, the power was beyond imagination. Steady breathing, Susiao was inevitably excited in his heart. The higher the level of the sword technique, the more magical it was. He could now use some supernatural moves, and it was self-created. There was a gillow sound. Thousands of sting scorpions climbed out of the egg pool, and the egg pool withered by a third. One more time. Old Bale lay on the ground, looking at Susiao with excitement in his eyes. Impossible. This kind of move cannot be used continuously. Although the move just now was very strong, it had a lot of burden on the arm, and it could not be used more than 3 times a day. Then what should I do? I am at least 160 degrees now, Carlo. Old Bale looked at Carlo. Carlo spat out a mouthful of steam. He had already exceeded 200 degrees. Old Bale smiled and looked at Susiao again. Byakuya, please, my ally. Old Bar took out 2 crystal clear crystals from his arms. Those were soul crystals, middle. Take me into the bug nest. I have no ill intentions towards you. I want to live. I know you are a contractor, and you come from a mysterious place. Old Bale directly revealed his cards. He did not want to. According to his original plan, he wanted to kill in the nest with Susiao. He somewhat overestimated the endurance of his body. Now his body temperature was more than 160 degrees. The Bloodvine warrior's body temperature would explode above 210 degrees. Help me get the regeneration egg. I will let you see what many contractors dream of seeing. Old Bale finally showed his sincerity. Note, you have triggered a secret mission, Sun Tribe. Sun Tribe. Difficulty level, LV.16. Mission summary, understanding the secret of the Bloodvine warrior. Mission information, understanding the secret of the Bloodvine warrior requires the guidance of Old Bar. Mission deadline, 3 days. Mission reward, this is a chain mission. The reward will be given according to the completion rate of the mission. Mission penalty, none. After seeing the hidden task triggered, Susiao's eyes flashed. The rewards of the hidden task were very rich. And the gold content was very high, and the rare items would be rewarded. Old Bale must have had ulterior motives before, and under the pressure of the situation, Old Bale had to be honest. Not bad. Susiao took the 2 soul crystals in Old Bale's hands, middle. Traitor. Carlo glared at Old Bale. Old Bale was instantly enraged. Bullshit. Don't you want to live? If you want to live, then don't pretend to be me. The honor of the tribe, go to hell. If you weren't my eldest son, I would have killed you long ago. Old Bale slapped Carlo in the face, sending the green leaves on Carlo's face flying. Afraid of death. Pa. Another big slap, Old Bale glared at Carlo. As long as I can live with my tribesmen, I can throw away any bullshit honor. The Sun Tribe has pursued honor, and now they are all dead. Being slapped a few times by Old Bale, Carlo was even more stunned. Susiao suspected that this child was beaten silly by his father. The precarious cooperation relationship was a little closer. Although Old Bale still had many secrets, the 2 sides had officially allied and had witnessed the reincarnation paradise. The sword radiance was unstoppable. When Old Bale slapped Carlo, Susiao had already begun to clear the sting scorpions around him. Cross. Susiao cut 2 swords out of thin air, and a cross blade formed in the air. The blade light slashed forward, and the sting scorpions along the way were broken. Go. Susiao rushed forward quickly, Old Bale grabbed Carlo and followed behind, Bobo Wang brought up the rear. Along the way, the knife light flashed. Susiao killed thousands of sting scorpions and directly killed a road of blood. A sting scorpion pounced at Bobo Wang just wanted to counterattack, and a wooden thorn attacked. The wooden thorn pierced into the body of the sting scorpion, and the body of the sting scorpion exploded. If looked carefully, the body structure of the sting scorpion had changed from an animal to a plant. Old Bale breathed heavily, and a smile appeared on his old face. Are you all right? Old Bale's body temperature was getting higher and higher. Woof. Bobo Wang barked, and the ice goddess covered Old Bale's body. Old Bale's body temperature quickly dropped, which had reached 190 degrees. Not long after, his body temperature dropped to 150 degrees. Old Bale was stunned, looking at Bobo Wang with surprise in his eyes. Susiao, who was the team leader, stopped the sword radiance that was about to be released. It seemed that old Baal was going to show more sincerity. The team was harmonious, but don't be naive. This kind of harmony might only last until obtaining the regeneration egg. Susiao felt that his son, Carlo, was even more untrustworthy compared to old Baal. Although old Baal was an old fox, he had a clear purpose. Carlo was different. Susiao vaguely saw the will to die and madness in the eyes of the other party. Old Baal recovered his combat strength. His fighting method was to produce a wooden thorn from his arm. All the creatures that he stabbed would have their body structure changed. From living creatures to plant structures, the lethality was extremely strong. More importantly, any sting scorpion that old Baal stabbed would surround him and listen to his commands after leaves growing on their bodies. After the old Baal and Carlo recovered their fighting strength, the speed of the surprise attack increased, and the sting scorpion could not stop several people from breaking out. 2 minutes later, Susiao took the lead and rushed to the front of the mother nest. Standing in front of the mother nest, Susiao shouted to the old Baal behind him, "Block them." "No problem." Old Baal put his hands together, and the more than a dozen plant sting scorpions around him formed a protective circle, biting together with the sting scorpions that rushed over. Susiao pressed his hand on the wall of the mother nest. The wall of the mother nest had a touch of a meat wall, and there were still meridians on the surface. A knife cut on the outer wall of the mother nest, green liquid splashed, and unexpectedly, although the dragon flash broke the defense, the wound was not deep. Susiao's body relaxed, and the hand holding the knife naturally hung down. "How much longer do you need?" Old Baal's body temperature soared again, directly reaching 200 degrees. His lips began to crack, and his eyes were like two small suns. 20 seconds. Susiao was adjusting to his state. "I can only give it my all. I hope I can hold on." Old Baal kicked away a scorpion that pounced at him. He straightened his arm and pushed his palm forward. Light of the Sunday. Old Baal's palm released a bright light, and an astonishing heat spread out. Pa! 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 The sting scorpions in front of old Baal exploded. Flames rose, and in an instant, the 200 to 300 sting scorpions in front of him turned into charcoal. However, the sting scorpions around them were already densely packed. The Zerg Queen sensed the danger and began to attack wildly. Clang! The sound of the knife came. Although old Baal did not see Susiao's attack, he knew how strong the knife was from the sharp feeling behind him. A wound with a diameter of 5 meters appeared on the outside wall of the nest, and Susiao rushed into the nest first. If old Baal was looking for the regeneration egg, Susiao was here to rob the Zerg. Old Baal was just a guide for him, and both sides needed it. 3 people and a dog rushed into the nest, and the sting scorpion outside stopped outside the nest, not daring to take a step out of the thunder. In the depths of the mother nest, a beautiful woman was closing her eyes to sense. This beautiful woman had a golden number 8 on the back of her hand. This was the mark of the competition king, representing her ranking in the arena. The beautiful woman was called Ada. Ada opened her eyes, and a gold coin flipped between her. She looked at a gorgeous insect egg not far away. "Zerg Queen, they've come in. One of them is similar to me." Ada was not the Zerg Queen, and the Queen was resting. "My friends, please help me stop them." The Queen's voice was very gentle, which gave people a good feeling. Ada shook her head. "Even though you put it that way, that fellow is a little strong. Moreover, he is covered in blood and energy. He is not to be trifled with. I do not wish to become enemies with a fellow like him for no reason. There is no conflict between the two of us." The Zerg Queen was silent for a while before she spoke after a long time. "I have agreed to that matter. Bingo, I'll be back soon. If I don't come back, I'm dead or have escaped. You can choose to escape back to the void." The queen inside the insect egg sighed. You must come back, my friend. You are the human who keeps her promises the most. Ada stood up and let out bell-like laughter. Although Ada was ranked 8th in the arena, she did not feel arrogant and was very modest. Who knows? However, I am the luck goddess. Halfway through her words, Ada might have felt that she was in the middle of her sentence. The fake luck goddess, haha. Ada was not lying. She was an elder of the luck attribute, the nemesis of Black Chief. Chapter 465. Boom. An explosion came from the mother's nest. Susiao walked in a corridor of a biological structure. The feeling under his feet was like stepping on rubber, and there was mucus dripping from above from time to time. Feeling around, the structure of the mother nest was very complicated. Just like a large ant nest, it was everywhere. If you did not understand the terrain, you would get lost soon. 5 minutes ago, he was separated from Old Bale and Carlo. Rather than being separated, it was more appropriate to be separated by the Zerg. Susiao pulled out a nail leg stuck in his lower abdomen and drank a bottle of secret alchemy medicine. Can you determine the location? Susiao looked at Bobo Wang. Bobo Wang's nose twitched, and the smell of the mother nest made Bobo Wang sneeze. The dog's face made a helpless expression. There were too many insects in the mother nest, and the number of sting scorpions was at least a few thousand. The dangerous ones were not stinging scorpions but a type of insect called flying mantis. The flying mantis looked similar to sting scorpions. And their bodies were even thinner, and they had a pair of fleshy wings that could fly low. It would be fine if they encountered this insect in the mother nest's passageway, but it was very troublesome in the open. The extended attributes of this kind of Zerg were not strong, but they could spray strong acid, and the lethality of strong acid was very strong. The flying mantis scattered Susiao and others. Susiao continued to move forward. Although there was no sense of direction in the nest, he walked in that direction where there was fighting. 2 minutes later, Susiao came to the open space. There were many eggs in the open space. These eggs were milky white, and creatures were squirming inside. In the center of the open space, Susiao saw a few broken branches of plants, and there were traces of being burned nearby. Old Bale and others had fought with the Zerg here before, and they were injured. There was red blood on the ground. Now Old Bale and others had left. Old Bale and the others left in a hurry from the big hole that was burned on the side. Susiao wanted to meet with Old Bale. The reason was very simple. He did not understand the terrain here. The sound of water dripping came, Susiao's pupils contracted, and he jumped back subconsciously. Puff. Green liquid gushed out, and a shadow rushed down from above, and the big pincers of the tail were deeply stabbed into the nest's ground. This was a sting scorpion, different from ordinary sting scorpions. This sting scorpion was a few times larger, and its carapace was purple. Susiao felt that the sting scorpion was very wrong. He immediately used the information of the other party. The information was as follows. Name, Elite Sting Scorpion. Type, Insect Clan. HP, 100. Mana, 290. Strength, 42. Agility, 45. Stamina, 29. Intelligence, 11. Charm, 1. Skill 1, External Bones Level 7, HP plus 260, Defense plus 9. Skill 2, Acid Blood Level 5, Blood has a strong corrosive effect. Skill 3, Individual, Mutant of the Sting Scorpion, responsible for protecting the Queen's safety and having a brain. Skill 4, Tail Sting Level 12. When the tail stabs forward with all its strength, it will cause a huge wound to the enemy. At the same time, it will have a broken bone and bleeding effect. Skill 5, Combat Instinct. Using instinct to fight, the whole body is a weapon. Without a doubt, The elite sting scorpion was very strong. More importantly, this guy had independent thinking and would not rampage like the other sting scorpions. The elite sting scorpion had a total of 5 skills. In Su Xiao's view, the most troublesome was combat instinct. The body structure of the sting scorpion was born for fighting. After obtaining this skill, its combat effectiveness would be off the charts. The green steel shadow was activated to the maximum, and now there was no need to think about saving physical strength. The elite sting scorpion pulled out the tail pincer from the ground, shook the green liquid on it, and moved sideways, trying to go around Su Xiao's side, knowing how to sneak attack and know how to tactics. The elite sting scorpion stared at Su Xiao with its eyes wrapped in transparent shells. There was cruelty and anger in those eyes. Seeing this kind of gaze, Su Xiao looked more serious. This thing had wisdom, and the degree of danger would be multiplied. Su Xiao suddenly had an idea in his heart. This thing might be the personal guard of the Zerg Queen. Otherwise, it would not be so strong. He might be very close to the Zerg Queen if it were really like that. Su Xiao did not guess wrong. The elite sting scorpion was indeed the guard of the Zerg Queen. The Zerg Queen was there just now, and she had fought with Old Bale and others. Bobo Wang found that the battle was about to begin, and his figure was agile as he hid in the egg. His aura was fully activated, and he was deep in the battle like the healer. Just as Su Xiao was ready to fight this elite sting scorpion, the sound of fast running came from the side passage. Looking closely, it was Old Bale and Carlo. The two were in a sorry state. And their bodies were steaming hot, and their body temperature was above 190 degrees. After seeing Su Xiao, Old Bale had a happy expression. After noticing the elite sting scorpion, Old Bale and Carlo both brake simultaneously. Old Bale and the other two were being chased, and the ones chasing them were 10 elite sting scorpions and 5 flying mantises. Su Xiao calmly put away the knife, and after making a collar to the cloth woof on the side, 1 person and 1 dog broke into a run. It could be said that they were in sync. He could deal with 5 elite sting scorpions within 5, which would be troublesome if more than 5. Old Bar opened his mouth and looked at Su Xiao blankly. When Old Bale reacted, Su Xiao and Bobo Wang had already run far away. "Allies, wait for me!" Old Bale shouted with a trembling voice. Su Xiao ran too decisively. He just wanted Su Xiao to help him block these sting scorpions. Old Bale thought too much. Su Xiao would not help him block them. The threat of elite sting scorpions was behind him, and Old Bale ran. Su Xiao was in front, Bobo Wang was behind, Old Bale and Carlo were slightly behind, and finally, they ran together and hissed. The mother nest became a mess in an instant. Su Xiao threw out a special class alchemy bomb from time to time, but the elite sting scorpion was not afraid and rushed forward with the bomb. Su Xiao threw another bomb and screamed from the back. There were 2 forks in the road in front. Su Xiao found one and rushed in, but he did not expect that there were 3 forks in front of him when he just rushed to the fork. Elite sting scorpions were chasing behind, and Su Xiao could only choose randomly again. Old Bale also faced the same situation, so the 3 people who had just met separated again. This time the situation was even worse. Su Xiao and Bobo Wang ran away. Fortunately, Bobo Wang could sense Su Xiao's position. As long as he did not encounter any danger, Bobo Wang could find Su Xiao. Even if he encountered danger, it was nothing. Bobo Wang could enter the enemy. Pretending to be a sting scorpion was just a drizzle. After running for a distance, Su Xiao stopped. He came to a special position. If the nest just now was a biological structure and was the style of the Zerg, then the scene now had a huge change. There was a corridor with a steel structure around it. It turned from a Zerg drama into a sci-fi style. The hint of the reincarnation paradise suddenly appeared. Su Xiao was stunned. There was a sky spaceship wrapped in the nest. Chapter 466. Su Xiao walked forward slowly. The area of the spaceship was not small. It seemed that it had not been activated for many years. Some electronic devices were damaged, and there were electric sparks from time to time. The Zerg came from the void, and it was normal to have a spaceship in the nest. According to Su Xiao's understanding, the void was a very vast place. There were all kinds of races living there. Some of them were advanced, and some of them were strong. Walking in the spaceship, there was no Zerg here. Moving forward for hundreds of meters, Su Xiao came to the main cabin of the spaceship. "Get out, and this is my home." The electronic voice came. Su Xiao looked up. The voice came from a screen full of snowflakes. "Are you the smart system of the spaceship?" "No, I am the Zerg Queen." The voice was a little angry, and it seemed to be very dissatisfied with Su Xiao's behavior of entering the spaceship. "Those two aboriginals are your companions. Regeneration eggs are very important to me. It is impossible to provide them to you. And stop this stupid, meaningless war. I can annihilate you at any time. If not for the mistake of driving the spaceship, I would not have landed on this planet at all." The voice of the Zerg Queen female driver was very confident. It seemed that she did not regard the Yasenman tribe as an opponent. She did not know who had fought with the other for hundreds of years. "Oh? Since you are so strong, why don't you destroy the Yasenman tribe?" The Zerg Queen was a little speechless. The war has been going on for hundreds of years. As a Zerg, you can't destroy the Yasenman tribe. What are you afraid of? You don't need to know. Hearing the answer of the Zerg Queen, Su Xiao shook his head. "You are afraid of a woman with golden flames all over her body, right?" As soon as he said this, the voice of the Zerg Queen was hurried. "Where is the blue pool?" "Ha!" Su Xiao was stunned, and many thoughts came into his mind. Just now, the Zerg Queen said, "Blue pool." The Zerg could not say this word in the void. It seemed that the other party had contact with the contractors. "It's getting more and more interesting. I am suddenly very interested in you." Su Xiao said a very ordinary sentence, but the Zerg Queen was instantly furious. "You hateful male humans, why are these damn words very similar to what the crazy sword devil said? Is it my fault for being born charming? Why did you bring the army to attack my home for no reason? That damn sword devil said that the woman I like couldn't run away. I have also escaped for hundreds of years, crazy, abnormal, a pervert who killed billions of creatures without batting an eyelid." This series of roars made Su Xiao more confused, but he noticed some information. This Zerg Queen should be fancied by a powerful existence in the void and then went to rob. The Zerg Queen escaped. During the run, because of the soul of the female driver, the spaceship had an accident and finally landed on this planet and trembled. There was one thing that Su Xiao could not figure out before, that was how could the Void Zerg not destroy the Yasenman tribe? Now it seemed that the Void Zerg came to avoid disaster. They did not dare to make too much noise at all, and they did not dare to expand on a large scale. "You are dead. I will destroy you. Chi-chi." The sound of the screen disappeared and turned into noise. Su Xiao had found the core energy of the spaceship and took it down. Su Xiao looked at the core energy in his hand. This thing was useless to him, so he sold it decisively. Seeing the number of the source of the world, Su Xiao frowned. The price of this thing was quite high. Just this 12% of the source of the world was worth him to come to the Zerg. At the core of the nest, a girl with purple patterns on her neck was gasping. Unlike what he had imagined, the queen of the bug race looked like a human. She did not have a shell on her body, but her ears were slightly sharp, and she had 2 tentacles on her head. The queen of the bug race calmed her breathing. Her ember eyes were filled with helplessness. She was called Yat. She was 806 years old. To the bug race, she was around 20 years old. Other than Ada, humans have nothing good. Ya suddenly hugged her shoulders as if thinking of something, and some memories flashed through her mind. The lightning pierced through space, the army that laughed wantonly like bandits, the mother planet that had been cut open by a single sword, the tens of billions of intelligent insects that had shrunk to the ground and did not dare to move. Resistance would be slaughtered, and even if they did not resist, more than half of them would be slaughtered. What kind of bullshit rule was this? Crazy. Ya's eyes were filled with hatred, and the words of her enemy echoed in his ears. You are too weak. You are so weak that there is no use other than playing with you. The strong live, the weak die. No matter where it is, this is the rule. By the way, tell your king that her claws are too long. The strong live, the weak die. This was the rule of the insect race. However, Ya never thought that the strong live, the weak die to such a level of brutality and slaughter billions of creatures. It is said that the bastard disappeared. Great, I hope he dies in the black abyss. The Zerg Queen raised her head. That damned rat named Sir Mouse is on this planet. After that rat leaves, we have to move immediately. We have accumulated enough energy. In the middle of the nest, in the spaceship. Su Xiao had just sold the core energy, and there was a customer coming to the spaceship. It was 2 elite sting scorpions. At this time, he was fighting with 2 elite sting scorpions. The battle had lasted for a few minutes. Su Xiao's chin dripped blood, but the 2 elite sting scorpions were only slightly injured. It was reasonable to say that Su Xiao could easily deal with 2 elite sting scorpions, but it was not the case. It was not that the strength of the elite sting scorpion was too strong, but after the beginning of the battle, Su Xiao began to be depressed. 30 seconds after the battle began, when Su Xiao was about to kill an elite sting scorpion, an iron plate on the top of the spaceship fell. He could only avoid it, so he missed the opportunity. In a minute of the battle, the spaceship console near him exploded. This thing did not explode for 200 or 300 years, but it exploded when he was about to crush the head of an elite sting scorpion. The battle lasted for 1 minute and 20 seconds, and there was a slight disintegration phenomenon in the spaceship. Su Xiao just happened to be near the gap of the disintegration, and he fell. The battle lasted 2 minutes and 6 seconds. The ship's emergency repair program was activated, and a wrench flew out, just hitting Su Xiao on the head. The most important thing was that Su Xiao had already realized that the wrench was flying, and he also made an evasive move, but the wrench began to fly in an arc, and the flying speed was extremely fast. The whole ship began to target Su Xiao. No, the whole world was targeting him. 1 or 2 times might be an accident, but how could it be an accident 30 times in a row? Su Xiao stood in the same place with his sword and glanced around. An elite sting scorpion rushed forward, and the big pincer of the tail attacked Su Xiao. Su Xiao blocked the dragon flash in front of him. Ding! The scorpion tail smashed on the dragon flash, and a force came through the dragon flash. His body pressed down, and his center of gravity maintained balance. While blocking the sting scorpion, he kicked the leg of the sting scorpion. With a click, green fluid splashed, and one of the sting scorpion's legs was kicked off. Another sting scorpion rushed over. Su Xiao turned his body to the side, dodging the other sting scorpion, and grabbed the tail of the sting scorpion with his left hand. With all his strength, the elite sting scorpion was thrown out by him, slammed into the wall of the spaceship, and the metal wall was smashed into a huge pit. The whistling wind came from behind, Su Xiao's mouth twitched, and he immediately jumped away. Clang! Several tons of iron bars fell in the air. He would have been pressed under the iron bar if he did not dodge in time. Chapter 467. Su Xiao glanced at the remaining HP, and a potion bottle slid out of his sleeve. He opened the potion and poured the potion into his mouth. Just as he was about to swallow it, he felt a burning pain. Cough, cough, cough. The potion poured into his mouth was sprayed out, and Su Xiao choked. Having experienced this situation before, Su Xiao had never heard of it before. He choked on the potion while drinking it. Just as Su Xiao coughed, the two sting scorpions moved forward. The two elite sting scorpions cooperated silently, and their vitality was extremely tenacious. Su Xiao realized that the current situation was not right, very wrong. He could not continue like this. Otherwise, he might die in the hands of the two elite sting scorpions. His aura began to change, and at this time, there was the sound of a foot stepping on the metal ground around him. 5 elite sting scorpions slowly walked out, adding the 2 now, a total of 7. It seems that I can only use that move. Su Xiao glanced at the remaining mana values, and there were more than 1000 points, enough. The green steel shadow energy wrapped in dragon flash began to change. It seemed to be vibrating at high speed. The mana values in Su Xiao's body were quickly consumed, 100 points, 200 points, and 300 points, until after consuming 1000 points, the consumption of mana values stopped. Buzz. The ear-piercing buzzing sound came, turning the dragon flash into a high-speed vibrating electric blade. Su Xiao had tried to develop the blue steel shadow energy, but the development direction was sharp. The blue steel shadow did not have sharp attributes, and his idea was to make the blue steel shadow energy vibrate. Countless attempts failed. The reason was that the energy vibration frequency of continuous transmission was different, causing the energy to dissipate very quickly. Just a while ago, Su Xiao had an idea. Since he could not continue to transfer energy, what would happen if he sent a large amount of energy? The answer was to consume a lot of mana values, but the green steel shadow energy successfully vibrated. 7 elite sting scorpions surrounded Su Xiao, almost desperate. Before the elite sting scorpions rushed forward, Su Xiao took the initiative to rush forward. Taking 2 steps to the front of an elite scorpion, Su Xiao slashed out. The purple quality dragon flash could not easily break through the shell of the elite scorpion, even if it had a high degree of sharpness. Pucci. Green blood splashed, and the dragon flash was like a piece of paper, cutting the elite scorpion's body into 2 pieces. The blue light flashed, and Su Xiao moved between the elite sting scorpions at high speed. At the same time that he killed a sting scorpion, the long sword cut on the spaceship's hull, and the special alloy hull was cut open like tofu. Pucci, pucci. The dragon flashed with high-speed vibration energy dissipated 10 seconds later, and Su Xiao's mana was only 106. Su Xiao threw away the green blood on the dragon flash. The blood formed a half circle on the ground. 7 scattered elite sting scorpions scattered around him. The 3 purple treasure chests emitted a unique light. Su Xiao put away the 3 treasure chests that were palm size. The ones he had obtained before were not opened. The reason was very simple. If he could not use the storage space, it would become a burden once he opened a large item. After putting away the treasure chest, Su Xiao frowned. The drop rate of the treasure chest today was a bit high. This was very abnormal. It seemed that his bad luck had been overdrawn just now. After dealing with 7 elite sting scorpions, Su Xiao did not leave the spaceship but stood on guard. How did you find out? I don't even dare to breathe. A female voice sounded. The first to appear was a white palm with a golden mark on the back of the hand. How is it? Are you afraid? I am the 8th most ruthless person in the arena, so I will give you a chance to run away. Ada walked out, playing with a gold coin in her hand. She did not take any weapons, and she smiled. A heavy iron plate fell from the sky and hit near Su Xiao. An impact spread. The impact blew Su Xiao's coat. A golden number 9 could be vaguely seen in his collar. What a coincidence, so you are ranked 9th. Ada saw Su Xiao's heavenly king mark and scratched his head. Although you are 9th, you should run away. I am closer to you. Ada began to persuade Su Xiao to retreat. She did not want to appreciate Su Xiao's exquisite sword skills. She cherished her skin very much, and it was painful to be cut. Su Xiao looked up and down at Ada. Although the other party's appearance was not beautiful, it gave people a very pleasing feeling. Today's luck is good. To meet the top 10 contractors in the arena, I have not matched the top 10 opponents in the arena for a long time. How long? Ada suddenly had an ominous premonition. It's just 3 derivative worlds. Hearing Su Xiao's words, Ada was speechless. 3 derivative worlds were ranked 9th in the arena before, and the value of this 9th was a bit exaggerated. When the two confronted each other, Ada seemed to think of something funny and suddenly laughed. Sorry, I am not laughing at what you said. I just have never seen someone as unlucky as you. I just opened the halo, and you have been unlucky 37 times in a row. This is too exaggerated, 37 times, haha. Su Xiao's heart tightened. Sure enough, there was a reason why he was so unlucky before. I had an agreement with the Zerg Queen before and promised to help her fight the enemy. Although you are not as strong as a first-rank contractor, an agreement is an agreement and cannot be violated. Ada stopped smiling and looked at Su Xiao seriously. A wave of fluctuation spread. After the fluctuation spread, Su Xiao immediately received a prompt. The first halo just appeared, and the second halo followed closely. A thin golden line connected Su Xiao to Ada. Su Xiao vaguely felt that something of his had been temporarily taken away, and a special breath was eroding his body. Su Xiao's pupils contracted, and he secretly thought it was a strong skill, from 9 to 10 real damage per second. Ada, who was on the opposite side, was stunned. She was shocked by the amazing effect of her skills. She swore that since she got this halo, she had never seen this halo cause 10 real damage to anyone, never. A very strong ability. Su Xiao stepped on the ground and rushed to Ada quickly. Ada's white cheeks turned red. This skill used to be between 0.3 to 4 points of damage to the enemy, and this skill was the reduction effect of the momentum behind it. Looking at the constant prompts, Ada was full of confidence. She did not have much confidence in fighting Su Xiao before, but now she found that she seemed to be able to do it. I can do it, well, no problem. Ada also rushed to Su Xiao barehanded. Not many people dared to approach Su Xiao with bare hands, and Ada was one of them today. Su Xiao rushed in front of Ada a few steps and slashed at Ada's throat. The high agility attribute and nerve reflex speed made his sword leave after images. Ada's heart was cold. Although she knew that the sword would not hit, the feeling of sharpness on her back made her tremble a little. Crack! The metal ground under Su Xiao's feet suddenly broke. One of his feet sank, and the movement of the slash was deformed. Su Xiao tried his best to keep steady, and the long sword tried to cut Ada at a tricky angle. A few strands of black hair were cut off, and a sword light left the blade's edge and flew past Ada's neck. Ada clenched her white fist and punched Su Xiao in the back. Su Xiao had stepped on air before, and now his body was in the momentum of rushing forward. After being hit by Ada's fist, he rushed forward faster. Bang! Su Xiao hit a big pit on the metal wall. He got up in confusion, and Su Xiao shook his head. He had a feeling that he could not exert strength, but after initial contact, he had thought of a way to deal with Ada. Fate Redemption appeared in his hand. Su Xiao took a cigarette and lit it with his head on the side. The battle of the fake European Emperor vs the fake goddess was about to begin. Chapter 468. The incense was lit, and Su Xiao spat out a light golden smoke. At this moment, the luck around him gradually changed, forming 2 auras. You are eroded by the fog of fate, received 1 real damage. You are eroded by the fog of fate, 0.9 real damage. You are eroded by the fog of fate and received 4 real damage. Su Xiao was relieved when he saw the first 2 prompts, but the last hint made his heart tighten. If luck was like air, now he was fighting with the woman for luck. Su Xiao did not care whether he was lucky, as long as he was not unlucky. Holding a long sword, Susiao slowly approached the enemy. Ada frowned, and she also found the abnormality. It resisted bad luck. It's a little hard to handle. Ada took out a pair of black gloves from her arms. This black glove was soft and sewn from some animal's skin, and it was faintly emitting dark purple light. Wearing the black gloves, Ada's body relaxed, and her eyes changed. I haven't fought seriously for a long time. Sure enough, luck is not reliable. Ada tried to approach Susiao. She was ranked 8th in the arena, and of course, she was outstanding. The two sides slowly approached, and when they were a few meters away, Ada suddenly rushed to Susiao. The blade flashed, Ada's figure stopped, and a piece of her collar was cut off. Susiao took a step back. If he was not wrong, Ada was also in close combat, and it was close combat. Ada continued to approach Susiao, and Susiao certainly would not let the other party do as he wished. Zi. The sound of the metal wire retracting came, Ada's pupils contracted, and she jumped up subconsciously. The boundary line tightened, but unfortunately, it could not entangle Ada. Susiao did not care about this. His purpose was to let Ada dodge, and it was better for the other person to jump in the air. Rushing forward, Susiao and Ada always maintained a distance of 2 to 3 meters, which was the most advantageous distance to swing his sword. Determining the landing point for Ada, Susiao waved his sword. The long sword broke through the air and made a sound. If this sword hit, Ada would die. Puchi. Blood flew, Ada was cut in the waist by a knife, and his broken body fell to the ground with a thud, and the blood spread. Although the knife cut Ada in the waist, Susiao immediately jumped back, and there was no killing hint when he cut Ada in the waist. The soft embrace hugged Susiao from behind, and then there was a rapid rush. Boom! The back of Susiao's head hit the ground, his body was upside down, and his brain was buzzing. Ada hugged Susiao from behind and made a backward fall. At this moment, Ada was not injured at all. After the blow, she immediately wanted to make a continuous attack. Her long legs wrapped around Susiao's neck, and her elbows smashed down. Puchi. A long knife pierced through Ada's chest. Ada stopped her movements, and her face showed a painful expression. With a bang, a crystal-clear crystal in Ada's arms broke. Susiao, who was dizzy, stood up, and the long knife in his hand kept running through Ada's chest. He could confirm that the previous knife had cut Ada's waist. It seems that your luck does not work. Susiao turned his long sword sideways and crushed Ada's heart. Who knows? A smile appeared on Ada's bloody mouth. Bang! A knee hit Susiao's back, and Susiao's body rushed forward a few steps. Another Ada appeared behind him, and Ada, who he had penetrated, had turned into a scarecrow. Fate is so wonderful, isn't it? This time Ada was not unharmed, and blood oozed from her chest. Susiao wiped the blood from his chin and quickly thought about the enemy's information in his mind. Name unknown, female, age between 19 to 22 years old, the height of 1.68 meters, combat style is to reduce the enemy's lucky aura, close hugging and falling, there is a substitute skill. Susiao looked at a scarecrow not far away, the scarecrow was cut in half at the waist, so it would not be wrong. Looking at the remaining time of Fate Redemption, there was 1 minute and 26 seconds left, enough. Staring at the enemy, Susiao rushed forward. Susiao's fighting style was open wide and close. The long sword was horizontal, killing the enemy with the most violent attack. On the other hand, Ada was very cautious when moving or attacking, and most of the time, she dodged Susiao's attack. The two were tangled together. No, it should be more appropriate for Susiao to chase Ada. Clang! The spaceship wall was cut with a deep knife mark, and Ada dodged with lingering fear. Just avoiding Susiao's attack, Ada suddenly felt numb under her feet, and her body fell uncontrollably. A blood-colored metal wire appeared at her feet, and her two calves were cut off. Is there a mistake? I have to die again. Ada was helpless. Although she would not die, she had to bear the pain of death. The blade flashed, and Ada's head flew up. After killing Ada, Susiao immediately put the dragon flash behind him. Bang! An elbow hit the back of Susiao's neck. Susiao was already familiar with Ada's routine. Being attacked once was nothing. As long as Ada did not hug him, it was fine. Although the other party's embrace was soft, it was also deadly. Ada wiped the blood on her neck, and there were no scars on her white neck. Why aren't you unlucky? This is not scientific. Ada looked at Susiao doubtfully. The other party had not been unlucky for more than a minute, and he even cut her half to death. Although Ada could replace death, this ability had harsh requirements. Every time it consumed 2 of the maximum HP, each derivative world could only be used 10 times, and each time it needed to pay a soul crystal, small, and other conditions. If Ada was not lucky, this ability alone was enough to make her bankrupt. Ignoring Ada's question, Susiao continued to rush to Ada. He did not believe that the other party would not die. The other party was not as simple as a first-rank contractor if that was the case. With the long sword, Ada jumped back immediately and quickly pulled away from Susiao. Susiao was stunned. In the past, Ada always took the initiative to move forward. Before death would counter-attack him once, and after resurrection would attack him. The other party took the initiative to retreat only showed one thing: the number of times the other party's resurrection was not many, or it had reached the upper limit of use. Susiao had dealt with similar enemies. The artificial human had the same ability as Ada, but Ada's ability was higher. Just as Susiao rushed to Ada for the 9th time, a large hydraulic tube exploded beside him. Boom! The strong momentum pushed Susiao back a few steps, and a sharp steel plate flashed in front of his eyes. The fog of fate has eroded you, and you have received 9 points of real damage. Seeing this blood-red prompt, Susiao sighed. The effect of fate redemption had ended. Although the effect of fate redemption disappeared, Ada was not feeling well. She did not dare to approach Susiao. Susiao's sharp slash made Ada very afraid, not to mention that Susiao only cut the vital parts, and the green steel shadow energy made Ada want to die. She was in so painful that she almost lost control. Chapter 469. If I'm not wrong, your state of increasing luck has disappeared. Ada took off the black gloves, and the sweat had soaked through her shirt. It could be said that she had great benefits. She did not have the habit of wearing a corset. So, Susiao closely perceived the surroundings. From now on, his enemy was not only Ada but everything around him. It might be a rubber tube or a rivet. So I finally don't have to be chased and chopped by you. It hurts so much. Ada touched her neck. She had been beheaded 3 times before. Your brain is not normal. Why do you always like to chop off your head? It hurts so much. I almost peed in pain. Ada took out a gold coin and threw it up high. Words. When the gold coin fell into Ada's hand, it was indeed a word. Very good. This way, you won't be able to hurt me. Zheng. A sword light flew past Ada's neck. She was almost beheaded for the 4th time. If she were beheaded this time, she would die. The battle continued, and Susiao's enemy turned from Ada to the whole flying ship. Boom! Boom! The roar came from the spaceship, and there were sounds of cutting and explosions in the spaceship. 10 minutes later, a figure flew out of the spaceship quickly, fell on the ground, and rolled a few times before stopping. It was Ada, who was covered in blood. Ada's arm was cut off, and the green steel shadow energy invaded her body. She twitched in pain. It turns out that strength can offset luck, and this is the 9th place in the arena? The ninth is not so strong. Ada got up and looked at the spaceship that had been broken. Susiao almost destroyed the entire spaceship. Bang! A piece of iron plate was kicked away, and Susiao walked out of the metal ruins. A metal valve fell on the ruins and smashed on Susiao's head. He did not care. In the previous 10 minutes, this was a common thing. Kill you. Susiao spat out a mouthful of blood saliva and walked toward Ada. Is there a mistake? Why isn't he dead yet? Ada threw up the gold coin in his hand. Words. The gold coin fell into Ada's hand, but unfortunately, it was the face of flowers. Ada's face changed, which meant that her luck was used up. At the same time, Susiao received a strange prompt. After receiving this prompt, Susiao was stunned and turned overjoyed. From the literal meaning, he finally did not have to be unlucky. Haha, this handsome brother who disappeared, sorry to disturb you. Ada turned and fled. She could deal with Susiao, who was plagued by bad luck, but she could only escape facing Susiao, who was full of luck. Susiao quickly chased, but his physical strength consumption was serious. It was physical work to cut a spaceship, and he had to deal with Ada. Susiao would not be willing to let Ada escape like this. He returned the dragon slash to the sheath and pulled out the black and white double guns. He raised his gun and aimed. Because Ada had run far away, Susiao did not start the continuous shooting. Bang! A bullet was fired. With Susiao's marksmanship, this distance was completely according to fate. A blood flower burst from Ada's buttocks, and tears appeared in her eyes. It hurts. Ada continued to run with a limp. Susiao, who was holding 2 guns, was slightly surprised. He had just shot randomly. Bang! Another bullet was fired, and there was a burst of blood at Ada's waist. A kidney explosion hit her. It was still shooting according to fate, and it was still hit. Bang, bang, bang. Susiao fired 3 shots in a row. Ada, in the distance, directly fell to the ground. All 3 shots were hit. One of the bullets was too slanted, but the bullet hit a piece of iron plate and shot. This bullet could hit the target completely by luck. First of all, the iron plate was the one that Susiao kicked away before, and it just happened to be inserted into the wall of the mother nest. The bullet first hit the iron plate. After that, an ejection happened to hit Ada's calf. Ada could not say anything. Although her bad luck overdraft halo was very strong, it was not forcibly adding bad luck to the enemy. That kind of ability could not be mastered at the first level. Ada was overdrawing the enemy's bad luck. She overdrafted Susiao's bad luck for 10 hours after that. In other words, Susiao's bad luck completely disappeared in the next 10 hours. On the contrary, without bad luck, there was only luck left. Susiao looked at the 2 guns in his hands and looked at Ada, crawling in the distance. It seems that the marksmanship has improved, probably. Susiao walked to Ada, and Ada stopped crawling. I lost, whatever you want, kill or ravage me. Ada knew what would happen after, but she was very calm. She had been in the reincarnation paradise for a long time and knew what defeat meant. She would not beg for mercy, nor would she hand over her equipment in exchange for a chance to live. After losing all the equipment, she could not survive the survival trial. Susiao aimed the gun at Ada, and the enemy could not talk nonsense before he died. Can I not hit the head? It's too ugly to blow a hole, like a rotten watermelon. Bang! A bullet pierced Ada's throat. Ada clenched her fist tightly, and blood spurted from her throat. Bang! Another shot. This shot pierced through the heart. Ada's pupils began to slacken. She would die in a few seconds. At this moment, the wall beside Ada exploded. Boom! Green mucus splashed, and a black shadow rushed out from the wall. Susiao subconsciously retreated. He felt an inexplicable danger. Su Xiao retreated a few steps and stopped. He stood still in the same place, and his pupils emitted a pink light. The black shadow pressed his hand on Ada's throat, and a transparent egg entered Ada's wound. Ada's pupils that had been scattered recovered, and the heart that had been smashed healed and beat again. Ada, are you okay? The person who came was the Zerg Queen. At this time, her eyes were staring at Su Xiao, and she looked at Su Xiao. No. It's just that I almost died. Ada struggled to stand up, and the joy of surviving a disaster appeared. Did you control him? Don't get close to him. The control is very unstable. His willpower is too strong. The Zerg Queen could not move now. She was trying her best to limit Su Xiao. Ka. Su Xiao's hand holding the knife became tighter and tighter, the blood vessels on the Zerg Queen's face burst, and her eyes widened. Let's go. This guy is as strong as a knife. Blood flowed out of the nostrils of the Zerg Queen, and her eyebrows were like needles. If old Baal saw the previous scene, he would be crazy. The regeneration eggs he dreamed of were used on Ada. The good news was that there were 2 regeneration eggs. The regeneration egg was more like a drug than an egg. It was a specialty of the Zerg and was very precious. Ada and the Queen of the Zerg quickly retreated, and a large group of sting scorpions surrounded Su Xiao, but these sting scorpions did not approach him. If Su Xiao was fatally threatened, the Queen of the Zerg was not sure if she could control Su Xiao. After Ada and the Queen of the Zerg walked away, the sting scorpions around them swarmed up. Clang! The circular blade radiance spread and the sting scorpions around Su Xiao were broken. Green blood splashed on his body, corroding his skin. Su Xiao did not care. This degree of corrosion was just a drizzle. His 44 points of physical strength were not to be trifled with. Chapter 470. Su Xiao did not chase after Ada and the Zerg Queen after beating them back. It was simply wishful thinking to catch up with the Zerg Queen in the nest unless he knew the terrain here. Woof! A familiar cry came. Su Xiao looked sideways and saw that it was Bobo Wang, that was dirty all over. Bobo Wang ran to Su Xiao. From the traces on the hair, Bobo Wang should have met the sting scorpion squad and successfully broke into the enemy's interior. He was in charge of the sting scorpion squad. Thinking about the appearance of Bobo Wang mixed in a group of sting scorpions charging, Su Xiao's eyes trembled. Follow me. Su Xiao walked to the spaceship and dragged out the bodies of 7 elite sting scorpions from the wreckage of the spaceship. An elite sting scorpion was thrown in front of Bobo Wang, and Bobo Wang tilted his head, not understanding what this meant. Try it. Su Xiao pointed to the body of the elite sting scorpion, and Bobo Wang was stunned, with an expression that said, "You are teasing me." The reason why Su Xiao did this was that Bobo Wang had a skill. Advanced creature, active Bobo Wang can evolve by devouring flesh and blood of high-level creatures. Su Xiao couldn't figure out what the flesh of a high-level creature was. He had asked Bobo Wang to eat the flesh of the beasts in the Red Earth region, but it was useless. And this idiot was very picky about food. Eating raw meat was like taking medicine. Eat. Bobo Wang looked like he had nothing to live for. He looked at the elite sting scorpion and then at Su Xiao, which meant, why don't you demonstrate it to me first? The shell is not easy to chew. Su Xiao showed a gentle smile and took off the shoes in his hand. Bobo Wang was about to cry. He looked at the shoes in Su Xiao's hand. It bit the elite sting scorpion with tears. Kaka, kaka. After Bobo Wang ate 2 mouthfuls, his eyes lit up. He looked at Su Xiao with some excitement and seemed to say, "Master, try it. The chicken is crispy and delicious." Su Xiao might believe it if he did not see Bobo Wang's trembling hind legs. Without a doubt, the taste of the elite sting scorpion should not be good. Bobo Wang ate for a while and found that Su Xiao did not fall for it. His stomach was overwhelmed, and he kept retching. Bobo Wang, who had eaten half of the sting scorpion, stopped. Although his abdomen was pumped, his body emitted a special fluctuation. Your follower Bobo Wang has devoured flesh and blood of high-level creatures. Strength +2, Agility +1, Stamina +3, Charm +2, Skill, Full Speed Charge, Active, Micro Increase. Seeing this hint, Suxiao was very surprised. The effect of this skill was unexpectedly strong. How do you feel? Suxiao looked at Bobo Wang. He seemed to know that his attributes had become stronger. He rushed to the body of the elite sting scorpion like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Unfortunately, the same kind of creature could only take effect once. The enhancement of attributes was not the key, and the key was the enhancement of skills. This time, it was to charge at full speed, active. It might be able to strengthen the Ice Goddess Halo in the future. Skill 2, Gift of the Ice Goddess, Halo. Create the Ice Goddess Halo, restore one ally's HP every second. No consumption. The recovery effect is increased according to the intelligence attribute. This skill would be particularly powerful once the Ice Goddess Halo was enhanced. Even if it increased by 1 point, Bobo Wang would be promoted from a weak chicken nurse to an amateur nurse. Bobo Wang's previous devouring of wild beasts was ineffective, but now it was effective to devour elite sting scorpions. The definition of a high-level creature was somewhat vague, but it did not matter. In the future, all the creatures killed would be given to Bobo Wang. The ignorant Bobo Wang still did not know what kind of strange creatures it would eat in the future. Walking into the wreckage of the spaceship, Suxiao was ready to rest here for a while. The battle with Ada was extremely strange. Ada did not hurt him much, but the unexpected came one after another. He played a real version of death. But Suxiao found that his current luck was bursting. No, it should be luck. It could be seen from the previous 5 shots. He took off the backpack behind him. The battle in the past few days was too intense. The recovery items that Suxiao carried had been used up. After hesitating for a while, Suxiao took out 3 purple treasure chests and the chief package. Although he could not use the storage space, now the recovery items were in a hurry. It was not that he was not prepared enough, but the recovery items he could carry with him were limited. Half of his recovery items were still in the storage space. Picking up a purple treasure chest, although it did not have the effect of fate redemption, now Suxiao was not resistant to opening the box. Bobo Wang, on the side, was a little surprised. It felt that Suxiao was missing a step. When Suxiao opened the purple treasure chest, Bobo Wang closed his eyes in despair. The purple light shone, and Bobo Wang suddenly opened his eyes wide and was almost blinded. You got 7,000 paradise coins. Acquired soul crystal, medium, ×1. Obtain a hard carapace. Hard shell. Quality, blue. Type, material. Rating 27. Description, high-grade material for forging and defense gear. The first treasure chest was opened, and the harvest was good. Suxiao carried the soul crystal, middle, with him. The hard shell was put into the bag behind Bobo Wang. Suxiao picked up the second treasure chest without opening a recovery item. The treasure chest opened and flashed again. You have gained 8,000 paradise coins. You have acquired the curved claws. Curved claws. Origin, Devour Island. Rarity, purple. Durability, 67/67. Attack, 47/71. Equipment requirement, strength above 30 points, agility above 15 points. Equipment effect, Scorpion's Roar, passive. When attacking, there is a 5 chance to summon an elite scorpion projection to attack the enemy's will, causing 0.2 seconds of paralysis effect on the enemy. Rating, 136. Description, an armor blade made from an exoskeleton. Price, 36,000 paradise coins. A sword appeared in Suxiao's hand. The shape of this sword was very similar to the legs of the elite sting scorpion. This sword could be used to increase the sharpness of the dragon flash. After flashing twice in a row, Suxiao was full of confidence. After beating back the goddess of luck, he was crowned Emperor Ou. When Suxiao picked up the third treasure chest, Bobo Wan was stunned. It deliberately approached Suxiao and smelled it. It seemed to confirm whether it was its owner. The third treasure chest opened. Purple light shone, 3 consecutive flashes. You have obtained the magical fantasy stone. Magic fantasy stone. Quality, dark purple. Type, rare material. Effect, able to avoid the punishment of a failed upgrade. If successful, the magic stone will not be consumed. Rating, 260. Description, magical crystals from the void. Most of them are used to protect weapons and strengthen or attack holes. Ruby appeared in Suxiao's hand. The magic fantasy stone effect was simple and crude, and he was exempted from the punishment of a failed strengthening. If Suxiao wanted to strengthen the dragon flash to +9, and during the period of failure, the magic fantasy stone would play the effect. More importantly, if the strengthening were successful, the magic fantasy stone would not be consumed, and the magic fantasy stone would only disappear when the strengthening failed one time, and the weapon would be broken, and the strengthening level would be retained. Suxiao had a bold idea. What would be the effect of the dragon flash being strengthened to +10? Suxiao gained a lot after the 3 treasure chests were opened, but he did not get any recovery items. Suxiao looked at the top package, which was the last hope. The chief package was different from the treasure chest, and this thing would not shine, which could be opened by luck. Opening the chief package, several items appeared in Suxiao's hand. You have obtained Sunlight Essence. You have obtained Barry's Diary. You have obtained the Seed of Origin. Sunlight Essence. Rarity, purple. Type, recovery. Effect, recover 5 HP every second after drinking. The effect lasts for 3 minutes and quickly heals injuries. Rating, 97. Description, liquid form sunshine. Barry's Diary. Quality, no. Type, paper type book. Suxiao was a little stunned. Today's luck was too good, and he was a little unaccustomed to it. Without hesitation, he drank the sunshine essence. He wouldn't be in such a sorry state if he fought Ada alone, but before he fought Ada, he killed thousands of sting scorpions and was besieged by the Zerg forces. After that, he fought with several elite sting scorpions. Suxiao had just drank the sunshine essence and suddenly a roar came. Do you want to die so badly? I'll grant your wish. The voice was not far, and Suxiao walked quickly to the sound source. When they arrived near the source of the sounds of intense fighting could be heard. It was Old Bale and Carlo fighting. Chapter 471. The mother nest in a spacious passage. Old Bale and Carlo were confronting each other. The heat waves from their bodies surged. They had just engaged in a battle to the death. The surrounding flesh walls were scorched black, and the pungent smell of burnt flesh spread through the passage. Companion, hatred, paradise, death. Carlo's mental state was even more unstable. If it were said that he was originally just a dull, inflexible person, now he was in a daze. Failure. Old Bale tore off his burnt arm, and his arm gradually regenerated. He stared coldly at Carlo. Carlo, no, Contractor 12963. I'll give you one last chance to answer. Is my son still conscious? Old Bale revealed a sorrowful expression in his eyes. His gaze seemed to be looking at a familiar yet unfamiliar person. Ha, ha ha. Carlo revealed a stiff smile. The roots of the plants on his withered cheeks surged. Your child has long since been devoured by me. Paradise is not something that a native like you can offend. Having received a clear answer, Old Bale closed his eyes in pain. The tears in his old eyes had already evaporated before they flowed out. That was his future successor, his son he was most satisfied with. It was true that Old Bale was vicious, but that son was very special. He was born with the woman he loved the most. "You little bastard!" Old Bale roared, ignoring the rising temperature of his body as he rushed at Carlo at full speed. Ka! The plant roots on Carlo's face surged, and his eyes turned into two small suns. Sun's fury. Who? A wave of heat spread out, and Carlo spat out a seed the size of an egg. The seed floated in the air, emitting a terrifying temperature. Old Bale stopped rushing forward, his hands stretched flat in front of him, and a vine shield formed to block the heat wave. "It's so lively." Susiao poked his head out from behind a passage, and Bobo Wang squeezed beside Susiao, and both of them only revealed their heads. Woof! Bobo Wang subconsciously wanted to open the storage space to take the fried rice flours, coke, and so on, but its small storage space had been banned. Susiao was not ready to intervene in the battle between Old Bale and Carlo for the time being. From the current situation, it seemed that Carlo had the advantage. The fact was not that. If Old Bale was defeated so easily, he was not worthy of being the leader of the Yasenman tribe. The hidden task also needed Old Bale to guide it, so Old Bale could not die yet. Two small heads also poked out on the other side of the corridor. "Ada, they have an internal conflict." The Zerg Queen smirked as if she was watching a dog biting a dog. "It's good to have internal strife. Let them fight. Let's wait until one of them is dead before we go on stage." Although Ada was not dead, her body was still recovering. "No, the guy with the knife is on the opposite side." The Zerg Queen stretched out her slender finger and pointed to the opposite side. Ada looked in the opposite direction that the Zerg sister knew and subconsciously shrank. It seemed that she was afraid of being beheaded by Susiao. "This pervert who likes to cut people's heads, why don't we retreat? The nest is so big. He can't do anything to us." Although Ada and Susiao had fought before, they were not rivals but enemies. There was an essential difference between rivals and enemies. The rival must be found and killed no matter what. The enemy would not take the initiative to find them, but they would start a war once they met. Ada had a good temperament, but Susiao would not show mercy when he met her next time. The reincarnation paradise was not a place to talk about love. It was either a friend or an enemy. It was the most stupid choice to find a partner in the reincarnation paradise. And with Susiao's character, the first reaction when he saw a female contractor was not that he could not bathe but whether he could cut her down or not. He would not think with his own body. People who thought like that generally died very miserably. "Should we retreat?" Changmei looked at Ada. The two of them had become good friends. "Good idea. Let these stinky men kill each other. We will hide in the lower layer of the insect nest." As the two talked, Ada subconsciously shrank back and dragged Changmei behind the bunker. Susiao put down the Spider Queen sniper rifle in his hand. The distance was too close, and it was difficult to block the other party's perception. Changmei and Ada prepared to retreat strategically. As long as Susiao and others did not carry out large-scale destruction in the nest, they would not appear again. The old native stole these hateful guys, one of the regeneration eggs. "I was careless." Changmei was a little unwilling, but she was clear about Ada's strength, so she also knew how strong Susiao was. Before Ada and Changmei had a friendly spar, the result was that Changmei was pressed to the ground and rubbed. Of course, this was the situation of not gathering her subordinates. It turned out that Changmei had a good command ability and an amazing charm attribute, but her ability to fight independently was not good. "Don't think about these useless things. Let's retreat first. The insect nest can produce a regeneration egg every 50 years. For your life, a regeneration egg is nothing." Although Ada said this, Changmei was still a little unwilling. Aren't you too cowardly? Next time you go into close combat with a machete, I will be responsible for saving you at the critical moment. Chang Mei smiled awkwardly and changed the topic. My subordinates found a good fruit. I will give it to you to taste later. In the spacious passage, Old Bale and Carlo were extremely hot. The heat here was not a word but hot. Su Xiao lit a cigarette. The two people who were fighting had long found him. He hid here because the battlefield of the two was too hot. Allies, help me! Old Bale shouted in the bitter battle and asked for help from Su Xiao. Good luck. Su Xiao shouted and continued to smoke calmly. What? Old Bale looked at Su Xiao as he resisted Carlo's attack. Sound support is also support. Huh. Bang. Old Bale was stunned as an old fist hit him, and he saw stars in his eyes. He would not interfere in the battle between Old Bale and Carlo for the time being. The reason was that it was too dangerous. These two guys were like two bombs that could explode at any time. Bobo Wang nudged Su Xiao with his mouth, and his gaze seemed to say, Master, I'll bet a bag of spicy sticks, that old guy can win. Bobo and Su Xiao nodded. Old Bale would certainly win. This old guy gave Su Xiao a sense of threat. But there was one thing that Su Xiao could not figure out. If Carlo was a contractor, the other party had just mentioned the words paradise, which was something that the reincarnation paradise would not allow. The reincarnation paradise had a rule that it was forbidden to reveal anything related to the paradise with the plot characters. Although Old Bale was a native of Devour Island, if it were judged according to the rules of the reincarnation paradise, he would be classified as a plot character. There might be some secrets about Carlo, or it could be said that the current Carlo was no longer a contractor. Su Xiao lost interest after admiring the battle between Old Bale and Carlo for a while. He had experienced too many battles and was not interested in watching them battle. Bobo Wang watched attentively, his claws placed in front of his mouth from time to time, and it seemed that he had already imagined the virtual fried rice flour. Su Xiao hid behind the passage and took it out. As the younger brother of Old Bale, there might be some secrets recorded in Barry's diary. The origin of the paper and ink was a bit suspicious. Su Xiao guessed that this should be after Barry caught the contractor or got it. Looking through the diary, the words of the Yasenman tribe that he expected did not appear. This was a kind of text that Su Xiao could understand. Whenever Su Xiao entered a derivative world, the reincarnation paradise would collect 100 paradise coins. In return, Su Xiao mastered many languages of many worlds. So far, he has mastered 7.8 languages. Chapter 472. Opening the diary, Su Xiao found that this diary was a remnant, and many pages were torn off. The content of the first page was: the words of the outsider are complicated. It takes half a year to understand. Reading Barry's diary was not simple. The handwriting was too vague and crooked. On the second page: outsider, this is the diary that the handsome Barry prepared for you. The premise is that someone can see it. The Yasenman tribe is a bit abnormal. It would be best if you remembered this. From the content of this page, it could be seen that Barry was not a gloomy older man with a poisonous blow dart when he was young but a sunny teenager. Su Xiao continued to read. The torn page. The torn page. The ninth page. Damn bug, why don't you leave the Red Earth region? This is the land we live in. These are hateful intruders, but the Zerg Queen is so beautiful. If you can. Su Xiao directly skipped the thoughts of unhealthy in his youth. Page 17. Father is dead. He chose Brother Bart as the heir. Brother Bale is very angry. Brother Bale wants to go to the back mountain for the ceremony. If the ceremony succeeds, Brother Bale will be the leader. The torn page. The torn page. The 20th page. Crazy, everyone is crazy. Brother Bart and Brother Bale both entered and flashed. Who will lead us to fight against the Zerg if the two brothers are dead? The other brothers are all trash. The torn page. The 22nd page. I am on the battlefield. The battlefield is hell. The torn page. The torn page. The torn off page. Page 34. The southern line has collapsed. The Mountain Rock tribe is a group of trash. Even the 300 small units of the Zerg cannot resist them. The front line is in an emergency. I want to go to the front line. The weeds guard the left side. Page 35. I don't know when it started, but I'm already used to the battlefield. Or maybe I'm already a great warrior who can kill Scorpion with my bare hands. The torn page. The torn page. Page 56. The young man from the Tamang family is not bad. The front line has been stabilized, but Brother Bale is becoming more and more abnormal. Every day, he goes to the back mountain to soak in the ice pool. That place is so cold that it can freeze people to death. I wonder how Brother Bale endured it. The torn off page. Page 60. My little Ta is very good. He inherited the bravery and wisdom of his brother. He is a good guy. The torn page. The 65th page. Is Big Brother crazy? My little Carlo is his son. He allowed Lil Carlo to enter the back mountain for a ceremony. Even if it were to inherit the position of leader, it was too early. After the ceremony, he only had 10 years left to live. Although Carlo was getting weaker and weaker due to his injuries, would he die? Maybe my big brother is also helpless. I think he can't sleep while sitting in the stone house in the middle of the night. The torn off page. The torn off page. Page 70. Little Carlo died in the hands of an outsider. Only the seed was taken back. Page 71. After little Carlo died, my brother became more and more abnormal. He has been in the back mountain for a month. The torn off page. Page 73. Miracle, this is a miracle of revenge. We caught the outsider who killed little Carlo. I will cut off his egg, stuff it into his mouth, pull out his skin, and throw him into the black ant nest. The torn off page. Page 74. Why didn't my brother allow me to torture that outsider and even bring him into the back mountain? That is the holy land of our Yasenman tribe, the ruins of the Sun tribe. Page 75. I can't believe it. Little Carlo revived, but his appearance was a bit abnormal. What's with the plant roots on his face? The Bloodvine warrior doesn't look like this. What exactly is going on? The torn page. The torn page. On the 90th page. I performed the ritual. The ritual was half successful. My consciousness was being eroded by something. It was a woman with golden flames all over her body. The diary ended here, and all the clues in Su Xiao's brain were connected. The Bloodvine warriors all came from the back mountain of the Yasenman tribe. That place was called a holy place by the Yasenman tribe and could carry out some rituals. Like old Baal, the Bloodvine warrior would be born if the ritual were successful. If half of the ritual were successful, the Bloodvine warrior like Barry would be born. It would have no sense of pain and would have a dull expression. It would be cruel and bloodthirsty. He looked at Carlo, who was in the middle of the battle, and then thought of what the other party had said before. If that's the case. Su Xiao thought of a possibility. If he was not wrong. The most valuable thing to open was not the potion or the seed of origin but this diary. Barry was a very smart person before he became a Bloodvine warrior. He recorded the experiences of half his life and hoped that other contractors would open this diary. Perhaps Barry had a bigger ambition, which was to become a contractor. For this reason, he did not hesitate to kidnap a contractor and study the contractor's language. Unfortunately, there was an accident when Barry performed the ceremony. No, that might not be an accident. Old Bale had already noticed Barry's wisdom. In addition, Barry's reputation in the tribe must be removed soon. The younger brother, who showed bravery on the battlefield and had a high IQ, would get rid of him. Under the temptation of power, the friendship between brothers could not withstand a single blow. The world belonged to villain and despicable villain. Most heroes died young and could only be praised by the later generations. And villains or despicable villains sat on the throne. The means were not important. The results were the key. As long as you become the final winner, no matter how dirty the methods were, the people under authority would praise you. The winner would be the king, and the loser would be the thief. After sorting out his thoughts, Susiao picked up the Spider Queen sniper rifle. Old Bale and Carlo were nervous in the battle. "Help me, kill him. I can give you benefits." Carlo looked at Susiao. He was confident because he was a contractor before and thought he knew what Susiao thought. Old Bale sneered and nodded to Susiao. "I have already obtained the regeneration egg." Susiao raised his gun and aimed at Carlo. "Why, we are all from the same place." Bang! Susiao fired, and one of Carlo's arms was broken. "If you close that broken mouth, the muzzle may not be aimed at you," Susiao whispered. Although Carlo was half a contractor, his mouth was too loose, and he said something that should not be said. Even if Susiao helped Carlo win, so what? The Yasenman tribe would not admit Carlo, and the Reincarnation Paradise would not give him the identity of a contractor again. Carlo, who relied on the identity of half contractor and half story character, leaked many secrets. "It seems that I chose a smart person as an ally." Old Bale laughed and blocked Carlo, who rushed to Susiao. Chapter 473. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots came one after another, and under the siege of Old Bale and Susiao, Carlo only lasted 30 seconds. Old Bale grabbed Carlo's head, and the high temperature in his hand burned Carlo's head. Burn! Ah! Carlo screamed and fell to the ground after a few seconds. Susiao threw the Spider Queen to Bobo Wang and walked out of the passage. Old Bale sat on the ground, and his body temperature was about to reach the level of self-destruction. "Thank you." "Huh." Susiao looked at Old Bale. "Sorry, it should be a happy cooperation." "Yes." Susiao walked to Carlo. Carlo only had a torso and half a head, like burnt dead wood, and there were still sparks on his charred body. "What stupid thing did I do?" Carlo spoke and laughed at himself. "The seed of origin has already made my mind unclear. The seed of origin that has been transplanted once is too unstable." Carlo looked up at Susiao. "Survival trial." Susiao did not speak. He stepped on Carlo's head. The other party was too talkative and liked to talk about secrets pretentiously. "You can know some things for yourself, and there is no need to say it. It is time to fulfill your promise." Susiao kicked Carlo's body, and there was no scarlet card or treasure chest on the ground. "What do you want to know?" "I want to witness the ceremony with my own eyes." Hearing Susiao's words, Old Bale's pupils shrank, and he thought it through. "Yes, but you have to return to the tribe. The ceremony can only be carried out in the back mountain." "You want to become a Bloodvine warrior?" "No, I just want to witness the ceremony." Susiao did not have the hobby of becoming a bomb. Although the combat power of the Bloodvine warrior was very strong, it was too unstable. "Well, I will find a clansman to carry out the ceremony." Old Bale got up and hesitated for a moment. "My ally, can I trust you?" "You have no choice if you don't want to be blown to pieces." Susiao guessed what Old Bale was going to do. The other party was so eager to get the regeneration egg, and the regeneration egg must be able to suppress the drawbacks of the Bloodvine warrior. "Help me by 5 minutes. After returning to the tribe, I will let you witness the secrets of the Yasenman tribe, all the secrets." Before Susiao answered, Old Bale had already taken out a transparent egg, the regeneration egg. The regeneration egg could recover from the injury of certain death. Su Xiao certainly wanted to get this thing, but compared to the reward of the hidden task, this thing was nothing. Old Bale's chest gradually cracked, and a red ball appeared in his abdomen. His body temperature was high because of this ball. The regeneration egg was crushed, and the transparent liquid dripped on the red ball. Ha! Old Bale took a deep breath as if he was sucking in the air around him. Whew! Old Bale let out a long sigh of relief, and the air around him began to heat up. Blood-red vines broke out of Old Bale's body and wrapped around him. In less than a few seconds, Old Bale turned into a vine cocoon several meters tall. Now, the Old Bale was very weak, and Su Xiao could kill him with one slash. Old Bale revealed such a weak state because he was helpless. He was about to self-destruct. Even if he did not trust Su Xiao, he would start to absorb the regeneration egg. As a collaborator, Su Xiao did not do anything at this time. It was really stupid. Don't look at Old Bale's current attitude. After recovery, it was unknown whether this older man would keep his promise or not. Taking out the remaining special class alchemy bombs, the alchemy bombs gradually turned into dust in Su Xiao's hands and drifted in the air. In the lower layer of the mother nest, the meat wall is formed by the biological tissue. The picture on the meat wall was Su Xiao and Old Bale. This was the special surveillance method of the Zerg. Ada took a strange-shaped fruit and took a big bite. The sweet juice exploded in her mouth. At this time, Ada was staring at the fluorescent screen on the meat wall. In the battle between Old Bale and Carlo, Su Xiao suddenly sees his gun and others. In the successful transfer of the situation, Ada slammed the table and shouted, and the basic trust between people was rushed into the sewer in that passage. Asking herself honestly, if Ada was allowed to choose, she might choose to help Carlo. Although she knew that she would gain less from doing that, she hated the sinister older man, Old Bale. Ada was the kind of person who only cared about personal preferences because she did not have a specific goal and had an obsession. Ada and Changmei watched attentively until Su Xiao took out the alchemy bomb. Both of them knew that the final winner was Su Xiao. Hey, the contest between two old people. Ada took a bite of the fruit in her hand, and the sweet juice flowed down the corner of her mouth. You humans are so complicated. What is the purpose of these three guys? Changmei had been in a state of confusion, and the two girls were not very scheming. Ada organized her thoughts and said, Carlo's goal is to seize the body and return to a certain place completely. Old Bale wants to have a longer life to control the Yasenman tribe. As for the one holding the knife, I'm not sure. Changmei suddenly realized and punched her left palm with her right fist. So that's how it is. It looks like I still have a lot of things to learn. However, Ada, I just received an invitation from a certain existence. I was hesitating if I should agree. Ada was shocked. Could it be? Yes, I am in the same place as you. If I agree, I will lose some of my abilities. Some of my abilities will be strengthened. If I use that existence, it will give me a profession called the Awakened Zerg. It is probably to simplify the nest, lose the ability to explode soldiers and specialize in the powerful Zerg. Overall, I can become stronger. Aiden nodded. I will not give an opinion. As a friend, I can remind you that that place is very dangerous, beyond your imagination. Ada took the risk to give the Zerg sister some hints. Do not underestimate this hint. This was already a game of wiping the edge. Changmei chuckled. Is it dangerous? The void is even more dangerous now. Ever since that sword demon appeared, all the void kings have submitted or were killed. Ada kept silent. She could not say some things, whether it was for Insect's sister or herself. I have already agreed. What? Ada was stunned. You are my first friend. I don't want to be separated from you. I have lost too many family members, and I don't want to lose my only friend. A wave wrapped around Changmei. She gradually knew the existence of the reincarnation paradise. After a long time, she opened her eyes. I will leave with you in 6 days. The mother nest will disappear. Changmei patted Ada on the shoulder. Don't worry. We can spend these 6 days safely as long as we don't go to the Black Forest to seek death. I'll protect you. Changmei patted her chest. Her tone was similar to Ada's, and it was impossible to tell that she was once an insect queen. Is that so? Sigh. Ada sighed. She did not want Changmei to enter the reincarnation paradise. She had a deep understanding of the law of the jungle in the reincarnation paradise. However, there was a chance to become stronger quickly after entering the reincarnation paradise, so Ada did not help Changmei make a choice and let her choose by herself. Since Changmei had already chosen, Ada decided to team up with Changmei to deal with the danger. She was her first friend. Don't be unhappy. Aren't all the people in the reincarnation paradise as strong as that guy? The Zerg pointed to Suxiao in the picture. No, this kind of old pervert is rare. We will not provoke him in the future. There are so many derivative worlds, and the chance to meet again is not big. Not big. Changmei felt a chill in her heart. It didn't mean that they might meet again. If we are unlucky, we might meet again. However, don't forget that I am the luck goddess. Don't worry. I know. Fake luck goddess. I am a genuine product. Your airport. Hearing the word airport, the 2 tentacles on Changmei's head stood up. You are the airport. Although, in short, there is still a squeeze. Is that so? It seems that your wrist strength is not bad. Changmei gritted her teeth and pounced toward Ada. In the passageway, the vine cocoon split open, and old Baal climbed out. The vines on his body disappeared, and his body temperature dropped to around 50 degrees. His appearance returned to its original appearance. My friend, you have worked hard. Old Baal gritted his teeth. He had already noticed the bombs in his body. Although they were all miniature bombs, there were thousands of them. They could blow him to pieces in an instant. Nothing, my ally. Suxiao had a gentle smile on his face. Bobo Wang looked at old Baal sympathetically. His master usually had nothing good after showing this smile. Old Baal took a deep breath. The situation changed. He used to threaten Suxiao with a compass, and now Suxiao threatened him with a bomb. I will fulfill my promise and take you to witness the ceremony in return. Old Baal did not finish his words. Suxiao nodded. It was just a bomb. Of course, it was impossible. At most, he would not detonate it. There were too many alchemy bombs in old Baal's body. It were in his blood and bones. It was impossible to take them all out. The 2 walked out of the insect nest. Suxiao was about to target the secrets of the Yasenman tribe. I forgot to ask you before, what is the seed of origin? Hearing Suxiao's question, old Baal stopped. The seed of origin is the foundation of the Bloodvine warrior, and it is also a kind of ticket. Ticket? Yes, the ticket of the Black Forest. There is no certain number of the seed of origin, and you will die if you remember it there. Chapter 474. Are you sure this is the right way? Old Baal walked cautiously into the explosion area. In front of him were Suxiao and Bobo Wang. After the older man absorbed the regeneration egg, the situation in his body stabilized, so he was more afraid of death. Suxiao sprinkled gunpowder on the road, and he asked old Baal if the explosion ant would move after it dived into the earth. The answer was that it would not move. Walking in the explosion area, Suxiao turned his head and looked at old Baal. You didn't prepare a way out before. Old Baal shook his head and laughed at himself. I was not prepared. The seed of origin seriously eroded my reason. At that time, my mind was full of how to get the regeneration egg. After saying that, old Baal sighed. Heh, perhaps you don't believe me. This is the 6th time I've come to steal the regeneration egg. Old Baal looked at the mother nest as if he had thought of something funny. The Zerg did not invade us at all. For hundreds of years, it was the Yasenman tribe who attacked the Zerg. Susiao was not surprised by what old Baal said. Regeneration eggs were the only way for the Bloodvine warriors to survive. It was not strange for the leaders of the successive generation of the Yasenman tribe to seize this resource. While talking, the two walked out of the explosion area, and old Baal turned to look at the nest. The war with the Zerg is going to end. Old Baal stood in place, looking at the mother nest from afar. When I met the Zerg queen before, she sounded like she was preparing to leave. She should have sensed that the cold calamity is coming. The Yasenman tribe might not be able to survive this cold calamity. Cold calamity. Yes, cold calamity. There would not be any Bloodvine warriors. The two of them headed in the direction of the Yasenman tribe, chatting as they walked. If it's just to fight against the Zerg, there's no need for us to carry out the ritual and become that bullshit short-lived warrior. Old Baal gritted his teeth. Oh? The Bloodvine warrior was not born to fight against the Zerg. Of course not. What are they? Shaking his head with a smile, old Baal continued, the Zerg queen has always thought that we were no match for her, but she did not know that if not for the mother being able to produce the eggs and not enslave them, we would have killed her long ago. The Bloodvine warriors have been passed down for thousands of years, and the Zerg have only descended for a few hundred years. Perhaps the Zerg queen also felt that the things in the Black Forest were becoming more and more stable, and there were signs of awakening. Summer was about to pass, and the cold winter was coming, so leaving this island was a wise choice. Old Baal did not say what was in the Black Forest, but he was not exaggerating. The behavior of the Yasenman tribe in choosing to live in the Red Earth region was very unusual. It had to be known that they only needed to pass through the cliffstone bridge to reach the common area. The common area had a good environment and was rich in fresh water and food. Although there were more beasts, for the Yasenman tribe, those beasts were food. The Yasenman tribe did not choose to enter the common area but instead lived in the Red Earth region, which had a bad environment. The periphery of the common area was the deep Black Forest, which was next to each other. If something happened in the Black Forest, the common area would be the first unlucky area. Living in the Red Earth region was different. Cliffs surrounded it. There was only a natural stone bridge that was a passage. This was a natural fortress. The Zerg Queen has never seen it, and she does not care about the warning of our ancestors. In her opinion, this is just a small island on a remote planet. It can't be compared with the Void, but he doesn't know that our Yasenman tribe was also a Void race. Susiao stopped and looked at old Baal with a strange light in his eyes. Are you surprised? These things can't be spread. It is unclear whether the Yasenman tribe can survive this disaster, so there is nothing to say. Old Baal looked up at the sky, his muddy old eyes full of helplessness. We are the keepers, sent by a king in the void. We have been guarding this place for thousands of years. On this barren island, we gradually lost our civilization and technology. The clan members became more and more primitive. It is impossible to leave this island and restrict our development. Old Baal sighed. Forget it, and it is meaningless to say these things. I will take you to see the ceremony first. You adventurers always make unreasonable demands. Susiao was thinking about the words of old Baal. Before, he thought that Devour Island was based on Zerg and human war, but now it seemed that it was not the case. The Yasenman tribe was not the native of the island. They were the foreign guardians guarding something or a creature on the island. Since you have the strength to destroy the Zerg, why don't you enslave them and let the Zerg produce more and more eggs? Old Baal, who was walking in front, shook his head. The price is too high. Unless it is not a cold disaster, we will not use that, absolutely not, never. Old Bale stopped talking and walked forward like a muffled gourd. Wait. Susiao stopped in place. Old Bale frowned, thinking that Susiao wanted to force him to ask something. Someone is approaching. Susiao pressed his hand on the handle of the sword. Although Old Bale did not believe Susiao, he knew that Susiao would not joke about this kind of thing. The engine's roar sounded, and an armored vehicle with 3 rows of seats drove into their line of sight. It was obvious that the person driving the armored vehicle was a contractor. Inside the armored vehicle, a bearded man leaned against the back seat. Beside him was a female contractor. His hand was wandering inside the female contractor's clothes. "Old black brother, there is someone in front." The skinny driver spoke. "Are you a native or a contractor?" The bearded older man pulled out the big hand from the female contractor's clothes and pinched the fluffy beard on his chin. The older man was not a black man. His skin was only slightly black, and his face was full of beard, so everyone called him the Old Black. A native and a contractor. Huh. Old Black stood up straight and looked out through the side window. There were 6 people in the armored vehicle, 5 men and 1 woman. This armored vehicle should be carried with space compression technology. Brother Black, ignore them. We have to leave the Red Earth region as soon as possible. We haven't eaten for a day. Without that dead fool, we wouldn't be lacking food. The female contractor next to Old Black spoke. This female contractor's tone was flattering, and her status among them should not be high. They have food and fresh water with them. Old Black saw the dried meat and mountain spring water that Bobo Wan carried on his back. Great. Grab them. Several contractors took out their weapons. Old Black, don't cause trouble. The most important thing is to leave as soon as possible. An older man in the last row of the armored car spoke. The older man sat alone in the back row. As he spoke, he took out a biscuit and ate it. The sound of chewing came from inside the car. Everyone, including Old Black, swallowed their saliva. They had not eaten for a day. "Master, there is not much food." Just as Old Black opened his mouth, he found that Master was looking at him coldly. A surge of anger rose in his heart. Old Black could smash this older man into a meat patty if they were to compete in strength. However, Old Black did not dare. If this older man were missing a single hair, his guild leader would chop him up and pour wine. "I said to ignore them. Didn't you hear me?" Master finished the biscuits in his hand and took out a water bottle to drink slowly. "Got it, Master. Let's go." Old Black heaved a long sigh of relief and suppressed the anger in his heart. Chapter 475. The situation in the armored car was very special. A very weak older man was the leader. It was not right to say that. The older man was not the leader of a few people, and the bearded older man was the one. The older man was a member of the Bloodgate Adventure Group. The reputation of the Bloodgate Adventure Group was not small, and there were many members. The leader, Si-10, had led the members to fight with the God Emperor Adventure Group. The result was unknown, but the 2 adventure groups had reached a contract and did not interfere with each other. Of course, there were not only organizations like the God Emperor and the Adventurous Group in the Reincarnation Paradise. Some large adventurer groups were also very strong, but their reputation was not big enough and was not known by contractors. As Susiao became stronger and stronger, the stronger adventure groups would naturally appear. As a member of the Bloodgate Adventure Group, although Old Black was only a middle-level member, he had his pride. However, in this survival trial, Old Black was very depressed. The cause was the task of their leader. Master Tai was an employee working for the Bloodgate Adventure Group. He also had another identity, the Master of Forging. Although the Master of Forging was not strong in the Reincarnation Paradise, any adventure group would regard them as guests. Because of some special reasons, Master Tai needed to be promoted. Si-10, the Bloodgate adventurer group leader, naturally supported it with all his strength and sent his subordinates to protect it all the way. And Old Black and the others just happened to be in the first stage of the trial. Although Old Black was not the ideal candidate, Master Tai must have someone to protect him in the survival trial, so Old Black and the others became bodyguards. To help Master Tai get the trial qualification, Si-10 paid a great price. If Master Tai died, Old Black would be very miserable. Before leaving, Si-10 ordered that if something happened to Master Tai, Old Black could raise his head to see him. Because of this, the current situation appeared in the armored vehicle. All along the way, it was under the command of Master Tai. This arrogant older man even looked down on the Old Black. The armored vehicle slowly started to move. Su Xiao narrowed his eyes. As long as the other party did not provoke him, he would not take the initiative to provoke the other party. After the armored vehicle drove not far away, Master Tai's eyes inadvertently glanced at the dragon flash on Su Xiao's waist. At first, Master Tai did not care too much. It was just a purple weapon. Although the level of strengthening was very high, it was nothing in his opinion. All of a sudden, Master Tai's pupils contracted. "Stop the car!" Master Tai's shout startled everyone in the car. "What's wrong, Master Tai?" Although Old Black was unhappy, he couldn't bear it if something happened to Master Tai. Master Tai's breathing was a bit heavy, his eyes staring at the dragon flash, the greed in his eyes undisguised. "Growth weapon, that is a growth weapon." Master Tai pushed open the door and quickly walked out of the armored car. "Wait." Old Black broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that the other contractors did not care about the identity of Master Tai. If Master Tai dared to go forward, he would be killed. Old Black's shout calmed Master Tai down, and he quickly thought in his mind. "Old Black, are you confident of winning?" Old Black understood Master Tai's meaning. He looked up and down at Su Xiao and winked at the female contract beside him. The female contractor stared at Su Xiao. Not long after, she swallowed hard, and a piece of information was displayed in front of Old Black. After Old Black saw the information in front of him, the corner of his eyes jumped, and his scalp was numb. Su Xiao's 3 attributes were all question marks. Only the intelligence attribute was found out, and the skills were unknown. "Let's go." Old Black quickly rushed to the armored car. Master Tai was stunned and thought of something in a flash. Although his eyes were very unwilling, he also got in the car. The little thin man in the driver's seat quickly started the engine, stepped on the accelerator hard, and the armored car rushed out. The female contractor looked at Su Xiao with lingering fear. The armored car quickly drove away. Su Xiao had already pulled out half of the dragon slash and returned to the sheath. "Don't kill them all." Old Baal looked at the armored vehicle in the distance. He was ready to fight. "It's a waste of time." Su Xiao was not interested in fighting with these contractors. The drop rate of the Scarlet Card in the survival trial was not high, and from the faces of several people, it could be seen that the food of the other party was not enough, and there was no gain. Furthermore, he was extremely decisive toward them. "The car is not bad. I hope we can meet again in the future." The Red Earth region was not big. If the other party wanted to leave, it was very likely that the two sides would meet again. The two continued to head in the direction of the Yasenman tribe. Along the way, they did not encounter any other dangers except a few beasts. The war between the Yasenman tribe and the Zerg had ended. In Old Baal's opinion, this kind of war was essential. It could keep his tribesmen in the sense of crisis and adapt to a more cruel war. The Yasenman tribe was full of wailing wounded. As soon as Old Baal returned to the tribe, the leaders of a small tribe surrounded him and said something. After dealing with the leader of the small tribe, Old Baal looked around until a teenager whose arms were bitten off by the Zerg appeared. "Keba." Hearing old Bale's shout, the young native with a broken arm quickly ran forward. The young man's face was pale, and his expression was discouraged. Old Bale patted the young man on the shoulder and said, "Tino masan kakaiba yi. Yitaya." Old Bale talked to the teenager. The teenager looked more and more excited. Before long, the teenager nodded quickly. Susiao walked forward and looked at the teenager. Him. Yes, he broke his arm. The ceremony can regenerate limbs. Old Bale indicated for Susiao to wait a moment and walked quickly to the stone house in the center of the tribe. After a long time, Old Bale returned with a small bag in his hand. When can the ceremony be carried out? According to Susiao's guess, as long as he witnessed the birth of the Bloodvine warrior, he could complete the first round of the hidden task. It can be done now. All right, now then. Old Bale walked towards the back of the mountain. The youth excitedly followed behind Old Bale. The three arrived at the back of the mountain. In front of the back mountain stood dozens of half-finished Bloodvine warriors. Even when they saw Old Bale, this leader, their expressions were still numb. The temperature of Old Bale gradually rose. The half-finished Bloodvine warriors retreated, making a path for him. Entering the back mountain, a mountain wall stood in front of them. Old Bale walked forward and pressed a few times on the mountain wall. Rumble. The mountain wall slowly rose, and a cave appeared in front. The fire gradually lit up in the cave. Old Bale walked into the cave. He seemed to be very familiar with this place. After Susiao confirmed no danger around him, he also walked into the cave slowly. The cave was very deep, and it was circling upwards. After walking for about 5 minutes, Susiao felt that he had gone deep into the center of the mountain peak. He did not know how the Yasenman people dug out this cave. Susiao raised his eyebrows. This place was indeed extraordinary. He could obtain the source of the world just by entering here. Old Bale stopped in front of them. The three of them had arrived at an open space. There was a stone platform in the center of the open space. The stone platform was about 3 meters long, like an operating table. Blood could be vaguely seen on the stone platform. The youth's legs began to tremble, and he seemed to feel inexplicable fear. Old Bale quietly went behind the teenager, a spike stabbed into the back of the teenager's neck, and he was very sinister. The teenager's body shook, and he fell to the ground after a few seconds. His eyes were wide open, and he had been anesthetized. Old Bale put the teenager on the stone platform and took out some suspicious tools from the gap under the stone platform. Susiao witnessed this scene, and Bobo Wang hid behind Susiao because Old Bale's tools were too horrible. It was suspected that this was to kill pigs. Chapter 476. The fire in the cave swayed, and the light of the fire shone on the face of an older man holding a strange dagger. Together with the blood-stained stone platform, the inside of the cave was gloomy and horrible. This was a tragic and horrible scene. If you looked at the other side of the cave, you would find that the painting style in the cave had changed. Susiao frowned and looked at Old Bale. This older man had been talking for more than half an hour. He looked like a charlatan. He kept spinning around the stone platform while chanting. The young man on the stone platform was pale. It was unknown whether he was scared or because of the inferior anesthetic. "Bale, how much longer will it take?" The dancing Old Bale stopped and wiped the sweat on his forehead. "Soon." After resting for a moment, Old Bale continued to circle the one-armed youth. "Ka pa pa pa, nyo yisen." Old Bale raised his hands high, holding a circular dagger in one hand and a semicircular dagger. This represented the sun and the moon. The moon-shaped dagger was thrown to the ground by Old Bale. After the dagger landed, it bounced up. The tip of the dagger pointed to the ground and stood upright. A special fluctuation spread over Old Bale. Susiao subconsciously clenched the hilt. Now Old Bale's aura was very strange. It seemed to have split from one person to two people. Altma. After reading a large paragraph of incantations, Old Bale's white eyes returned to normal, and the special aura disappeared. Su Xiao loosened the handle of the knife. Old Bale was not pretending to be a charlatan before, and he was indeed carrying out some ritual. Ka. Blood-red vines emerged from the stone platform under the boy, and the vines gradually entered the boy's body. Old Bale put his hand on the teenager's forehead and muttered something. After muttering for more than 10 minutes, Old Bale raised the dagger in his hand with the circular edge of the blade. The dagger was extremely sharp, and after lightly touching the skin of the youth, a trace of blood flowed out. Old Bale dipped his finger in some blood and drew a line from top to bottom on the youth's chest. Su Xiao finally knew what Old Bale was going to do. The other side wanted to open the youth's stomach. The truth was indeed so. Old Bale used the circular dagger to cut open the skin and muscles of the youth's chest and used his hand to open the ribs in the youth's chest. Thump, thump, thump. The beating heart was exposed to the air. According to normal circumstances, even if the youth didn't die from excessive bleeding, he would still die from bacteria infection in this cave. The blood-colored vines born from the stone platform played a crucial role. These vines clung to the youth's wound. The thick vines connected the youth's blood vessels, forming a blood supply system outside the body. Thump, thump, thump. The young man's heart beat faster and faster, and his body temperature gradually rose. Old Bale wiped the blood on his hands and placed his hands on the flames to roast them. Old Bale, whose body temperature reached 200 degrees, had strong heat resistance. His hands burned on the flames for more than 10 seconds before taking them away. This should be killing bacteria. The truth was that the Yasenman tribe did not have anything like disinfectant, so they used flames to kill bacteria. Old Bale took off the small cloth bag on his waist and took out a primordial seed and a soul crystal. Holding the primordial seed in his palm, the temperature of his palm gradually increased. Crack. A few plant roots sprouted from the cracks of Old Bale's fingers. The primordial seed grew roots in Old Bale's hands. Old Bale closed his eyes and controlled the process of giving birth. After a long time, he opened his eyes. He put the seed that had already grown roots into the youth's chest. After hesitating for a few seconds, Old Bale put the soul crystal into the youth's body. The seed of origin had just been put into the youth's body. The youth who had been anesthetized suddenly opened his eyes. Golden flames rose in his eyes, and his arms faintly raised. Su Xiao thought this was a normal situation, but who knew that Old Bale was scared and retreated. What? Is this situation very special? Su Xiao was also vigilant. Of course, it is special. No one can lift their arms after being anesthetized by sap. I have conducted the ceremony hundreds of times, but this has never happened. Old Bale retreated to the side and looked at the teenager vigilantly. The young man sat up and lowered his head to look at the seed in his chest. Oh! It's still this crude and primitive method, the same method as the Sun tribe. The appearance of the young man changed, and not long after, his appearance and body became a woman. The woman looked to be in her 20s. She was not beautiful, but she was not ugly either. She could only be considered an ordinary person. It seems like the Void race, the Yasenman race, isn't that great either. This island also assimilated them. The vines on the stone platform grew crazily, and large cracks appeared on the stone platform that had been thousands of years old. Old Bale's eyes widened. Boom! The stone platform shattered, and vines surged out, gradually forming a vine throne. The woman sat on the throne of vines. A tiny blood-colored vine climbed up to her chest and stitched up the terrifying wound. My sacrifice, you brought an outsider to the Holy Land and even performed a ritual in front of him. Have you forgotten the contract between your ancestor and me? Golden flames rose in the woman's eyes like the sun's fire. You. Who are you? Old Bale's lips trembled as if he couldn't believe what he saw. Who am I? Stupid question, you used my strength to fight, and you asked who I am. The woman looked at Old Bale. Her gaze seemed to be looking at an ant. Old Bale swallowed his saliva and asked tentatively, Mother of the Blood Vine. The woman shook her head when she heard Old Bale's address. I hate this stupid way of addressing me. You should address me as the sun's daughter, the incarnation of the sun. Head. A sneer came. Hearing this sneer, the eyes of the woman of the sun were a little gloomy. We meet again, but what are you laughing at? The woman of the sun looked at Susiao coldly. It feels ridiculous. It is just a plant, and it calls itself the incarnation of the sun. The surface of the sun is about 6,000 degrees. Compared to the sun, you are only small. Susiao kicked Bobo Wang, probably meaning that the situation was not right, and he was ready to run away. Bobo Wang looked back at Susiao. I was already ready. Because he witnessed the ceremony, the first part of Susiao's hidden task had been completed, and he could withdraw at any time. The woman then sunlit up a golden flame on her body and looked up and down at Susiao. What you said may be reasonable, but I have never seen such a weak shadow of the law. Susiao did not care about these words with strong sarcasm. Although the other party was not the incarnation of the sun, his strength was very strong. Susiao had already understood all the secrets of the Yasenman tribe. The Yasenman tribe was originally from the void, and a king sent them into the void to guard Devour Island. After coming to Devour Island, the Yasenman tribe found a magical plant in the Red Earth region, the daughter of the sun, also known as the Blood Vine. The size of this vine was huge, occupying the entire underground of the Red Earth area, and the Red Earth in the region was born because of this. Chapter 477. Perhaps it was a coincidence, or perhaps it was inevitable. The ancestor of the Yasenman tribe and the sun's daughter had reached a contract. As long as the seed of the daughter of the sun was transplanted into the body, the Yasenman could obtain the power of plants and flames. As a prize, while obtaining this power, the daughter of the sun would extract the vitality of all the blood vine warriors. The sun blessing fruit that Susiao ate before was the fruit of the daughter of the sun, and the core of the sun blessing fruit was the seed of the origin. Generally, the yang daughters of the sun gift fruit would absorb it themselves, and the remaining seeds would appear in this cave and provide to the Yasenman tribe. Susiao could get the sun blessing fruit because the yang daughters were a little afraid of the Bayam and did not dare to take back the fruit. The crystal flame of Bayam was not so easy to bear. All the clues were connected, and Susiao already knew about the Red Earth region. The yang daughter in front of him had existed for an unknown period. Perhaps she should be regarded as between animals and plants, but she was partial to plants, and the blood vines all over the Red Earth area were her body. I'll give you a chance. Be loyal to me, and I'll spare your life. The daughter of Yang did not even look at Old Bale. Old Bale's life and death were completely in her control. Be loyal to you? Cut the crap. What are you afraid of? Hearing Susiao's words, the daughter of Yang stood up. I will be afraid? You. Susiao waved his hand. Since you came out to see me and did not do it directly, you have something to talk to me about. The angry look of the daughter of the sun disappeared instantly. Very good. It looks like I met a shadow of the law. It is not the madman who draws a knife and cuts it? The woman of the sun sat back on the throne of vines, and the memory flashed through her mind. A man holding a long knife pulled out her most vulnerable body part and swung it in his hand. In the end, he did not kill her because she was too weak. I hate the shadow of the law. I hate it from the bottom of my heart. Susiao ignored what she said and found a big stone to sit down on. Tell me your eyes. Sure. She no longer pretended, and the golden flames on her body faded. Do you want to live? As soon as the daughter of the sun spoke, it was very provocative. Susiao did not speak. He heard the meaning in the other party's words. It's best if we cooperate. Otherwise, you will die, and I may be uprooted. The daughter of the sun looked serious and continued. The undead in the black forest will be out of the cage. The monsters will revive, and the cold disaster is coming. The daughter of the sun sighed, and her expression did not seem to be an alarmist. Is that so? Su Xiao did not care about the cold disaster, and he still had 6 days to leave. Don't think that you will not be affected. According to my observation, people like you will usually stay on the island for 10 days and then disappear without warning. But, the cold disaster will start in 5 days. Even the initial stage is enough to kill you. Su Xiao looked thoughtful, and he was considering the authenticity of the girl's words. For survival trials, the current difficulty is already very high. If this is the derivative world, the possibility of increasing the difficulty again is not high. But this is not the derivative world, but a planet controlled outside by the reincarnation paradise. The development trajectory here is not controlled. There is no plot, and it cannot be reset. Evidence, I need evidence that I can see, and why do you want to cooperate with me? The daughter of the sun nodded. I don't have any evidence now. If you enter the Black Forest, you will believe what I said. As for why I want to cooperate with you, she smiled. Because you are the shadow of the law, although the shadow of the law is extreme, you are strong enough, even if you are still in the growing stage. Su Xiao sat in the same place and pondered. Can you guarantee that I will enter the Black Forest safely? Su Xiao must go to the Black Forest because it was the requirement of the hidden task. Difficulty level, LV.17. Mission summary, entering the Black Forest. Mission information, entering the Black Forest requires much seed of origin. Mission deadline, none. Mission reward, this is a chain mission. The reward will be given according to the completion rate of the mission. Mission penalty, none. The difficulty of the secret mission had increased once again. It had reached an astonishing LV.17. One could see how dangerous the Black Forest was. Su Xiao had 2 choices, to complete the hidden task immediately and get a small number of rewards, and the other was to enter the Black Forest. Many signs showed how dangerous the Black Forest was, more than 10 times more dangerous than the Red Earth region. What was the reason why Su Xiao could have today's strengths? Luck? Of course not, his Emperor Halo only had 3 hours left, and 3 hours later, he would recover his daily luck. Su Xiao could achieve today because he dared to explore every world and go deep into some dangerous places. Instead of waiting for the disaster to come, Su Xiao was more inclined to take the initiative to advance against the disaster. The safety of the reincarnation paradise was only for a moment. The main theme here was fighting and killing, a sword through the throat, and a cut off the head. Hearing Su Xiao's question, the daughter of the sun nodded. Of course, no problem, but I also have a request. What request? Su Xiao looked at old Baal. He had already vaguely guessed what the daughter of the sun wanted to say. Take my people. Old Baal closed his eyes in despair. The daughter of sun was a god to him, an existence that he could not resist. If it's Baal, that's no problem. Old Baal had the alchemy bomb left by Su Xiao in his body, and he was a good fighter. Not only the priest but there are also 2 other people. Huh. Su Xiao frowned and had a bad feeling in his heart. The other 2? Yes, you will cooperate very well. After all, you come from the same place. Su Xiao thought in his heart that it was true. The daughter of the sun joined with other contractors, which gave him a little headache. No large number of seed of origin could not enter the Black Forest. Otherwise, they would die without a doubt. This task information had already been pointed out. There were only 2 ways to obtain the seed of origin. One was to kill the girl or cooperate with the other party. Su Xiao might have the ability to defeat the girl, but it was impossible to kill a vine that covered the red earth region, at least for him now, it was impossible, and there was only one way out. Su Xiao would refuse if it were in the derivative world, but now it was different. There was no hunting mission in the survival trial. As long as Su Xiao did not make an abnormal move, no one would doubt him, and it was impossible to doubt him. Yes. After getting Su Xiao's answer, the daughter of Sun nodded. Old Baal did not speak from the beginning to the end, and his attitude towards the daughter of Sun was extremely respectful. With Su Xiao's understanding of Old Baal, this guy was not a devout believer. He could even kill his brother for the sake of power. Although the secret of the Red Earth region had been understood, more mysteries appeared, and that was the Black Forest. If it were said to be an exploration in the Red Earth region, it was a desperate situation to survive in the Black Forest. Chapter 478. In the cave, Su Xiao held a few seed of origin in his hand, a total of 4. How do you use this thing? Don't tell me to eat it. Su Xiao had reached a consensus with the daughter of the sun. He and old Bal plus 2 contractors went deep into the Black Forest. If the conditions allow, the sun's daughter would certainly go deep into the Black Forest, but she could not leave the Red Earth region. Now this body would collapse only after a few hours. Of course not. Give it to me. The sun's daughter reached out and motioned for Su Xiao to give her the seed of origin. After throwing out 4 seeds, she caught the seed of origin and took out a few more. The seed gradually changed in the hands of the woman of the sun. It changed from the original black to a pale red, and green branches grew on the surface. After entering the Black Forest, you must carry the seed of origin with you and pinch one every 2 hours. Each native seed can protect you for about 2 hours. The 10 seeds must leave before light, or that will be your burial ground. The daughter of the sun handed the 10 seed of origin to Su Xiao. Only 10. Do you think it is easy to transform the native seeds? Su Xiao shook his head. 20. Impossible. Su Xiao did not speak and just looked at the sun's daughter. At most 12. 18. After a bargain, Su Xiao got 15 native seeds. There is not much time. What are you going to do now? Su Xiao got up and looked at old Baal. Old Baal looked at the daughter of the sun. Goddess of the sun, my seed of origin. The daughter of the sun examined old Baal. My servant, use it carefully. Yes, sir. Old Baal was extremely obedient. Seeing this scene, Su Xiao smiled. Perhaps this old man would burst out with a different light. At least he had never underestimated old Baal. Where are the other 2? They have gone to the vicinity of the Black Forest. I will inform them to wait for you. Su Xiao walked out of the cave with old Baal. Walking out of the cave, Su Xiao looked at old Baal. So obedient. The order of the goddess cannot be violated. Old Baal's attitude was devout as if he had become an obedient priest. Poor acting. If I were you, even if I dug out the seed in my body, I would not bow down to that plant. Su Xiao did not believe that old Baal would become a dog of the daughter of the sun. That is the goddess of the sun. How can I disobey the words of the goddess? However, killing a god is a good choice. It is still too early. Let's get through the cold first. After leaving the cave, old Baal's true character was revealed. He knew how to endure and avoid harm. He was sinister, cunning, and ruthless. This was old Baal. Let's go, and we need to carry a lot of food and water. Old Baal nodded. After saying, I'll prepare, he quickly walked in the direction of the tribe. Half an hour later, old Baal, carrying a lot of meat and water, found Su Xiao, and the 2 walked out of the tribe. Before, Su Xiao wanted to leave the Red Earth region and arrive at the common district, but who would have thought the world was constantly changing? He was now going to the more dangerous Black Forest. The survival of Devour Island had nothing to do with him, and Su Xiao did not care about the cold disaster. If what the daughter of the sun said was true, he only needed to bear the cold disaster for a day, and the possibility of survival was very high. He went deep into the Black Forest to become stronger and complete the secret mission. The secret mission was rare. If he completed all the stages, the harvest would be unexpected. No one stipulated that the survival trial must be hidden, and if there was a chance to become stronger, it must be grasped. Suxiao rode behind Bobo Wang, and Bobo Wang ran a little slowly because it ate too much. Bobo Wang was afraid of hunger, and after having enough food, it let go of its belly and ate wildly. But after a few hours in the Red Earth region, the stomach of Bobo Wang began to growl again. With the compass pointing in the direction, it was not difficult to find the stone bridge to leave the Red Earth region. After traveling for a few hours, the sky gradually darkened. Suxiao found a tree without snakes and insects to rest. At night, the Red Earth region was very lively, and the roars of all kinds of beasts kept coming. Lying on the tree trunk more than 10 meters high from the ground, Suxiao closed his eyes to rest while Bobo Wang lay on the tree trunk with his belly down and his forelegs naturally hung down. The next morning, "Ow!" a scream woke Suxiao up. He immediately got up and held the hilt. There were no enemies. It was Bobo Wang who screamed. This group of people slept too soundly. They fell from the trees early in the morning. With Bobo Wang's sleeping posture, it would be strange if they did not fall. After a simple breakfast, Suxiao continued to move forward. After 7 hours of traveling, a cliff appeared in front of him. The stone bridge is nearby. It will arrive in half an hour at most. After passing the stone bridge, we can continue to travel for 3 days and arrive at the Black Forest. Today was the 5th day of the survival trial, which meant that Suxiao would arrive at the Black Forest on the 8th day. Old Baal was right, and the stone bridge was indeed nearby. Bang, ding, ding, ding. The roar came from the stone bridge, and Suxiao saw someone fighting on the stone bridge from far away. The stone bridge was dozens of meters long and 10 meters wide. It was naturally formed without any protective measures. An armored vehicle was placed horizontally on the stone bridge. Several contractors hid behind the armored vehicle. Bullets hit the other side of the armored vehicle, and sparks flew. The dense gunfire came from the other side of the stone bridge. People were blocking the bridge in the common district, blocking the contractors who left the Red Earth region. This move could be said to be extremely vicious. Although the common district was also dangerous, food and water were not too scarce. If they had the strength, they could grab it. The Red Earth region was different. The food here was scarce. The contractors who escaped from here were generally very bad, and their combat effectiveness was reduced. At this time, Old Black and others who were hiding behind the armored vehicle were in this situation. Although the armored vehicle was anti-missile and would be fine for a while, the enemy would rush up soon. On the slope in the distance of the stone bridge, Suxiao was observing how many contractors there were on the other side of the stone bridge. There were 8 contractors alone, and the total number of people should be no less than 10 people. Suxiao could not figure it out. Why did these contractors want to block the bridge? The drop rate of the Scarlet Card in the survival trial was very low, and most of the contractors who escaped from the red soil area were short of food. However, Suxiao was clear that if he wanted to cross the bridge, he must first destroy the contractors on the other side of the bridge. Otherwise, they would be targets on the stone bridge without shelters, such as Old Black and his group. The gunshots continued, and Old Black and others were beaten to the point that they did not dare to look out. From Suxiao's direction, he could see that several contractors on the other side of the bridge had rushed to the armored car. A minute later, Old Black and others were close to the contractors on the other side of the bridge. On the other side of the bridge was a sniper, 2 mages, and together with the fact that they had been forced out of the bunker, Old Black and the others would be defeated. That was the truth. Dozens of seconds later, Old Black and the others fell into a pool of blood. The forging master was kneeling on the ground as if begging the contractor opposite the bridge for mercy. After a while, the contractors on the other side of the bridge were obviously in a mess, as if they knew that they had provoked someone they should not provoke. Bang! A gunshot was heard. Master Tai was shot in the head, and his body was thrown into the cliff. The contractors on the other side of the bridge had a dispute as if they were shirking responsibility. Bang! A very low gunshot was fired. The sniper on the other side of the bridge was shot, and a bloody mist exploded. Su Xiao turned the muzzle of the Spider Queen and aimed the muzzle at a mage on the other side of the bridge. He had to destroy these contractors, otherwise Su Xiao could not cross the stone bridge, and the armored vehicle was a good substitute. Chapter 479. Bang! The Spider Queen's muzzle sprayed out a stream of flames and smoke. The airwaves spread along the gun's muzzle, and a kinetic energy bullet left the muzzle. The bullet spun at high speed, and the bullet broke through layers of airwaves, forming circular ripples in the air until it drilled into the arm of a contestant. With a bang, the entire shoulder of the contractor was shattered by the powerful kinetic energy, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. One could vaguely see white bones and a broken arm holding a staff in the blood mist. The mage contractor staggered back a few steps and almost fell. Turning his head to look at his bare shoulder, the mage contractor's mouth was slightly open, and just as he was about to scream, his head followed the footsteps of his shoulder and exploded into a ball of blood. Warm blood and brain matter splashed on the face of the main tank on the side. The main tank subconsciously shrank his head, and at the same time, he blocked the shield in front of him. He roared. Enemy attack! Bang! Bang! Su Xiao fired 2 more shots, and one of the contractors fell to the ground. The dozens of contractors who blocked the bridge had lost 3 people before finding Su Xiao. On the other side of the bridge, the sniper counterattacked. Kill him! Where's the sniper? Shoot! The contractor on the other side of the bridge was not a soft persimmon. His first reaction when he was attacked was to hide, find the enemy, and shout at his long-range firepower counterattack. A tall and thin man with a bow and arrow hid behind the rock. He knew in his heart that there was no other long-range shooting with precision other than him. The sniper had died near him and had been shot in the head. If he had not reacted quickly, he would have been a corpse now. The archer was just about to reveal himself and block his rock fragments. There was a whooshing sound beside him. He was very familiar with this sound. It was the sound of bullets flying around nearby. I've been targeted. Although he knew that he was targeted, the archer had no choice. Can I help you fight for a few seconds to shoot the other party? A rough voice sounded. The archer turned his head to look. He was the leader of the temporary team. The team of contractors who blocked the bridge allied with the plane. This team of contractors discovered a secret. This secret caused the team to be in danger and almost had internal strife. They had already blocked the bridge for 3 days when they discovered this bridge. During this period, 2 groups of contractors crossed the bridge. Without exception, the contractors who were starving to the point of collapse died in their hands, which gave them a lot of benefits. A few seconds. I'll give it a try. As soon as the archer finished speaking, he felt a pair of bloodshot eyes staring at him. It's not a test. We have to force the enemy back. We only have hope if we get close. Otherwise, we'll be killed here. The team leader's face was as dark as water, and his triangular eyes were full of viciousness. The squad leader did not know that someone had the same thoughts as him. He was just a sniper, and if he got close, the other party would be dead for sure. No problem. The archer's body flashed with green light as if he had activated some skill. The squad leader looked at the archer up and down and finally nodded. He rushed out of the bunker with his hands behind his head and quickly rushed to the stone bridge. Charge with me, or we will all die here. The leader of the team roared and rushed to the stone bridge. The other contractors rushed out of the bunker one after another. It was impossible to escape at this time. There was a sniper on the other side of the bridge. Escaping was a living target. He could only rush forward and fight with the others. Su Xiao was lying on the slope opposite the stone bridge. The scope was full of figures. If there was a difficult choice, he must not know who to aim at this time. Su Xiao did not have that kind of problem. He chose to shoot the contractor, who rushed to the front. Bang! Su Xiao had just fired a shot, and the sound of wind breaking came. He subconsciously turned his head. An arrow flew close to his cheek. If he dodged in time, the arrow had already pierced his head. He quickly aimed at the archer on the other side of the bridge. Su Xiao accurately shot 3 consecutive shots. There was a scream on the other side of the bridge. The archer was mute and fell to the high ground with serious injuries. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. After dealing with most of the long range, Su Xiao withdrew from the chamber. The Spider Queen still had 8 bullets left. These were the last 8 bullets. After inserting the chamber, the Spider Queen was thrown to Bobo Wang, and Su Xiao got up from the hillside. The contractors on the other side of the bridge had already rushed to the middle of the bridge. Su Xiao observed for a moment and rushed down the slope. Woof! Bobo Wang shouted at Old Bale and turned to look at the stone bridge, which meant that why didn't you go up? I can't make a move, for the time being, your master until the reason. Old Bale was lying on the hillside, not ready to make a move. The fact was that Old Bale could not make a move now. The daughter of Sun gave Old Bale one-time use ability. That ability had great use in the Black Forest. So Su Xiao was responsible for all the battles along the way, and after entering the Black Forest, Old Bale would use that ability. The current Old Bale's body temperature was more than 80 degrees. The ability in his body was too unstable. Your master is fighting. Aren't you going to help? Old Bale looked at Bobo Wang with interest. He already knew that Bobo Wang's IQ was beyond that of a wild beast. Bobo Wang crossed his 2 claws in front of his chest and looked at Old Bale with contempt. His gaze clearly said, Ben Wang is a wet nanny. She is delicate and can't fight in close combat. Old Bale did not understand its meaning. He could only understand some simple meaning of Bobo Wang. For example, the previous "you are so not going up." Su Xiao quickly rushed to the stone bridge and stood in front of the group of contractors. The contractors in charge were very puzzled. Wasn't the other party a sniper? Why did he rush up? Su Xiao pulled out the dragon flash on his waist and cut the air before him. The contractors on the stone bridge knew that he was not a sniper at all. Clang! A light blue light blade flew out, whistling as it slashed towards the main tank at the front of the team. Bang! The blade light slashed onto the shield. The palm of the main tank holding the shield was shaken until it became numb, and an extremely deep gap appeared on the shield. Sword! Sword chi! The main tank was stunned, and his forward steps stopped. After the blade light appeared, all the contractors came to a sudden break, and the soles of their shoes rubbed against the bridge. This guy is not right, and he is not a sniper. It can't be Lone Wolf, right? Very likely. The so-called Lone Wolf was a form of address for Lone Rangers. This type of contractor had no obvious weaknesses. They usually had a prominent ability, but the other abilities were not weak either. This was to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations. Don't care what he is. Kill him. We will live. There is no possibility of peace talks. The leader of the team clenched his teeth. It was very hateful to block the stone bridge, so the possibility of negotiation was not high. Let Su Xiao cross the bridge. The leader of the team shook his head. It was not that he did not want to let go, but the other party would not believe it at all. Not to mention the other party, even though he did not believe it. The team's position was in the middle of the stone bridge, and Su Xiao was at the end of the bridge. In this way, the contractor team only had one escape route. And just now, Su Xiao's action of slashing out the blade shocked these contractors. Su Xiao slowly walked forward, and his footsteps were getting faster and faster, gradually changing from walking to running and finally starting to charge at full speed. The team was a temporary team, so there was no strategy. It was nothing more than a swarm of bees rushing forward and long-range fighting behind. It was not that the leader of the team was brainless. He had no choice. This was a temporary team. If he had been ordering other people to do something, the team would have been disbanded. Chapter 480. Kill him. It's nothing great to be able to slash out sword chi. Kill him. Was it amazing to be able to slash out Q sword? The answer was, of course, that Su Xiao had spent a lot of resources. Just the amount of soul crystals consumed was amazing. The two sides quickly approached, and before they got close, the enemy's control skills attacked. There were two long-range, an ice mage and an amateur nurse behind the enemy. The so-called amateur nurse was the double nurse of the combat and support system. Although this kind of nurse was not strong, she had little ability to protect herself. Most of the wet nurses who did not have a team developed like this. A golden energy spear attacked. Su Xiao was just ready to dodge sideways. Who knew that the spear actually turned and stabbed straight at his chest? According to Su Xiao's experience, this was a control skill. If he were controlled now, he would be killed by the contractors who were about to get close to him. Just as the golden spear was about to hit Su Xiao, his left hand wrapped in the metal bracer grabbed the golden spear. The golden spear was full of strength. Although it was an energetic body, it rubbed sparks in Su Xiao's hand. Su Xiao leaned sideways, and the golden spear brushed past his palm until his palm touched the end of the golden spear. His palm suddenly tightened. Using all his strength, the direction of the golden spear changed and flew to a contractor opposite him. The contractor's eyes almost popped out. This kind of operation somewhat ruined his three views. The eyes seemed to say, "Big brother, can you respect that control skill?" The golden spear stabbed the chest of this kind of contractor, the spear shattered, the golden light wrapped him, and the contractor was frozen in place. Su Xiao leaned over and rushed forward, the muscles of his right arm slightly bulged, and he waved his sword to the contractor in the body. The long sword cut through the air and made a sound, and the contractor stared. "Oh you!" After making a strange cry, the head of the contractor flew up. Just as he cut off an enemy's head, a broadsword with a wide back came. Su Xiao raised the sword to block and slightly opened his legs. Sparks flew. Cracks appeared on the stone floor under Su Xiao's feet. His legs were slightly bent. It was not that he could not bear this knife. He was trying to control his strength. The cracks on the ground under his feet were the best evidence. Although Su Xiao could easily resist this knife, it was a very silly behavior that would slightly hurt the body. After completing the control, Su Xiao raised his left leg and kicked directly at the bone of the contractor in front of him. Crack! Su Xiao felt as if he had broken a branch. The 2-meter-tall, strong man widened his eyes and looked down at his calf. The bone of his calf was broken, and the bones had already pierced out from his calf muscles. Ah! Puchi! The short scream stopped abruptly. A long knife pierced through the chin of the strong man, and the knife pierced the back of the head. Su Xiao quickly pulled out the long sword, stepped on the ground, and jumped back flexibly. Boom! A war hammer smashed at the place where Su Xiao was just now, gravel flew, and a contractor with a half-meter thick war hammer was looking at him. Su Xiao narrowed his eyes. It was not good to be hit by this thing, and he might even die, but the other party was too heavy, and the possibility of hitting him was not high. Phew! The wind blew, and Su Xiao slashed to the side. An ice cone was cut into pieces with a bang, and the ice chips splashed. 10 meters away, a man in an ice blue sorcerer robe looked at Su Xiao. Ice formation. The staff in the hand of the ice sorcerer pointed to the ground, and a formation instantly appeared under Su Xiao's feet. Ka! A thin layer of ice instantly spread to Su Xiao's leg, and all of this happened instantly. Finding that Su Xiao was controlled, the contractor on the bridge was very happy, especially the contractor with the sledgehammer who was laughing loudly. The contractor's hammer was about 2.5 meters tall. The black hammer in his hand was extremely intimidating, except it was too heavy. His attack power was unquestionable. Beat you. The big hammer rushed to Su Xiao, but he did not rush out for 2 steps. The back of the big hammer was cold, and the forward steps rushed subconsciously slowed down. Su Xiao had returned the dragon flash to the sheath, holding the handle of the dragon flash with one hand, and a smile appeared on his face. He was waiting for other contractors to approach. Retreat. The contractors around Su Xiao all felt a chill, and the ice wizard took a few steps back in the distance. The enemy did not approach, but there was a sign of escape, which made Su Xiao a little disappointed. The dragon flashed out of the sheath, and a circular blade light spread around at high speed. The blue blade light was very thin, but it was very sharp, and the speed of spreading was very fast. The ice wizard and the other 5 contractors subconsciously fell. The sledgehammer tripped while running away and accidentally fell to the ground. Clang! The ring-shaped blade light spread out for more than 10 meters before disappearing. Those fleeing contestants maintained their still posture, blood spilling from their mouths. Blood lines appeared on the chest and back of these contestants, blood slowly dyeing their clothes. Plop! A contractor's chest and above position fell to the ground, and his arms were cut off from the big arm position. Plop! Plop! The sound of his body falling to the ground constantly came. Su Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, and the soreness of his arms and muscles gradually eased. Ring break could only be used 3 times a day. It was not a joke. After more than 3 times, his arms needed a few days to recover, and he could not use a knife during that time. The contractors who fell to the ground got up one after another. Everyone swallowed their saliva. They knew that they had blocked the bridge and hit the head. Ka ba, ka ba. The thin ice wrapped around Su Xiao's lower body cracked. The ice layer shattered, and Su Xiao regained his freedom. Although his legs were a little numb from the cold, he quickly rushed to the ice wizard. The other 5 contractors hesitated for a moment. 3 of them looked at Su Xiao firmly. They had to kill the other party. Otherwise, they would all die here. It was impossible to surrender. If they escaped, the other party could snipe, and they could not escape. Not everyone thought so. 2 contractors looked at each other and quickly rushed to the stone bridge's edge, jumping down. Below was a bottomless cliff. Without flight ability, the possibility of survival was very low. But these 2 contractors were different. His clothes were slightly modified to be a glider. The 2 contractors glided towards the depths of the cliff. If one looked at their faces carefully, one could see that their appearances were roughly similar. Even if they were not twin brothers, they must be related by blood. There were only 4 people left from the dozens of contractors blocking the bridge. The others were dead and fled. The 4 people were the male ice mage, the female nurse, the 2-meter and 5-meter strong sledgehammer, and the gloomy leader. The weapon of the gloomy leader was a black iron rod. After Su Xiao used the light ring break, he also had the urge to jump off the cliff. The female nurse had already started to run away, but her 2 short legs were not so fast. The sledgehammer was very fierce. It buried its head and rushed to Su Xiao. This guy's IQ should not be high looking at the honest eyes. Ice Wizard was ready to risk his life because Su Xiao was rushing at him. Ice Soul. Ice Wizard's body was full of coldness, he should have activated a high-level ability, and his combat effectiveness soared. Just as Ice Wizard was ready to turn into a cannon, Su Xiao in front of him suddenly disappeared. Chapter 481. The figure flashed, and the ice mage was just about to turn around. Pucci. The blood-stained tip of the blade penetrated the ice mage's chest, and the green steel shadow energy invaded the ice mage's body. The green steel shadow energy was especially used to deal with mages, so this ice mage was a natural tragedy. The green steel shadow energy first invaded the ice wizard's body through the wound. The pain made the ice wizard's eyes turn white, and his whole body twitched. This was not the end. The green steel shadow energy rushed into the ice wizard's brain and destroyed the magic circuit in his brain. Ah! The ice wizard held his head and screamed. The staff in his hand fell to the ground, ignoring it. The shadow could not be better at dealing with mages, especially since this ice mage was weaker than Su Xiao. This result was natural. Su Xiao just wanted to pull out the long sword in the body of the ice mage, and a warhammer smashed against him. The warhammer whistled. This hammer was strong and heavy, and if it were smashed, it would become a small cake. Su Xiao pulled out the sword and jumped back. The ice mage sat on the ground with the help of the long sword, his eyes were dull, and his mouth was drooling. The hammer was indeed unstoppable, but it also had a weakness: once it was smashed, it could not be stopped. The hammer smashed down, but Su Xiao had already retreated a few steps, and the hammer hit the ice sorcerer's crotch. Boom! The strong hammer let the ice sorcerer experience the smashing of the egg once. The hammer, with a diameter of half a meter, not only the egg but the entire bone of the ice sorcerer was smashed into meat paste. Ow! Another pain awakened the ice wizard in the blue steel shadow. He wailed and fainted. If nothing unexpected happened, this guy was dead for sure. Hammer knew that he had accidentally injured his teammate. He stood in place and scratched his head. The gloomy leader in the distance closed his eyes in despair. If the wet nurse plus Hammer plus ice wizard plus himself, the four still had a chance, but now the ice wizard was accidentally killed by his teammate. The gloomy leader thought too much. Even if they joined hands, they would not have a chance. From the beginning of the war until now, except for the archer's arrow, other people were no threat to Su Xiao. Su Xiao had fought alone in the adventurous group, let alone this kind of group without organization and discipline, and they did not know Su Xiao, different from the women of the Red Lily Spider group. If Su Xiao was hard to deal with these people, then he did not need to be a hunter. Su Xiao, who was unscathed, looked at the sorcerer running away. He pulled out the black gun in the black and white gun at his waist. These two guns had their characteristics, and the white gun was strong. The black gun's precision and shooting range was strong. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 shots of light precision were missed. Su Xiao frowned, his arm stretched flat. The aim was more precise. Bang. The sorcerer who was running away was shot in the back. The sorcerer let out a scream, gritted his teeth, and continued to run. Bang. Another shot missed. Just as Su Xiao was ready to continue shooting, the sledgehammer rushed forward. The hammer in his hand swung and smashed towards Su Xiao. Su Xiao dodged sideways, the stone bridge under his feet was shaken, but he did not look at the sledgehammer and calmly continued to pull the trigger. Bang! With this shot, the wet nurse fell to the ground with a burst of blood on her calf. However, the wet nurse did not give up. She knew that she would either be pressed to the ground and rubbed or killed after being blackmailed if she were captured. The wet nurse struggled to get up, took a sip of milk for herself, and fled away with difficulty. Su Xiao no longer paid attention to the wet nurse. The speed of the other party's escape was very slow. This period was enough for him to deal with the big hammer and gloomy leader. Big fool, go. The gloomy leader motioned the big hammer to hold Su Xiao up. He is very strong, and I may die. Big Hammer was hesitant, and the gloomy leader looked at Big Hammer. If I had your size and strength, I would be invincible. It would be a waste. Big Hammer scratched his head. From his previous performance, it could be seen that this guy's IQ was not high, and he was even a little silly. Use berserk. But Dechui hesitated. But what? The gloomy leader looked at Dechui coldly. My body hurts after going berserk. Dechui's words almost made the gloomy leader faint. He's almost dead. Why do you care about the pain? That guy is as strong as a monster. You. As soon as the gloomy leader finished speaking, he felt a crisis. 222222222. The densely packed bullets tilted towards the gloomy leader, and the gloomy leader swung the iron rod in his hand to block. Ding 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 ding. The gloomy leader blocked the bullets a lot, but occasionally, there was a burst of blood bursting from the gloomy leader. Dragon Flash was inserted beside Su Xiao's feet. He was holding the black and white double guns at this time and had activated the continuous shooting mode. The 60 bullets were soon emptied, and Su Xiao immediately filled the bullets with mana value. The interval between loading the bullets was 10 seconds, and the loading time was 2 seconds. Mana poured into the black and white guns, and each of the two guns produced 30 bullets. He pulled the trigger and continued to shoot. The black and white guns had very strong attack power. After all, they were purple quality weapons, and the quality was the same as the Spider Queen. After the 120 bullets were tilted, the gloomy leader fell to the ground covered in bullet holes, and blood spread out from his body. Now, only Dechui was left on the battlefield. He looked at the gloomy leader who had fallen to the ground. The other party had saved his life, so he had been following him. In a low and muffled voice, Dechui asked, "How are you?" The gloomy leader's breathing was weak, and his body was already unconscious. Use berserk, kill him, or else, all of you will die. It was very difficult for the gloomy leader to say these words, and he spat out a few large mouthfuls of blood. All right. Dechui closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The muscles all over his body rapidly expanded, and his height had broken by 3 meters. Idiot. The face of the gloomy leader was dead, and he had no hope of victory. There was a reason why the gloomy leader was so desperate. When Dechui went crazy, Su Xiao had quietly come behind him. Su Xiao held the sword with his right hand, and his left hand was against the end of the sword. Puchi. The long sword pierced through the back of Dechui. Although he was much taller than Su Xiao, he knelt on the ground with his mouth wide open, so he was much shorter than Su Xiao. The green steel shadow energy was raging in the body of Dechui. This heavy man could not be Su Xiao's opponent, even if his attack were horrible. The physical attribute of Dechui was very high, and the heart was not dead after being hit by the sword but stood up. At this time, the skin of Dechui was red, and all the blood vessels in the body burst out. It should have been successful. Just when Dechui remembered his body, Su Xiao cut off the tendons of his legs, and the head fell to the ground again. The tendons of the legs were cut, but the blade also flashed, and the arms of Dechui were cut off in succession. He fell to the ground with a clang, and a small hole was smashed on the stone bridge. Kill you. Su Xiao looked down at the kneeling Dechui. This body shape, what a pity. Being tall was sometimes an advantage, such as Dechui. This guy belonged to the type of innate strength. However, this innate strength was useless. With the cooperation of Su Xiao's sword skills and combat skills, Dechui did not even have the chance to hurt him. Dragon Flash was raised high, and the sword was aimed at the neck of Dechui. Although the IQ of Dechui was not high, he was an iron-blooded man. Knowing that he would die without a doubt, he raised his head. Puchi. The head flew up, and all the contractors who blocked the bridge lost their fighting power. Unfortunately, 2 people jumped off the cliff and escaped. At that time, Su Xiao had no chance to stop them. Looking toward where the wet nurse escaped, Su Xiao quickly chased after her. Su Xiao carried the wet nurse back to the stone bridge 3 minutes later. The wet nurse resisted, but under Su Xiao's careful persuasion, the wet nurse was shivering in her hand. Su Xiao threw the wet nurse beside the gloomy leader. Treat him. What? The wet nurse looked at Su Xiao with astonishment. Su Xiao turned his head to look at the wet nurse. The wet nurse quickly picked up the staff and did it. The golden light fell, and the gloomy leader who was dying recovered a little. What is your purpose in blocking the bridge? Su Xiao held a cigarette in his mouth and lit it slightly, tilted with his head. No comment. If you want to kill, kill. The gloomy leader closed his eyes and looked like he was not afraid of death. Don't worry. With this nurse, you won't die in a short time. I can ask slowly. Hearing Su Xiao's words, the gloomy leader's face twitched. Chapter 482. Just as Su Xiao was about to ask why the gloomy leader blocked the bridge, there was a slight sound on the other side of the stone bridge. An archer covered in blood rolled down from the hillside. His chest was pierced by the Spider Queen bullet and almost pierced his heart. Now he did not even have the strength to get up. Bobo. Su Xiao looked at Bobo Wang. Bobo Wang quickly ran forward and dragged the archer over. When he was close to Su Xiao, he found that the archer's lower abdomen was also pierced. At the moment, he was on the verge of death. Su Xiao looked at the gloomy leader and turned to look at the wet nurse. Treat him. Although the wet nurse was reluctant, she could only do it because of what is blocking the bridge. As the saying goes, if there is no profit, there is no early. These people will not block the bridge for no reason. Moreover, blocking the bridge is risky, such as now. The archer lowered his head and inadvertently looked around, looking for an escape route. You want to know? The archer looked up. He had found the escape route, and his injuries had recovered to a certain extent. Now he only lacked one chance. Su Xiao pulled out his sword without warning and cut off the archer's legs. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream came, and the archer's escape plan died in his stomach. Don't be noisy. Su Xiao gently shook the dragon flash, and the blood on the blade was flung away. You! The archer had not finished speaking. Su Xiao kicked sideways and kicked the side of the other side of the face. The archer rolled far away on the ground, twitched a few times, and stopped moving. Treat him. One person might lie, but three people were different. I'll talk. The wet nurse finally could not bear the pressure. Don't say it. If I say it, I will. The gloomy leader looked anxious. He knew that if he said it, he would die. With a long knife, the head of the gloomy leader fell to the ground. Continue. Today, no matter whether the three of them surrendered or not, they would die. There was no room for negotiation. We blocked the bridge because... The wet nurse struggled with her heart. She also knew that she might die if she said it. Forget it, and I'm not interested anymore. Su Xiao walked slowly to the wet nurse. Hey! The wet nurse was stunned. We blocked the bridge for the reincarnation mark. Huh? Su Xiao looked at the wet nurse doubtfully. Reincarnation imprint. Su Xiao had never heard that the reincarnation imprint could be stripped away. Yes, the reincarnation mark. Our team was attacked before, and a contractor was bitten to death by a beast. When we searched for treasures on him, we found that the reincarnation mark could be stripped in the survival trial, but the probability of stripping was about 50. Su Xiao pondered for a while and slowly walked to the corpse of the gloomy leader. Pulling up the sleeve of the gloomy leader, the reincarnation mark on the arm of the gloomy leader was shining. Su Xiao tried to touch the reincarnation mark, and the hint of the reincarnation paradise appeared. Choosing to strip, the reincarnation mark on the arm of the gloomy leader gradually fell off and finally turned into a card. Quality, unknown. Type, unknown. Effect, unknown. Rating, unknown. Introduction, none. Price, 1 of the source of the world or 1000 paradise coins. The function of the reincarnation mark was similar to an ID card, which was something that every contractor would have. The contractor's reincarnation mark was a circle with a 5-pointed star in the center. Su Xiao's reincarnation mark was different. It was a black sword pattern. A reincarnation mark was equivalent to one of the source of the world or 1,000 paradise coins. One of the two could be chosen. Su Xiao began to search the bodies of the contractors around him. With a total of 12 bodies, he found 7 reincarnation marks total. How cruel! Su Xiao was talking about the reincarnation paradise. To eliminate the weak, the reincarnation paradise took this kind of measure. It could be imagined that the survival trial would become a big escape if this news spread. But this was also a normal phenomenon. The reincarnation paradise needed resources to cultivate contractors. It was natural to eliminate the weak. There was no free lunch in the world. You will become the reincarnation mark in other people's hands sooner or later. The archer lay on the ground and gasped with difficulty. Su Xiao stopped, and the long sword in his hand stabbed into the archer's throat. The only survivor of the bridge was the wet nurse. Don't come over. The wet nurse had injuries on her legs, and now she could not stand steadily. Su Xiao did not move and slowly approached the wet nurse. So far, he had not felt sympathy for the enemy. Finding that Su Xiao was constantly approaching, the wet nurse gritted her teeth and began to take off her clothes quickly. You can do whatever you want, don't kill me. The wet nurse crossed her arms around her chest, and a large expanse of white was faintly discernible. It had to be said that this wet nurse still had some beauty. Su Xiao put the dragon slash back into the sheath. The wet nurse was thrilled when she saw this scene. She slowly took off her arms wrapped around her chest and exposed her entire body. Su Xiao walked forward, and the hand that wrapped the metal bracer touched the wet nurse's shoulders and collarbone. Can we go to a place where there is no one? The wet nurse looked like she wanted to refuse, but she still welcomed him. No need. The hand wrapped in metal suddenly grabbed the wet nurse's neck, and the wet nurse's pupils contracted. Please. Crack. Cutting off the slender neck of the wet nurse, Su Xiao found that after the reincarnation mark of the other party dissipated directly, he threw the body of the wet nurse to the cliff under the stone bridge. Su Xiao did not directly sell the reincarnation mark he got. These reincarnation marks could be sold before the survival trial ended. As for whether it was sold as the source of the world or paradise coins depended on the situation at that time. More than a dozen bodies scattered on the bridge, and the battle ended. Su Xiao began to clean up the battlefield. He walked to the 3-row armored car. The armored car was military green, with 4 wide wheels, the chassis was very high, and there was a row of big lights on the roof. This cold armored car looked like a jeep, but it was much bigger than a jeep. Aside from the main driver and the front passenger seat, there were at least 6 people in the car, and it was not a problem to squeeze 10 people. After checking the damage to the armored car, although there were bullet marks on one side, there were no traces of being pierced. Before, Su Xiao thought that this armored vehicle would disappear. This armored vehicle was not an object but between a summoned object and an object. Su Xiao could not obtain the ownership of the armored vehicle, but this did not prevent him from using it in the survival trial. Sitting in the armored vehicle, the oil meter showed that there was still half a box of oil left, and there were several large barrels of oil under the seat at the back of the armored vehicle, which was enough to be used. Confirming that the armored vehicle was fine, Su Xiao threw the food, water, and other things behind Bobo Wang into the back seat, and Bobo Wang was much more relaxed. Their food and water and the food and water of the contractors blocking the bridge were also plundered by Su Xiao. These foods and fresh water can be used for 5 days, and there are a lot of chocolate, compressed biscuits, and so on. Su Xiao was a little puzzled. How did the bridge team carry so many high-calorie foods? Was it okay to take so many things to parachute? Don't think about this. Food and fresh water are sufficient. There are also substitute tools. The armored car is the best shelter at night. It can keep warm, safe, and comfortable. Old Bale sat in the back seat of the armored car with a face full of surprise. It seemed that he had never seen an armored car. Chapter 483. The armored car was as fast as lightning on a prairie, pressing out 2 ruts. Su Xiao sat in the main driver's seat, his hand on the steering wheel, his fingertips holding a cigarette, and on the passenger seat on the side was Bobo Wang. At this time, the window on the other side of Bobo Wang was open. Bobo Wang leaned his head out of the car, the strong wind blew up the lips on both sides of his mouth. Bobo Wang was fighting with strong wind, his mouth kept biting, and as a result, he accidentally bit his tongue and shrank back. Su Xiao had been driving in the ordinary district for 3 hours. Compared to the Red Earth region, this was heaven. Breathing in the fresh air, Su Xiao was suddenly a little speechless. If the difficulty of other people's trial was LV.10, then his was LV.15 and above. How far is it? Su Xiao turned his head and patted the back of the chair. Old Bale, who had sleepy eyes, sat up. What? How far is it still? Old Bale rubbed his eyes and took out a small piece of blood-colored vine from his bosom. He closed his eyes and sensed. We will meet up in 2 more days at our current speed. Old Bale patted the window of the armored vehicle and said, this thing is good, but it is too loud when it runs. Su Xiao nodded. He was hesitating whether to drive the armored vehicle into the Black Forest. Although the armored vehicle had a big target, it was also a good layer of protection. At least there was no need to worry about snakes, insects, rats, and ants. These things had to be considered at the edge of the Black Forest. The first goal now was to find the 2 contractors. The 2 contractors were from the camp of the Yang woman. The original plan of the Yang woman was to let the 2 people go deep into the Black Forest to die. Su Xiao guessed that the 2 contractors could not be willing to go deep into the Black Forest, but they must find the 2 people. The 2 people had very important things on them. Just as the armored car was driving on the grassland, Su Xiao suddenly heard the roar of an engine coming into the air. Buzz! A plane flew over from the sky. Su Xiao stuck his head out of the window and looked up. The more he looked at the plane in the sky, the more familiar he was. Was this plane that sent him here? What was this plane going to do? Pick up, people. Uncle Mouse is here again today. Let the cubs celebrate. There is a surprise today. There was a loud shout from the plane. This shout was heard from a loudspeaker. It could be heard from a distance. In the nearby area, the contractor looked at the plane in the sky, his eyes full of greed. The rear warehouse door of the plane opened, and a purple iron box in the right direction was thrown into the pestle. After seeing the color of the box, the contractor's eyes widened. Purple air throw box, do you want to gamble on luck? Did you forget about the blue box yesterday? How many people died? Bullshit, yesterday there were 3 soul crystals in the empty blue box. There was also food, fresh water, and recovery products. At this point, that contractor could no longer hold back. The purple airdrop box was thrown down. After falling vertically for a distance, the parachute opened. The speed of the airdrop box slowed down. The signal bullet below the box flashed. Even from far away, one could still see the dazzling light. With the purple air tank as a circle, the dozens of contractors around him used various methods to approach the air tank quickly. The armored vehicle sped on the grassland, mud, and grass. Su Xiao looked at the purple iron box that slowly fell in the distance. He was very interested in that thing. After a few days of exploration, the contractor knew most of what was in the air tank. Recovery products, food, and water were necessary items. If he were lucky, there would be rare items like soul crystals, skill scrolls, attribute strengthening drugs, and other rare items in the air tank. There was one airdrop crate every day, and many contractors would snatch it every time. Not long after, Many contractors gathered around the purple airdrop crate. However, these contractors were still a distance away from the airdrop crate, but they all had a goal, and that was to snatch it. The airdrop treasure chest slowly fell. Looking at the distance, it would land about 10 meters away. Crack! The parachute on the purple airdrop box broke. The airdrop box fell quickly. The dozen or so contractors looked around. Now that everyone was enemies, they didn't dare to get too close to the airdrop box. They would become targets. Buzz! The engine's roar came, and an armored car with bullet marks on the side drove over. A contractor just stood in front of the armored car. He was too focused because he was staring at the airdrop. When he found the armored car, it was already over. Su Xiao did not intend to remove the brake, but he stepped on the accelerator. Bang! The contractor screamed and was knocked far away. He rolled on the ground more than 10 times before getting up. He pressed his back with one hand behind his back. Su Xiao drove the armored car to the bottom of the airdrop box. He also deliberately reversed the car and aimed at the position. Clang! The shock of the armored car sank a little, and the purple airdrop happened to land on the roof of the car. Zi! The boundary line popped out. Su Xiao used the boundary line to wrap the airdrop box on the car's roof. Then he stepped on the accelerator. The armored car drove away with the airdrop box, leaving the stunned contractor behind. All of this happened in 2 seconds. My purple airdrop! A strong man was furious. He took the shotgun on his back and fired several shots at the armored car. The strong man and other contractors also used long-range abilities and bombarded the armored vehicle. Su Xiao ignored these contractors. He did not want to participate in this chaotic battle because the number of recovery products was 0. The armored vehicle drove away a few seconds later, and a woman contractor's mouth kept twitching. This is a suffocating operation. The surrounding contractor stopped attacking, but the strong man holding the shotgun was still reloading. From this action, it could be seen how desperate he was. Let's disperse. What a disappointment. The airdrop box would be mine if we were to compete in strength. Luck is also a part of strength, but I will kill him if he dares to stop. The nearby contractor gradually dispersed, and a few of them had cold eyes. They nodded to each other and found a group of contractors who had fewer people to follow. The armored vehicle carrying the airdrop box quickly moved forward, and there was a red smoke behind its butt. The airdrop box used all means to attract contractors, but who would have thought it would be packed away by Su Xiao before it landed? Generally, the items in the airdrop box were divided by several contractors, and it was unlikely that one person could get close to the airdrop box, and he needed someone to cover it. Su Xiao enjoyed the airdrop box alone, which was equivalent to monopolizing a few people's materials. More importantly, this airdrop box was a purple color that had never appeared before. Uncle Mouse on the plane saw the scene through the sensor on the airdrop box. Haha, this kid is interesting. Tomorrow, the airdrop will be heavier, and the parachute will be removed. I want to see how you will receive it. Uncle Mouse poured a few big mouthfuls of wine into his mouth, and the wine dripped down the beard on the corner of his mouth. You damned rat. A weak voice came from the back of the plane. Shut up. You will only die if you want to escape from Devour Island. Uncle Mouse pressed the button next to his hand. The cabin door behind the plane opened, and a strong suction force appeared. No, give me another chance. I won't run. I was wrong. A frightened shout came from the back of the plane. Goodbye, the unknown contractor. A contractor with iron on his body was thrown off the plane, and there was a flash signal bullet tied to his head. The contractor, who was below, noticed the signal bomb. Another airdrop is coming? Chase. A group of contractors swarmed over, and this was the bad taste of Uncle Mouse. Chapter 484. The armored vehicle stopped next to a stream, and the red smoke finally retreated. Su Xiao jumped off the armored vehicle, retracted the boundary line, and moved the airdrop box onto the ground. Dang! The airdrop box landed, and there was a red button above it. Pressing the button, the airdrop box opened like a flower, and several items were neatly placed inside the airdrop box. Bobo Wan leaned forward, and it smelled the fragrance. When the airdrop box opened, Su Xiao received a series of notifications. You have obtained a delicious roasted turkey. You have obtained the soul crystal, middle, times 5. You have acquired military rations times 10. You have acquired fresh water, 6L each bucket, times 5. You have obtained adrenaline. You have acquired combat boots, purple. Different from opening a treasure chest, if the pleasure of opening a treasure chest was 5, then opening the airdrop was 7. Su Xiao checked the items he got in turn. Delicious roasted turkey. Origin, Devour Island. Rarity, blue. Type, recovery type of food. Effect, restore 90 of HP within an hour after consumption, 30 mana, and remove the abnormal status. Rating, 70. Description, Devour Island's unique roasted turkey. Adrenaline. Origin, Reincarnation Paradise. Rarity, purple. Type, ability medicine. Effect, after using it, there is less than 70 pain. Attack and movement speed plus 20. Additional excitement effect can remove exhaustion. The effect lasts for 10 minutes. Rating 127. Description, natural stimulant. Please do not underestimate it. When you are exhausted, it is your last hope. Tactical boots. Origin, Reincarnation Paradise, 5th workshop. Quality, purple. Type, shoes, black. Durability, 59 to 59. Equipment requirement, strength 15, agility 17, constitution 5. Equipment effect 1, crossing mountains and crossing waters, passive, reduces movement speed caused by 30 terrain obstructions, such as desert, swamp, etc. Equipment effect 2, leap amplification, passive, increases 25 jumping strength and reduces the stiffness after landing. Rating, 130. Description, excellent quality, has passed through layers of tests. Price, 31,000 paradise coins. Su Xiao looked at several items and was very satisfied. Food and fresh water were abundant, with 5 soul crystals, medium. He directly put them away, which could upgrade the green steel shadow or the sword master. Adrenaline and delicious roasted turkey were good consumables, especially adrenaline. As for the last tactical boots, Su Xiao took off the shoes on his feet and directly changed them into tactical boots. After putting them on, Su Xiao found that these shoes were lighter than he had imagined, and after putting them on, he felt the jump strength increase. Su Xiao jumped on the roof of the armored car and nodded with satisfaction. These items were no different from the ones he picked up for free. Su Xiao was interested in the airdrop. Unfortunately, the common district was too big. Although there would be airdrop every day, the only contractor in a small area could snatch it. Rushing was a big problem. Even if there were a car, it would not work. After eating some food beside the river and washing up, Su Xiao sat in the driver's seat and moved. Driving was not an easy thing to do. It was just a small matter to focus on. It would be bad if they drove to the swamp or other bad terrain. Su Xiao and others began to travel at full speed with sufficient food and water. The ordinary district was different from the Red Earth region. Although there were often beasts here, it was not difficult to survive as long as they were careful. With Su Xiao's strength in the ordinary district, there was no need to worry about survival. According to Old Bale's direction, Su Xiao drove the armored car straight ahead. Along the way, he met many beasts or contractors. Some did not provoke Su Xiao, and some chose to block the way. His method of dealing with them was to pull out the sword directly and cut them. If they could not cut them, they would kill them all. If they could not kill them, they would kill them all. After Su Xiao had traveled for 2 days, the reincarnation imprint in his backpack changed from 7 to 10. There was no shortage of food and water, and there was more. Are those 2 people nearby? Su Xiao stopped the armored vehicle and turned to look at Old Bale. Old Bale held the blood vine in his hand and closed his eyes to sense it. Yes, it is nearby. Unless they are dead, they can find it. Su Xiao jumped on the roof of the armored car and looked around. Today was the 7th day of the survival trial. Su Xiao was not clear about the other things about the contractor. At least he felt much more relaxed than before. How close exactly? Su Xiao carefully observed the surroundings. It's very close, probably. As soon as Old Bale's voice fell, Su Xiao heard the beast's roar, and then there was a roar. Quick, use your move. A crisp female voice was heard. Don't talk nonsense. Run, how can I beat hundreds of lions? Why don't you go? This time, it was a male voice. Do you have the heart to let a 12-year-old little wet nurse fight these lions in close combat? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Although your conscience must be very flat, you have to talk with your conscience. Don't talk nonsense. Run if you don't want to die. I'll add a bunch of status to you for nothing. Wait for me, and my legs aren't fast. The conversation between a man and a woman came, and there was a series of beast roars at the same time. Found them. A smile appeared on Old Bale's face. It's much weaker than I thought. The woman of the sun has been forced into a corner. Su Xiao sat on the roof of the armored car and looked at the 2 people who were running for their lives in the distance. These 2 people were the people he was looking for. The vines on the neck of the other party were the best proof. It was a kind of shackle. Otherwise, these 2 people would not listen to the woman of the sun and enter the Black Forest. She also summoned me before, but I refused. Old Bale sneered. Although he was humble to the young girl, he looked for an opportunity. Su Xiao was sure that if the young girl had any weakness, the first one to attack was Old Bale. The 2 contractors who escaped found Su Xiao and chased them were lions, more than 200 in number. The number of lions was normal. After all, the common area was also a part of Devour Island. If the number of the groups was not large enough, it was a matter of time for them to die. The male contractor running in the front had a face full of blood, followed by a little girl. The little girl was about 12 or 13 years old. She was not injured, but she ran too fast to relieve herself. Brother, save me! The male contractor shouted. He did not run directly to the armored car. If he did that, he might be attacked by Su Xiao. Su Xiao jumped off the armored car and pulled the dragon flash on his waist. This guy. The pupils of the male contractor contracted, but he thought of something instantly and quickly ran to Su Xiao. Hey, are we going over? That person's temperament is a bit wrong. I have goosebumps after he pulled out the sword. The little girl slowed down a little. It's fine. He should be the person the daughter of the sun asked us to find. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Hearing the male contractor's words, the little girl quickened her pace. Save me. Who? The wind blew past her, blowing up her black hair. Su Xiao had already rushed into the lion group. Pucci, Pucci, Pucci. Blood splashed, and the lion group screamed again and again. 10 seconds later, the lion group stopped running, and there were pieces of broken lion debris scattered around Su Xiao. Disappear in front of my eyes. Su Xiao's breath burst out, the breath produced after killing thousands of creatures. The lion group subconsciously retreated, and finally, under the roar of a huge lion, the lion group retreated into a sorry state. Chapter 485. The lions retreated, and Su Xiao's breath returned to normal. Overlord's domineering. The little wet nurse opened her mouth and looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. I would rather that this is the domineering of a king. The male contractor wiped the blood from his chin. When he raised his hand, he found that his hand was shaking. This guy has killed countless people. It is not easy to get along with him. If he has some special hobby, pray for yourself. The male contractor patted the little wet nurse on the shoulder. The little wet nurse's cheeks twitched. She was not afraid, but the male contractor took the opportunity to wipe the blood with her clothes. The two of you. Su Xiao turned his head and looked at the two contractors. Yes. Under Su Xiao's gaze, the little nurse shrank her neck. Take it out. Su Xiao stared at the two contractors. What? The little nurse looked at Su Xiao doubtfully, and the male contractor took a few steps back. Su Xiao stared at the two people without saying a word. The little wet nurse was a little confused. The male contractor hesitated and took out a seed of origin for a moment. The four people all carried the seed of origin, but the seed that the male contractor took out was a seed that had not been dealt with by the daughter of the sun. If this kind of seed of origin were not stored in a sealed container, it would attract many beasts. The male contractor did not know where he got a seed of origin that had not been dealt with. This thing was very troublesome. I must take it with me. The male contractor spoke with a determined look. The reason? A rock fell from the sky and smashed beside Su Xiao, roaring. Ka-ba. A roar came from the distance, a tall humanoid creature came, and a big stone was thrown by it. Finally here. The male contractor breathed a sigh of relief. Su Xiao looked at the humanoid creature. This creature was about 4 or 5 meters in size, and its appearance was roughly the same as humans, but its nose was very big, bald, and it had a long black beard. This is a giant. Su Xiao only thought of this possibility, and this giant seemed to come with bad intentions. Su Xiao raised his sword and went forward. He would kill him if he dared to approach, even if it were a giant. Roar. The giant let out a roar, wearing clothes made from various animal skins, and a pair of brown, yellow eyes looked at Su Xiao. Wait. The male contractor quickly ran forward. I came to negotiate with him. This is the reason why I brought the seed of origin. The contractor, the man with a face full of blood, stepped forward. The giant did not attack directly, and the boulder he threw before was just his way of greeting. The man contractor looked at the giant. He was not sure if the giant could understand his language, but he was following the instructions of Daughter of the Sun. What the hell are you looking at? The giant stared at the man contractor and spoke in a low, muffled voice. The male contractor was stunned. Hand it over. The giant was very rude. He stretched out a big hand in front of the male contractor. The male contractor hesitated and handed the seed of origin to the other party. The giant carefully pinched the seed of origin with his 2 fingers. This seed was too small, and his next move surprised everyone. He threw the seed of origin into his mouth. Boom, boom. A roar came from the giant's stomach. The roar stopped after a few seconds, and the giant burped in satisfaction. The giant closed his eyes and enjoyed it for a while. Then, he took out a piece of animal fur from his pocket. Map. Throwing the fur on the ground, the giant turned around and left. Every step he took made the ground tremble slightly, but the giant kept his head sideways as if he was on guard against something. Su Xiao put the dragon flash back into the sheath. The giant no longer looked at them and began to stride forward. The male contractor picked up the map on the ground. After checking it, a smile appeared on his face. This is the map of the Black Forest. Hearing the words of the male contractor, Su Xiao quickly stepped forward and took the map. The Black Forest on the map was a circular ring wrapping the common area. The other side of the forest was the edge of the island. If you want to leave the island, you have to pass through the Black Forest and cross it unless you can fly. Although the Black Forest was a ring, the entrance and exit had a specific position. It was not possible to enter the Black Forest from anywhere. This was not an ordinary forest. According to the map, there was only one entrance to the Black Forest from the common area. Entering from other directions was courting death. When Susiao looked at the map, Old Bale and others leaned forward. Is this map accurate? Although the giant has a good reputation, this matter concerns life and death. I only have a general understanding of the Black Forest. Some specific coordinates still need a map. Old Bale pinched his chin, and the male contractor and the little nurse looked at him in surprise. This is the Yasenman. The little nurse looked at Old Bale's red skin and clicked her tongue in wonder. Yes, how should I address you two? Introduce yourselves to each other. After all, we will go deep into hell together. Old Bale pointed at Susiao. His name is Byakuya, and my name is Bale. This is... Old Bale looked at Bobo Wang. Bobo. Susiao spoke. Yes, Bobo. Bobo Wang raised his dog claws and greeted the two of them. So cute. The little wet nurse came forward as if she wanted to touch Bobo Wang's head. Bobo Wang, who had been gentle before, bared his teeth. The little wet nurse quickly retracted her hand. My name is Xiao Mihu, a support nurse. My specialty is running fast. The little nurse opened her mouth, revealing her neat little white teeth. The male contractor took out a bottle of water and washed the blood on his face. After the male contractor's face was clear, Susiao was surprised. Wasn't this brother Wu San? This guy did not die. My name is Sheng Dan, main tank. We have met before. It was not surprising that brother Wu San was main tank. If not for main tank, brother Wu San would have died long ago. Well, hello, brother Wu San. The combination of Susiao and Bobo Wang was very conspicuous. It was not strange that brother Wu San remembered them in mid-air before. Brother Wu San. Xiao Mihu looked at brother Wu San in confusion. The past is unbearable to look back on. Sheng Dan is just a code name. Just call me brother Wu San. With the four of them here, it was unknown if it were a coincidence or heaven's will, but the combination of the four was not bad. Susiao has a top-level dash, assassination, strong melee ability, and sniper. Xiao Mihu, nurse, better buff than milk. Brother Wu San, main tank, no shield, extremely strong survival ability. The key point is very resistant to falling from the sky, jumping off the cliff, not dead, bad luck. Old Bale, you have control type abilities, balance all kinds of abilities, and understand the Black Forest. Bobo Wang, hidden, investigation, collective aura can be inserted into the enemy. Everyone was already here, and what followed was entering the Black Forest. It was already the 7th day of the survival trial. Susiao entered the Black Forest voluntarily. Xiao Mihu and brother Wu San were different. There was a very thin vine attached to their necks. This was the method of the daughter of the sun controlling them, forcing them to go deep into the Black Forest. After the initial contact, Susiao found that Xiao Mihu was the easiest to deal with. Perhaps it was also the hardest to deal with. This girl was not anxious. She was trying to find ways to remove the restraint of the daughter of the sun. She would run as far as she could. Brother Wu San was a little strange, as if he was already in a state of acceptance. Old Bale was still an old fox, but the other party's body was alchemy bombs. Chapter 486. Since the few of us will move together, should we choose a captain? Old Bale put away the map. He naturally carried this map. He understood the Black Forest the best, and everyone remembered this map. It did not matter who carried it. I agree. Reconsideration. Susiao looked at them. He suddenly recalled the scene in the ghoul's world. It was a new combination with Arima Kisho and Takatsuki-sen. Old Bale and others were stronger compared with the 4 people, but the current combination was far more complicated than the original one. The 5 people had 5 goals initially, which could be said to be full of ghosts. Susiao was generally clear about the purpose of the 3 people now, and the most important thing to observe was little confusion. Yes, it was a little confusing. Although the other party did not show any abnormalities, it still needed to be observed, only Susiao's caution. Old Bale had been on Susiao's observation list. It was true that there was a bomb in the other party's body, but blind confidence did not have a good result. As for Brother Wu-san, it was a little hard to guess. This guy was surprisingly unlucky, and his survival was very strong. I suggest Byakuya be the captain. Xiao Mihu had a smile in her eyes, and her eyes were like 2 small crescent moons. I choose myself. Brother Wu-san held his head high, his face full of confidence. Xiao Mihu. Xiao Mihu. Susiao and Old Bale spoke almost one after the other. The 2 of them looked at each other. Hey? I am the captain. Xiao Mihu wrinkled her nose, and she smelled a conspiracy. Yes, you are the captain, ready to go. Susiao got up, and Xiao Mihu also got up, as if she did not care about Susiao's command. Bobo Wang looked at Xiao Mihu and sighed. It was a pity that such a cute girl died. Brother Wu-san also looked at Xiao Mihu. He had just thought of the current situation, so he elected her. After all, he and Xiao Mihu had rushed from the Red Earth region, and it was inevitable that they would have some friends. A group of wolves, pray for your good luck, Xiao Mihu. Brother Wu-san shook his head. He suddenly had a feeling that Xiao Mihu was like a little sheep among a pack of wolves. Right now, the 2 wolves were not hungry. When the 2 wolves were hungry, Brother Wu-san secretly decided that he would become a hedgehog. When he walked near the armored vehicle, Xiao Mihu's eyes lit up. I'll drive it. Don't worry, and I often drive my family's sports car to race. From this sentence, it could be seen that Xiao Mihu's family background in the real world was good. Up to you. Susiao drove all the way and was also a little tired. Several people got in the car, and Xiao Mihu sat in the driver's seat and muttered. Left foot is off, and the right foot is on the accelerator, the middle brake. What did you say? Brother Wu-san and the others also did not hear what Xiao Mihu was saying. Nothing, sit tight. Xiao Mihu started the engine, stepped on the clutch at the rear, and stepped on the gas pedal. Buzz. The armored vehicle stopped after charging a distance, and their bodies swayed back and forth. You know how to drive. Susiao stared at Xiao Mihu. She smiled and said, yes. What car did you drive before? Xiao Mihu found that Susiao's eyes were wrong, and she stuttered. Is running a cart rider car counted? Get off the car. Give me another chance. The road here is very flat. Xiao Mihu operated randomly, and the armored car ran forward a few times. Ha ha ha, it's really exciting. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, looking excited. Stop the car, and I'll drive. Brother Wu-san grabbed the handle of the car shed, his face ashen. This is not the road to the Black Forest. Turn around. Xiao Mihu turned the steering wheel. The armored vehicle almost drifted. 2 minutes later, Xiao Mihu sat in the back seat with a face full of innocence. Listen to me. I drove before. Shut up. Susiao, who was taking a nap, opened his mouth. Oh. Xiao Mihu lowered her head, and her white index finger drew circles as if she was drawing circles to curse Susiao. Susiao immediately picked her up from the driver's seat and almost scared her to pee. The armored vehicle drove smoothly on the road. Susiao sat in the second row. Next to him was Bobo Wang. This guy was sleeping soundly. Byakuya. Xiao Mihu opened her mouth, and Susiao turned his head to look at Xiao Mihu, who was in the back row. In battle, what attributes do you want? Strength, sensitivity, body, wisdom. You can choose two types, but you should choose strength and sensitivity or strength and body. Su Xiao raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Xiao Mihu was stupid, but the four attributes also increased in all aspects. It could be seen that Xiao Mihu's ability was not weak. Strength, sensitivity can. Sensitivity and body can also, strength and wisdom are also so called. Su Xiao was developing four attributes to enhance either of the two attributes. Aren't you in close combat? What do you want the intelligence attribute for? Increase mana value. Huh. Xiao Mihu was very surprised, but she did not ask in detail. Although Su Xiao had 1,363 mana values, his ability consumed many mana values. If the green steel shadow energy vibrated, it would consume thousands of mana values. Not only that, but some skills attached to equipment also needed mana values. The shield protection consumed 10 mana values every time it was activated. Dispel the control skill requires 100 points of mana. Each use consumed 30 points of mana. Opening the mirror required 100 points of mana. Finally, there were the black and white double guns. If he kept using the sweeping, the mana consumption was also a lot. So, even if he had 1,363 points, Su Xiao could not squander freely every time he fought. Well, understand, is the shield skill rejecting? Xiao Mihu was not investigating Su Xiao's information, and these questions were very reasonable. There is rejection, don't give me a shield. What about the acceleration halo? No rejection. Hearing that Xiao Mihu had a halo-type skill, Su Xiao nodded secretly. Perhaps Xiao Mihu's milk was not strong, but her gains could not be underestimated. Then, Xiao Mihu asked a few more questions in succession. After getting an answer, she took out a small notebook. Dual attributes, acceleration, tolerance, defense rejection. Well, there is a plan. Just as Xiao Mihu was considering how to help Su Xiao, the armored car suddenly rang. Sparks flew. Brother Wu San and Xiao Mihu shrunk in fear, while Su Xiao and Bobo Wang remained calm. Stop the car. Brother Wu San hesitated for a moment before he stepped on the brakes. Su Xiao opened the car door and rushed out of the armored car. His movements were very fast, but the little confused movements were also dissatisfactory. Holy! The echoes of rain. Power spring. Eternal life. Rapid. Before Xiao Mihu's state was finished, Su Xiao had already pulled out the black and white double guns and swept a boulder. He rushed forward at the same time. 222222222. The stone chips splashed, and the three contractors behind the boulder were beaten so they could not raise their heads. This sudden firepower was too fierce. Ka! The bullets of the black and white double guns hit empty. Su Xiao put the black and white double guns back into the holster on his thigh and pulled out the dragon flash. The light blue light blade cut through the air, the boulder was broken, the throat of a contractor was cut open by the sword light, and the blood rushed out. Su Xiao rushed to the boulder with the sword, screaming repeatedly. A minute later, after Su Xiao walked out of the boulder, the long sword was still bleeding. Chapter 487. With a cloth in his hand, Su Xiao wiped the dragon flash clean and returned it to the sheath. He began to wipe the blood on his hand. Brother Wu San stood in the same place awkwardly. He wanted to help before, but he did not expect the battle to end before he rushed to the boulder. See, the same buff. Why is he so fierce? Xiao Mihu did not care about the corpses behind the boulder. Although she was young, she was very clear about the cruelty of the reincarnation paradise. I am the main tank, the main tank, the main tank. Brother Wu San repeated the important words 3 times. Then you are the real tank. I haven't rushed over, and the person is dead. Brother Wusan sat back in the main driver's seat. The driver is still more suitable for me, but is he the first rank contractor? Although I have seen similar scenes before, this is too strong. Su Xiao threw some food and water on the armored vehicle. The reason why he quickly killed those contractors was not to show off his strength. After those guys found that the bullets were ineffective, they immediately took out a blue quality rocket launcher. Although those contractors felt very painful, they still intended to blow up the armored vehicle. The armored vehicle was very important and could not be damaged temporarily. After this small episode, Su Xiao confirmed that the small confusion was very useful. If there was no buff from the other party, he could not kill those contractors in such a short time. The value of the small days had already been reflected. Brother Wusan, sitting in the driver's seat, was not nervous. After entering the Black Forest, it was his home field. The armored car drove at high speed and stopped for a few hours. A forest appeared in sight. This forest was very dense, completely blocking the sunlight. More importantly, the trees and branches of the forest were dark. They arrived at the Black Forest, and the entrance to the Black Forest was in front of them. Drive in. Brother Wusan looked at Su Xiao and others. Although Xiao Mihu was the captain, all actions were made by several people at the same time. Don't drive. We might die if we drive in. Su Xiao decided to give up the armored vehicle. Before, he also wanted to drive the armored vehicle into the Black Forest. Now it seemed that it was not the case at all. Just standing outside the Black Forest, Su Xiao felt that it seemed to be a giant beast waiting to swallow all creatures who dared to enter. What about the supplies? We need a lot of food and water. Xiao Mihu picked up a small backpack, which was food and water. Her physique could only support her daily needs. I'll do it. Old Bail carried a big bag on his back. Brother Wusan did not speak. He could not carry weights because he would walk at the front of the team. This was the dignity of the main tank. Su Xiao also could not carry weights. He was also at the front line if there was a real danger. He would either not cooperate. It was not his style to stand in the back after cooperation. I'll scout the way. Brother Wusan signaled several people to keep up. Although he was the main tank, he did not have a shield. Instead, he was wearing a pair of heavy metal gloves. The gloves wrapped to the forearms. Each glove was as thick as a person's torso. Brother Wusan did not need a shield at all. 2 boxing gloves were a shield in front of him, and the boxing gloves were much more flexible than the shield. Steam rose from the boxing gloves, and Brother Wusan's entertaining style disappeared. He walked cautiously in front. At this time, they had not entered the Black Forest. Su Xiao was a little puzzled. Why was this the only entrance? This place was no different from the other places. After approaching the Black Forest, Su Xiao understood why. The edge of the Black Forest was filled with a layer of black fog. This layer of black fog could not be seen from a distance. He could only see it when he walked in. Picking up a branch, Su Xiao threw the branch into the black fog. The branch flew in the air, and just as it entered the black fog, the branch was instantly broken down, turning into a wisp of smoke and dust that drifted away. Su Xiao frowned. With this black fog, the Black Forest was like a cage, and it could only be entered from the entrance. That was the truth. The Black Forest was a cage, and terrifying things were imprisoned inside. On the 10th day of the trial, which was also the last day, the black fog would disappear, and the things inside would come out of the cage. The black fog they saw now was very thin. If it were a few months ago, the black fog here was a wall, and they could not see the situation inside the Black Forest at all. The so-called entrance had black fog, but the black fog here was very thin. How do we get in? Su Xiao looked at Old Bail. The daughter of the sun must have told Old Bail the way to get in. The 2 brothers also had a way to get in, but the price of that method was too high. 1 minute. Old Baal took a deep breath, and his eyes became red. A wisp of flame was spat out from Old Baal's mouth. The flame turned white and rushed straight into the black fog. Pa! It was as if the firecrackers had been lit, and there were bursts of explosions coming from the black fog. After spitting fire for a full minute, the thin black fog at the entrance burned a hole. Quick, it can only last for more than 10 seconds. Old Baal looked dispirited, but he took the lead and rushed ahead. Finding that Old Baal rushed forward, Susiao also followed behind. Several people rushed into the black fog and officially entered the black forest. They had just entered the black forest, and the black fog at the entrance surged and gradually healed. After entering the black forest, Susiao found that the trees here were not black. The black that he saw before was why the black fog was shrouded. Unlike the dead and dull scene in his imagination, the black forest was full of birds and flowers, and the clear air even had a faint sweet smell. Susiao took out a processed seed of origin and gently pinched it. The green and small vines grew from the seed and climbed on his clothes. The erosion disappeared. No wonder Old Baal said that the seed of origin was a ticket to the black forest. If there were no seed of origin, he would die even if he took drugs for half an hour. Brother Wu San sighed at the green around him. This is the black forest? It is different from what I imagined. He walked in front and looked around vigilantly. Don't move. Susiao shouted and slowly approached him. A dagger slipped out of his sleeve. Poison. Brother Wu San did not move. His eyeballs turned to look at a red insect on his shoulder. It should have fallen from the tree. Brother did not sense it, but Susiao also did not sense it. He saw it with his super strong eyesight. It should be poisonous. Susiao raised his hand, and a shadow flashed in the air. He used the dagger to pick up the little insect on Brother Wu San's shoulder. When he picked up the little insect, the dagger's tip cut the insect's skin. Chi-chi. Green smoke came out from the dagger's tip and quickly corroded down. Susiao immediately let go. The dagger had already corroded thousands of holes before it fell. This. Brother Wu San's face was not good, and the black forest was more dangerous than imagined. Let's decide the route. Susiao did not look at the bug. He had experienced too many similar situations. Old Baal took out the map. Our location is here. Old Baal pointed at a corner of the black forest. We have to pass through half of the black forest and finally arrive here. Old Baal pointed in the direction opposite to where they were. If they wanted to reach there, they had to pass through half of the black forest, and the route was a semicircle. It's too far. We only have 12 hours. We need to return here later to Devour Island. It's impossible to reach there. Brother Wu San's face was as dark as water. The seed of origin he carried could only last for 24 hours. If we succeed, we can leave from that side. Also, don't link the area of the Black Forest to Devour Island. I don't know the specific reason, but there must be enough time. As long as we don't die on the road. Old Baal's words were shocking. This is different from what the daughter of the sun said. Ha, she only dares to hide in the Red Earth region. Throughout history, it was us Asians who were responsible for going deep into the Black Forest. Where do you think this map came from? Can the giant's thick fingers draw such a detailed map? If not for the crisis, a seed of origin would not be able to exchange for this map. This map is the result of my ancestors. Legend has it that the daughter of the sun used it to curry favor with the giant tribe. I previously thought it was just a rumor. Chapter 488. Old Baal held the map made of animal skin with both hands. His ancestors had exchanged their blood and lives for it. This was not the first time the black fog around the Black Forest had subsided. During a specific time, the black fog would disappear for some time, at least 3 to 5 days, or at most half a month. The interval between each time the black fog disappeared was very long. In addition, the civilization of the Yasenman tribe was falling behind, causing the loss of information. In the later stages, it was passed down word by word. In addition to the appearance of the Zerg, the lifespan of the Yasenman people was rapidly shortened. Therefore, in Old Baal's generation, the situation in the Black Forest was only half clear. Cold disaster, undead, Dark King, assimilation. This was all the information that Old Baal knew. However, the terrain of the Yasenman tribe in the Black Forest was very clear. "We are not in danger for now," Old Baal said. "No danger?" Brother Wusan looked at the dagger riddled with holes on the ground with an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" Relatively speaking. Old Baal's words made Brother Wusan and Xiao Mihu's hearts tighten. If this was not considered dangerous, what would they encounter in the future? Roar. Just as they were discussing, a roar came from the distance. "What is this thing?" Xiao Mihu swallowed with difficulty, and the usually cheerful Bobo Wang also picked up its tail. "If I'm not wrong, this should be the roar of the undead. Let's go, and then we'll have to face it." Old Baal lowered his eyes. He knew the Black Forest better than everyone else, so he was prepared to die. Although Brother Wusan was a little guilty, he still walked at the front, which was the responsibility of the main tank. Su Xiao was behind Brother Wusan, followed by Xiao Mihu, Bobo Wang, and finally Old Baal. The team quickly went deep into the Black Forest. It was very dangerous to move forward quickly, but they did not have a choice. Although Old Baal said that there was enough time, they were not afraid of 10,000. If the seed of origin could not leave the Black Forest before it was exhausted, even Su Xiao would die. After being eroded for half an hour, he would die every 5 seconds. What a desperate situation it was. The team stopped after 10 minutes. The reason was that a group of rhinos appeared ahead. Although he was not sure if this was a rhinoceros, the appearance of this animal was similar to that of a rhinoceros, but its size was bigger. There were more than 300 rhinos gathered together. These rhinos were eating the grass on the ground. They looked up from time to time to observe the surroundings, and their ears stood up. The more Su Xiao looked at this group of rhinos, the more he felt strange. Rhinos have few natural enemies, so they always showed a lazy appearance, but the rhinoceroses in front of him were different. "Should we go around? This number of rhinoceroses is a little troublesome." Brother Wusan's suggestion was very reasonable, but Su Xiao directly walked out of the hiding bush. All the rhinoceroses looked up at Su Xiao and stopped eating. Their big eyes were full of panic. Su Xiao continued to move forward. If this was Earth, the rhinoceros herd might rush forward. Unexpectedly, the rhinoceros herd ran away like a frightened deer and had no intention of fighting with Su Xiao. Su Xiao did not draw his sword or release his breath. He stood in front of the rhinoceros herd with the aura of an ordinary person. These rhinoceroses are so timid. Xiao Mihu also stood up from the bushes with a few leaves on her head. These are probably the animals at the bottom of the food chain, similar to rabbits and deer on Earth. This was not good news. This abnormal ecological environment showed that this place was very dangerous. After advancing for half an hour, the trees around them gradually became sparse, and a tall stone wall appeared in front of them. The stone wall was grayish-brown, and the surface was uneven. This stone wall was built by intelligent creatures, and it had only become what it is now after years of corrosion. This was a ruin, a circular stone pillar half collapsed and covered the ground. Walking into the ruins, the few split up to check their surroundings. "Come this way," Old Baal shouted, and the few of them moved closer to Old Baal. Old Baal squatted in front of a low stone tablet. Words could be vaguely seen on it. These words were too blurry, and only a small part could be seen. What is written on it? Although Su Xiao did not recognize the words on it, he had seen this kind of word. This was the language of the Asians. The 13th star, cold, experiment, failed. Old Baal shook his head. The handwriting is too vague. I can only recognize these. The information was useless, and the few of them dispersed again. 5 minutes later, the few of them gathered at the other end of the ruins and continued to head deeper into the Black Forest. What information can I share? Brother Wusan was still walking in front, and the boxing gloves on his hands were steaming. No. Su Xiao was always on guard. No one spoke from behind. Xiao Mihu, Xiao Mihu. Brother Wusan called out twice. Huh. Xiao Mihu lowered its head and looked at Brother Wusan in confusion. Did you find anything? No. Xiao Mihu scratched his head and smiled apologetically. Woof, woof. Bobo Wang barked a few times, and Brother Wusan and others did not understand what it meant. It said that it smelled a strange smell. Su Xiao did a translation for Bobo Wang, and Brother Wusan and others looked at Bobo Wang and looked at Su Xiao. Why do you hear it talk? No, it calls for meaning. Brother Wusan and others clicked their tongue in wonder. Eyes. Su Xiao's expression was calm. The meaning of Bobo Wang was very easy to understand, but this needed to be spent a long time together. Old Baal, who was at the team's end, shook his head to show that he had not discovered anything. The small team became unusually quiet. Other than the sound of stepping on dead branches and rotten leaves, there was no sound. Unlike the dangers they had imagined, the few had not encountered any danger except the first poisonous bug. At first, they could still hear the roars of animals, or occasionally wild beasts were running around. These beasts had a characteristic: they could not be eaten. They could survive under the corrosion of the source of the black fog, and there were more or fewer toxins in their bodies. After traveling for 4 hours, the surroundings were even quieter. There was not even the sound of the wind. It could only be described as a pin drop. In this quiet situation, Su Xiao could hear everyone's breathing. The veins on Brother Wusan's forehead bulged. The current situation was not as good as 1 or 2 beasts attacking. At this time, he was under great psychological pressure. F***ck. Brother Wusan cursed in a low voice, his eyes full of blood. Under this kind of torment, the team went deep into the Black Forest for 5 hours. More and more. Su Xiao suddenly opened his mouth, and the little confused behind him shrank in fear. Scared me to death. Don't speak suddenly. The little confused wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and pressed his chest with lingering fear. What things are getting more and more? Brother Wusan looked at Su Xiao with blood in his eyes. The things around us are following us. Otherwise, why do you think it is so quiet? It is those things that scared away the beasts. Su Xiao pressed one hand on the hilt. His perception was the weakest, so he was the first to find the abnormality around. Chapter 489. Where are those things? Do you want to fight with them? Brother Wusan needed to vent now. No, continue walking forward. Although I don't know the reason, those things seem to be afraid of something, so they don't dare to approach us. The more he knew, the greater the pressure in his heart. Su Xiao was the person who suffered the most pressure in the team. Before, there were probably hundreds of things around, and they were following from a distance. Su Xiao thought about fighting with them, and it was extinguished as soon as this idea appeared because the number of those things soared to thousands in a few seconds. The current situation was the way out ahead. Without that thing, the other directions were all surrounded, so he could only go forward. Su Xiao opened the mission list, and new tasks had already appeared. Difficulty level, LV19. Mission summary: destroy the Dark King before he completely awakens. Mission information: the Dark King is located in the depths of the Black Forest. Mission deadline: none. Mission reward: this is a chain mission. The reward will be given according to the completion rate of the mission. Mission punishment: none. The secret mission had soared to the terrifying level of LV.19, and there was a possibility of upgrading to LVL.28 at any time. If the so-called Dark King completely woke up, Su Xiao would be dead. Now there was no way out. He could only move forward. Just as they were moving forward, a noise came from the forest in front of them. They looked closely and saw that it was a wild boar. This wild boar was completely black and was the size of a bull. 2 tusks were protruding from its mouth, and the tusks had a faint metallic texture. "What is it eating, so disgusting?" Brother Wu San frowned. The scene in front of him was really hard to accept. The beast was biting a human arm in its mouth. Its arm was already a little dry, and more than half of it had been eaten. The arm in the wild boar's mouth was still struggling with all its might. It used all its strength to pinch the 2 nostrils of the wild boar. The wild boar snorted unhappily, threw its arm on the ground, stepped on it a few times, and chewed it. As if it sensed the footsteps of a few people, the wild boar turned its head. A living person. The wild boar spoke the human language. More importantly, everyone could understand the language the wild boar spoke. The wild boar is talking. The sudden appearance of a talking wild boar in the current environment was a great shock to everyone. "Who are you calling a wild boar? You little bastard!" The wild boar looked up. Everyone saw that the wild boar's eyes were pitch black, without any pupils or eyes. Brother Wu San was rendered speechless by the scolding. He hesitated for a long time, not knowing whether he should scold back or not. Is the survival trial still to complete the mission? The wild boar sat on the ground and did not seem hostile. "You are." Su Xiao went up and down to look at the wild boar. The other person gave him a familiar and strange feeling. "Your seniors, many of the contractors who participated in the trial before, a fool who failed to get benefits in the Black Forest." As expected, from the words of the boar, one could tell that the other party was from Earth. "Then what do you look like now?" Brother Wu San felt a chill run down his spine. This contractor had become like this, which meant they might be the same. "Why should I tell you that you have been surrounded by the undead and are dead? I advise you to celebrate before you die. Coincidentally, there is a girl in your team. Although she is young, she can be used." Wild Boar sneered and looked at the others who were more interested. "I will negotiate." Su Xiao walked past Brother Wu San and walked slowly to the Wild Boar. "Want to fight? Although you have become neither human nor ghost now, your strength has increased too much, not your first rank." Clang. The saber light slashed out, and the Wild Boar quickly fell to the ground. The half-meter thick tree behind it was cut off. The diagonal cut was smooth. "Hey, this is the saber light. How can a first-order contractor use this?" The Wild Boar looked at the slowly falling tree with a lingering fear. Finding that Su Xiao had already made his move, the Umbrella Brother rushed forward quickly. Xiao Mihu put a few states on Su Xiao, while old Baal turned his back to several people in case of the danger behind. "Wait!" Beast shouted, but Brother Wu San and Su Xiao ignored each other and rushed directly to the Wild Boar. "Humph, it's amazing to be able to cut out the blade light. I was also standing at the top of the first rank when I was alive." The Wild Boar kicked off the ground and rushed to several people at full speed. Brother Wu San stopped rushing forward and was stuck in a very good position between Su Xiao and the Wild Boar. Brother Wu San lowered his body and stretched out his arms. When the Wild Boar rushed in front of him, his fists were covered with steam, and he accurately grabbed the head of the Wild Boar. Boom! Like a high-speed train crashing into a rock, the Wild Boar was firmly grabbed by Brother Wu San in the head. The soil under Brother Wu San's feet splashed, and large patches of dead leaves splashed behind him. His legs went deep into the soil, and his body remained leaned forward. A fine crack appeared on Brother Wu San's shoulders, but he did not retreat a single step. Only the main tank, which the hard steel had killed, did not escape. Otherwise, he was not worthy of calling himself the main tank. At least Brother Wusan thought so. Not bad. The wild boar sneered, cold air overflowing from its body. Pucci. A long saber pierced through the wild boar's ribs. The wild boar was stunned and felt a sharp pain at the same time. Dragon flash penetrated the body of the wild boar. Su Xiao pressed forward. Bang! The wild boar collapsed to the ground, dead leaves flew, and the body was completely penetrated by dragon flash. Pain? This is a pain, ha ha ha. How many years has it been? How many years have I not felt pain? Although the wild boar was pierced through its body, it laughed wildly. Su Xiao pulled out the dragon flash. At this time, Brother Wusan was holding the head of the wild boar. The dragon flash turned in his hand, from the right hand holding the knife to the reverse grip, the right hand holding the knife, the left hand against the end of the handle. Su Xiao stabbed the head of the wild boar. Pucci. The long sword pierced through the brain of the wild boar, and the umbrella brother just wanted to let go. It is not dead. Su Xiao clenched the hilt and looked down at the wild boar. How did you do it? It made me feel pain. The wild boar, whose head had been pierced, spoke calmly, without any sign of death. Su Xiao pulled out the sword, and the dragon flash changed to holding the sword in his hand. He was ready to cut off the head of the wild boar. Wait, wait. Su Xiao ignored it, and the long sword was still cut down. Do you want to see the Dark King? This was my purpose when I was alive. You should be looking for the Dark King. The long knife stopped a few centimeters away from the wild boar's neck, and the sharp knife light cut off the wild boar's hair. You have seen the Dark King. Of course, I became like this is its masterpiece. The wild boar looked at Su Xiao. If it is the Dark King in a semi-awakened state, you may kill him. I can help you lead the way. Su Xiao shook his head. I don't believe it. It is more reliable to chop you up. Su Xiao pretended to wave his sword. It is useless to chop me up. Even if you chop me into more than 10 pieces, I will not die. Don't worry. With my current appearance, there is no benefit in lying to you. To be exact, I am already dead. Wild boar sighed helplessly. His completely black eyes had no emotions such as desire and greed. Instead, he wanted to die. Chapter 490. Kill Dark King, and then kill me. This is my wish. Brother Wusan sneered when he heard Wild Boar's words. You don't believe me. I don't believe who wants to die. Brother Wusan still pressed the boar to the ground. I died a long time ago. Just now, you have pierced my brain and heart, but I can still speak. Bullshit, there are many similar abilities. Brother Wusan still did not believe it. Maybe, but before I met you, I had not felt anything for decades. The wild boar looked at Su Xiao. How did you make me feel pain? Again. Su Xiao ignored the boar. He considered the information in the other party's words, some very obscure information. Let go of me. I don't want to be gay. There is no point in holding me down. Besides, you are surrounded by the undead. No matter how strong you are, you will be killed by them. The wild boar struggled on the ground. It seemed very uncomfortable to be held down by Brother Wusan. Let him go. Huh. Brother Wusan looked at Su Xiao doubtfully. We are indeed surrounded by something, but I didn't expect the number to be so exaggerated. After hesitating for a moment, he let go of the wild boar. You are lucky to meet me. If you meet the guy riding the horse, he will try to kill you. The wild boar shook the leaves on its body and wagged its tail. Zoma? There are other existences like you. Su Xiao returned the dragon slash to its sheath. From its looks now, the other party should not be hostile. Instead, it was an opportunity. It was not an opportunity for the others but an opportunity for him. Of course there are. There are a total of 5 people like me in a similar situation. 3 of them ran into the black fog and committed suicide, leaving only me and Zoma alive stubbornly. However, that idiot has already reached the brink of collapse and been committing suicide recently. The wild boar laughed as it spoke. Can you imagine that a 2-meter tall strong man was turned into a bastard, a hard-shell bastard, ha ha ha. The wild boar laughed for a while and found that everyone was looking at it expressionlessly. I don't have a sense of humor. If I want to stay in this damned place and not collapse, I can only have fun. The wild boar sighed and looked at Su Xiao. Hey, the one with the knife, did you use all your strength just now? No. That's good. You are still not a match for the Dark King with your strength just now. As for the other few, except for the old man, the others will die very quickly. The wild boar had already judged Brother Wu San and Xiao Mihu as dead people, while old Bale was half dead. Give me something to eat. Wild boar looked at the package behind old Bale. Su Xiao frowned. Since the other party was already dead, he should not need food. Moreover, when they met, the other party was eating. Don't look at me like that. My body structure is special now, and I rely on eating the undead to survive. As for why I asked you for food. The wild boar lowered its head and did not continue. Old Bale took out some hardtacks and handed them to the wild boar. The wild boar chewed and chewed. As it ate, black liquid flowed out of its eyes. Perhaps it was his tears. This might be the feeling of being alive. Dark King, After the wild boar greeted all the women in the Dark King's family, it spat out the food in its mouth. Follow me. If you fall behind, you will die. The wild boar ran wildly. Su Xiao looked at old Bale, who understood the Black Forest. Our target is not the Dark King, it is the skeleton cave, and there is no need to provoke the Dark King. Hearing old Bale's words, Su Xiao narrowed his eyes. He would not go to the so-called skeleton cave at all. The purpose of the Daughter of the Sun had nothing to do with him, and he never thought that she wanted to save Devour Island. It could be seen from her behavior. He was not a selfless guy. In other words, he is indeed looking for the Dark King. Yes. Old Bale confirmed that he seemed to have guessed Su Xiao's purpose and wanted to separate from Su Xiao. Su Xiao rode on Bobo Wang. Then we will part here. Take care. The purpose of Su Xiao and Old Bale was different from the beginning. Old Bale also knew it. Well, be careful on the road. It is said that the Dark King is very difficult to deal with. Thank you for escorting me here. You help me enter the Black Forest, and I will help you clear the obstacles. Su Xiao nodded to Old Bale, and Old Bale threw a big bag of food and water. This. Xiao Mihu looked at the two people in shock. Aren't we in the same group? Xiao Mihu had yet to react to what was going on, but she felt that her future was hopeless. The big thick leg that had already hugged tightly mercilessly threw her on the wall, and she could not even pull it out. Never. Brother Wu San patted Xiao Mihu's head. When he heard Su Xiao ask the Dark King, he knew that the two sides had different purposes. Are you coming or not? Beast shouted in the distance. Let's go. Bobo Wan quickly followed the wild boar. Old Bale waved to Su Xiao and seemed to be very happy. After Su Xiao left, Xiao Mihu looked a little down. What, have you taken a fancy to that ruthless person? Brother Wu San teased, but Xiao Mihu was not in high spirits. What do we do later? Can the three of us succeed? I don't know, but I know that relying on others might be able to live for a while, but not for a lifetime. Brother Wu San was not depressed. He would not give up hope as long as he was not dead. Don't be discouraged. Although Baya has left, my strength has already adapted to it. Old Bale spoke. Brother Wu San and Xiao Mihu were somewhat puzzled. Are you surprised? This is the second time I have cooperated with Baya. I will die if I go all out, but he won't live. Old Baal smiled confidently. Then before you. He set up tens of thousands of bombs in my body. It is good to be low-key. Let's go. Old Baal walked to the front of Brother Wusan, the heat waves rolling on his body, and the leaves under his feet were burnt. Bobo Wan walked through the black forest, following the wild boar in front. It had to be said that Su Xiao's luck was good. He could meet this wild boar. Otherwise, he needed to travel with Old Baal and others. Whether he could find the Dark King was still unknown. No, this might not be luck. Su Xiao guessed that the wild boar might have taken the initiative to find him and was waiting for him there. The pace of the wild boar slowed down and maintained a level with the cloth. Did you agree to my previous proposal? Although it is very obscure, you must understand it. The wild boar spoke. Help me find the Dark King and give you the reincarnation mark. It is a very fair deal, but you can still restore the contractor's identity. You revealed the information of the reincarnation paradise to the plot characters before. Su Xiao looked at the wild boar. This is not the derivative world, so it is not a big problem. And the older man's identity is special. He already knew the existence of the reincarnation paradise. Maybe he has already signed a contract with paradise. As long as I can restore the contractor's identity, I will not hesitate. I need at least 5 reincarnation marks. I have stayed here for too long. Su Xiao nodded. 5 reincarnation marks were equivalent to 5% of the source of the world. This deal was very reasonable. I like to cooperate with smart people. Finally, I don't have to stay in this ghost place. As long as I return to the reincarnation paradise, there must be a way to recover. There must be a way. Wild Boar grinned. After he felt the aura of the reincarnation mark on Su Xiao, he had been vaguely revealing information to Su Xiao. Chapter 491. Are you sure the Dark King is here? Su Xiao stood in front of a bottomless well, and the black mist inside the well was shrouded. Yes, the Dark King will only sleep in the source of the black mist. Where is my reward? The wild boar hid far away, seemingly afraid of the well. At this time, Su Xiao had gone deep into the black forest for 10 hours. Because of the wild boar leading the way, he did not encounter any danger along the way. During this time, he saw the undead. The so-called undead were some humans or beasts whose bodies had dried up. Su Xiao tried to kill an undead, but he failed. Whether it was beheaded or crushed, it was useless to the undead. Although breaking the bodies of the undead would lose their combat effectiveness, this did not mean that Su Xiao could kill them. Perhaps only burning them with fire could eliminate the undead. Otherwise, even if there was only one finger left, the finger could continue to move. The strength of the undead was very weak. Su Xiao could break out of the encirclement if the number were around a few thousand. Once there were tens of thousands of them, he would be dragged down by the sea of people tactics. Hesitating for a moment, Su Xiao took out 5 reincarnation marks, and the wild boar rushed forward excitedly. Wait. Su Xiao did not give the reincarnation marks directly to the wild boar. Before I saw the Dark King, you couldn't get these marks. The wild boar's excited look faded, and he nodded. Find a big stone and throw it down. Please give me the mark when you hear the scream. I must run as soon as possible. The Dark King can control my movements. It seemed that the wild boar was not lying. Su Xiao found a big stone nearby. He was a little hesitant. Would he be able to wake up the Dark King like this? Wasn't this kind of bridge in the movie usually removed first? Would it be too hasty to throw stones directly like this? Hey, brother, what are you thinking about? Throw. The wild boar looked at Su Xiao doubtfully. It's nothing. Su Xiao threw the big stone into the shaft, and the black fog surged in the shaft. Dong. The muffled sound came from the shaft, and after more than 10 seconds, a furious roar came. Who threw the stone above? The corner of Su Xiao's mouth twitched. He awakened the Dark King. "Give me the mark." The wild boar's body was shaking, and the pair of black eyes flashed with red light. Su Xiao took out 5 reincarnation marks. The wild boar held them in one bite, turned around and ran. If he stayed for a while, he would be controlled by the Dark King. Black fog surged in the shaft, and Bobo Wang looked down. "Who threw the stone?" A roar came from the bottom of the shaft. "Woof, woof." Bobo Wang was also clear about the current situation. Jumping into the well was a brain-dead act, and leading the Dark King up was the best choice. Unexpectedly, the Dark King seemed to understand the meaning of Bobo Wang's cry. "A dog. And it's a high-level creature. How can there be such a creature in the Black Forest? It can't be imagined." The Dark King was silent, and his voice became cold. "Come down and die." An invisible wave spread. Su Xiao's mind was in a trance, and he returned to normal after a few seconds. Bobo Wang walked forward slowly, seemingly ready to jump into the well, and found this situation. Su Xiao rushed forward and kicked Bobo Wang's butt. "Ow!" Bobo Wang woke up after a scream. He was almost controlled by the Dark King and jumped into the shaft. Woof! A few seconds after, Bobo Wang let out a scream. A shout came from the bottom of the well. "Come down." The Dark King could understand the meaning of Bobo Wang. This made Su Xiao quite surprised. If he did not look at his eyes, he could not completely understand the meaning of the cloth. "Woof! Come down if you dare." The Dark King was different from the devil in his imagination. He had no so-called villain style. "Get out of the way." Su Xiao held a big stone and came to the shaft. He threw the big stone into the shaft under the happy eyes of Bobo Wang. Boom! A roar came from the bottom of the well, and the gravel sprayed out from the well and flew up dozens of meters high before falling. "A weak person who only dares to throw stones." The ridicule came from the well, but Su Xiao had a smile. According to the description of the wild boar before, although the Dark King was not the boss of the Black Forest, he was also a commander-level creature. Now he hid in the well and did not dare to come out. It only showed one thing: the Dark King had just woken up and was very weak. Woof! Bobo Wang looked at Su Xiao. "Master, I propose to pee in the well." Su Xiao admired the idea of Bobo Wang and patted the head of Bobo Wang. Not a bad suggestion. Bobo Wang looked down at the bottom of the shaft, ensuring the Dark King would not come up for the time being, and began to fill the shaft with water. More than 10 seconds later, a tragic wail came from the bottom of the shaft. "I want to peel off your skin." Ka! The sound of climbing came from the bottom of the shaft, and black mist gushed out from the shaft. Bobo Wang shrank his neck and quickly ran towards the big tree in the distance. After nimbly climbing up a big tree, Bobo Wang used his divine skill. "You can't see me." Bang! A big black hand patted the edge of the shaft. Su Xiao pulled out the dragon flash on his waist. The things after that were much simpler. Either he killed the Dark King, or the Dark King killed him. A strong man with a black body and muscles climbed out of the shaft. The strong man was about 3 meters tall and bald. His whole body was floating with black mist. There were thick iron rings around his knees and shoulders. The iron rings were inlaid with rivets. The Dark King looked at Su Xiao and looked around. "Where is the dog? Tell me, and I will spare you." Su Xiao took it out and began to check the information about the Dark King. The information was as follows. Name, Dark King, minus. Type, mutated demon. HP, 70. Mana, 310. Strength, 50. Agility, 50. Vitality, 50. Intelligence, 31. Charm, 4. Skill 1, Lord's Authority, HP plus 2000, Strength plus 16, Agility plus 13, Stamina plus 15. Skill 2, Demon Soul, completely demonized. Attributes greatly increased, all attributes resistance plus 40. Skill 3, Roar, Dark King, released a sound wave that could shake the enemy's brain. The enemy will suffer 300 points of damage and 2 seconds of stun. Skill 4, Undead Leader can summon the undead and command all the undead. The number of undead is 675,000. Skill 5, Ascending, Dark King, will jump high in the sky at the critical moment and then smash down with all his strength, causing the damage of strength times 4 plus weight times 0.2 plus height times 0.6. Skill 6, Dark Meteorite, Dark King summoned a meteorite of 3 times 3 meters and fell from the sky, causing 500 plus strength times 2 plus intelligence times 5 damage, and with the burning effect of the Devil Fire burned for 10 seconds, dealing 30 damage per second. Su Xiao's heart sank after reading the information about the Dark King. If the Dark King fully awakened, although it would not be as terrible as Bayam, it would not be weak. At least it would be no problem to kill him. Chapter 492. Where is that dog? I'll give you one last chance. Dark King, Minas exhaled a breath of devil energy. There was yellow liquid dripping from his chin. It seemed that Bobo Wang was a little angry these days. Kill me, and it will appear. Su Xiao slowly approached the Dark King. The strength of the other party was too strong. He had no chance of winning, but the enemy was already in front of him. He could not retreat. It seems that is your subordinate, short it. The Dark King looked down at Su Xiao. Under the height of more than 3 meters, Dark King, Su Xiao's normal human height could not match. Su Xiao rushed forward directly. Now there was no need to talk nonsense. Kill the Dark King and find a way to leave the Black Forest. After that, find a place to pass the remaining time of the trial in the common area. If the black fog of the Dark Forest bell disappeared, then retreat to the Red Earth region. Su Xiao rushed forward quickly. Dark King clenched his fists. If its strength fully awakened, he could beat Su Xiao with one punch. Unfortunately, the Dark King did not fully wake up. It was a dream to beat Su Xiao to death with one punch. Keeping a distance of about 2 meters, Su Xiao held the sword with one hand and slashed at Dark King's neck. Dark King stood still in the same place, neither attacking or defending. Dragon Flash cut through the air and made a sound, leaving a light blue chain in the air and slashing on Dark King's neck. Ding! The crisp sound of metal and metal spread far away. Su Xiao frowned. The other party used his body to resist his attack. The rebound force was passed to his hand, and Su Xiao's right hand felt numb. The Dark King's face was also not good because it was injured, a trace of blood appeared on the neck, and energy invaded the body, making it suffer unimaginable pain. The Dark King used his hand to touch the blood on his neck and put his hand in front of him. You can hurt me. It is worthy of praise. The wound on the Dark King's neck had already healed when he spoke. Su Xiao took the opportunity to take 2 steps back. Just now, he had attached green steel shadow energy to the Dragon Flash and cut the opponent's vital point. Unfortunately, he could not cut off the opponent's head. The sharpness of Dragon Flash and the Sword Master could only break the defense of Dark King. The reason was very simple. The Dark King's rank was much higher than Su Xiao's. Although he had not fully awakened, the defense of the Dark King would not weaken. Who? Dark King suddenly disappeared in front of him, and the sound of air breaking came from behind him. Su Xiao immediately bowed his head. A black iron fist swept over his head. This fist was fast and urgent, and the strength was not to be picky. Jumping a few meters away from the side, Su Xiao thought about countermeasures in his mind. His slash could break the skin of the Dark King, which was enough. As long as he could hurt the enemy, the green steel shadow energy could invade the enemy's body and then burn the enemy's mana value. It could cause at least 50 real damage each time. Using all the green steel shadow consumed 30 mana points per minute. Su Xiao had 1306 mana points left and could maintain the green steel shadow for 43 minutes. Su Xiao looked at the Dark King. The other side was completely dark, like a strong man carved from obsidian, unable to cut through and smash. If Su Xiao could not kill the Dark King within 43 minutes, he had no chance of winning, but considering the explosive effect of the magic power after opening the green steel shadow, Su Xiao had some confidence. The green steel shadow would burn the mana values of the enemy while causing damage. The Dark King had 310 points of mana values. After a few strokes, the Dark King could not use any skills to use mana values. After drafting a plan in his heart, Su Xiao decided to fight a battle of attrition with the Dark King. Su Xiao did not say a word. The Dark King did not speak after the battle began. The two sides faced each other in silence. A few seconds later, Su Xiao suddenly burst out and rushed to the front of the Dark King with two big strides. This time, Su Xiao chose the position of the arm. He did not attack the weak point of the Dark King. At this time, the difference between the weak point and the arm was not big. The green steel shadow energy would invade as long as it could hurt the enemy. The sword light flashed, and a blood mark appeared on the wrist of the Dark King. The light blue energy invaded the wound and disappeared in a flash. The sword hurt the enemy, and Su Xiao did not retreat. The Dark King gritted his teeth. Although it was a mutant demon, it also had pain. The green steel shadow energy hurt it so much that it was dying. The Dark King's iron fists ignored Su Xiao's hammer, and Su Xiao dodged sideways. At the same time as he dodged the punch, the long sword in Su Xiao's right hand slashed at the chest of Dark King. The Dark King grinned. The big dark hand flashed a shadow and directly grabbed Su Xiao's wrist. Pa! The Dark King grabbed Su Xiao's hand, holding the sword. The Dark King grabbed Su Xiao's hand holding the sword, and the pain came. This was almost a certain death situation, but Su Xiao looked calm. He did not care that his right hand was caught by the Dark King. One hand for one eye, it was worth it. Although his right hand was grabbed tightly, he threw the dragon flash in his right hand, his left hand held the hilt, and the sword stabbed into the Dark King's eyes. The Dark King had two choices at this time. One was to close his eyes and try to see if his eyelids could resist the straight stab of the dragon flash. Two were to let go and retreat. Both choices were beneficial to Su Xiao. The stab was only an instant, and the Dark King did not have time to think too much. It directly let go and retreated. Zi. The sound of the metal wire was heard, the figure of the Dark King retreated, and Su Xiao stabbed. Puchi. The long sword stopped after entering the eyes of the Dark King. The Dark King grabbed the blade of the dragon flash with his bare hands. Su Xiao held the sword with both hands and pulled the dragon flash out of the palm of Dark King with all his strength. Blood gushed out from the fingers of the Dark King, and at the same time, Su Xiao removed the boundary line wrapped around the Dark King's arm. If the Dark King grabbed the boundary line, it would be troublesome, and the boundary line was connected to his arm. Both sides retreated. Su Xiao held the dragon flash in his hand, and the sword's tip was dripping blood. He raised his right arm, the wrist of his right hand was blue and purple, and the dark purple handprint was visible. He tried to clench his fist. Although it was a little painful, it was no problem to swing the sword. Dragon flash was thrown back to his right hand. Su Xiao would not only swing the sword with his right hand. His right hand was just used to the hand. His left hand could also swing the sword at the critical moment, which was equally accurate. The Dark King covered one eye and gasped heavily. This was an angry gasp. After 2 rounds of fighting, it lost an eye. It was true that the Dark King's recovery ability was very strong, but that was only for the recovery of its injuries. It could not recover its broken limbs, let alone its eyeballs. One of the Dark King's eyes was blinded. This was undoubtedly great news. Su Xiao had already looked at the other eye of the Dark King. If the Dark King were completely blind, then he would win. Dragon / void / dancing a blade flower. Su Xiao moved sideways and began to shift to the right side of the Dark King. The Dark King was blind in the right eye. This area became a field for the blind. The Dark King calmed his emotions, and the contempt in his eyes disappeared. He realized that he had not recovered his strength. Before he recovered his strength, the enemy in front of him might kill him. This was the price of a long life, and there was a period of weakness after each sleep. Su Xiao and Dark King did not have the habit of talking during the battle, and there were only the footsteps of the two people moving on the field. Su Xiao's body suddenly leaned forward and was about to rush forward. Dark King immediately became alert, but this was just a fake move. From the moment the Dark King was blind, the rhythm of the battle was in Su Xiao's hands. However, Su Xiao remembered one thing: he must not be caught by Dark King. Dark King could tear him apart with his bare hands. Chapter 493. Su Xiao was extremely careful when fighting with the Dark King, always maintaining a buffer distance of 3 to 6 meters from the other side. The Dark King was like an iron man that could not be broken, and his strength and speed were also terrible. If the Dark King used full speed, Su Xiao could only dodge. Fortunately, Su Xiao did not fight with brute force. He moved sideways in front of the Dark King, and the Dark King could only follow Su Xiao's figure to move the perspective. Su Xiao rushed forward again. Dark King's two dark big hands formed claws, waiting for him to come close at all times. Su Xiao pulled out the black gun on the outside of his thigh with one hand and fired several shots at the Dark King's eyes. Ding, ding. Sparks splashed. The Dark King's hand was in front of his left eye, and the bullet hit his palm with sparks. Su Xiao missed the clip of the black gun, and the black gun was put away. The meaning of this attack was not big. He only had more than 40 minutes, and the strength of the Dark King was gradually awakening, and he could not delay it. Stepping on the ground lightly, Su Xiao rushed forward, and the long sword blocked in front of him. The Dark King found that Su Xiao rushed forward, and it also rushed straight to Su Xiao because it could only be seen from a one-sided perspective. If Su Xiao did not take the initiative to attack, it would not dare to take the initiative to attack. The Dark King had lived for thousands of years, and he did not know how many battles he had participated in. If not for his body being a little slow when he just woke up, the opening would have never blinded him. Quickly rushing forward, Su Xiao's figure suddenly accelerated and rushed directly to the blind spot of the Dark King. The long sword slashed forward, and the Dark King could only block with his arm helplessly. A blood mark appeared on the Dark King's arm with a swoosh. The green steel shadow energy seeped in, and the pain came. This sudden pain made the Dark King's body stop for a moment. Su Xiao originally wanted to retreat to stop, and the muscles of his right arm were bulging. Inch break. Su Xiao slashed a few times at high speed, leaving a cold light in the air. Pucci, pucci. Blood splashed, and there were cuts on the chest and arms of the Dark King. Although these cuts were not deep, they would invade a large amount of green steel shadow energy. The Dark King's eyes were bloodshot, and he endured the unimaginable pain. At the same time, he stepped on the ground with one foot and made a roar toward the sky. Roar. A sound wave spread out, and Su Xiao's ears buzzed. This was the skill of the Dark King. Skill 3, Roar. Dark King released a sound wave that could shock the enemy's brain, and the enemy would suffer 300 points of damage and 2 seconds of dizziness. Just as Su Xiao was waiting for the dizzy judgment, the judgment in his imagination did not appear, and he found that the power of the Dark King's voice was not big, and it was far less than 300 points of damage. With Su Xiao's experience, the extent of 300 points of damage was equivalent to stabbing his lower abdomen 3 times. The Dark King roared, and a brutal smile appeared on his face. He stepped on the ground, and the soil splashed and rushed to Su Xiao. Su Xiao stood still in the same place, and it seemed that he had entered a dizzy state. The Dark King's big hand grabbed Su Xiao's face. If the head were caught, Su Xiao would die without a doubt, and it was possible to be twisted off the head by the Dark King. The palm blocked Su Xiao's sight, and it was dark in front of him. At this time, the Dark King suddenly felt that something was wrong, and there was a rapid sound of wind breaking in the blind spot on its right side. A cold light appeared in the Dark King's sight. It was the tip of a knife, and the Dark King felt cold. Although the Dark King looked like a demon god, no matter how high it was also in the category of creatures, so it also had the emotion of fear. Puchi. The tip of the dragon flash entered the Dark King's left eye, and the Dark King was completely dark in front of his eyes. Just before the Dark King was completely blind, its big hand grabbed Su Xiao's shoulder, and its fingertips entered Su Xiao's flesh. At the same time, the Dark King knew that it was dead. Even if not killed by this human, other creatures in the Black Forest would kill it. It controlled the undead of the Black Forest, which many strong people watched. Human, let's die together. The Dark King tightened his palm, and Su Xiao's left shoulder was crushed with a click. The Dark King judged his position according to Su Xiao's shoulder. His right hand grabbed Su Xiao's shoulder, and his left hand grabbed his head. The left side of the body was numb because of the broken scapula, and Su Xiao was in pain with cold sweat all over his face. Looking at the big hand coming, Su Xiao's eyes jumped. If he was caught, the Dark King might bite him. His body's green steel shadow energy burst out, and the dragon flash instantly became a bright electric blade. The green steel shadow energy vibrates at high speed on the surface of the dragon flash, and thousands of mana values were consumed. The left arm of the Dark King came. Su Xiao took a deep breath, and some of the surroundings seemed to have slowed down. The movement of the Dark King became slower, and the airflow around became slower. The saber light flashed, and large amounts of blood sprayed out. A heavy arm flew up. His arm fell to the ground, and his fingers twitched. The Dark King opened his mouth slightly. Although he could not see what was happening, he could feel his arm cut off. After cutting off Dark King's left arm, Su Xiao looked at Dark King's right arm, holding his shoulder tightly. Because of his height, Su Xiao had been picked up by the Dark King, and his feet left the ground. He could regain his freedom as long as he cut off his arm. The Dark King's expression became ferocious. Ignoring Su Xiao's attack, he picked him up and slammed him to the ground with all his strength. Boom! Large cracks appeared on the ground. Su Xiao was swung in the air by Dark King, and his back touched the ground first. Blood overflowed from his mouth. Su Xiao's brain buzzed, and his eyes were dark. When Su Xiao did not have time to catch his breath, the feeling of the world spinning appeared again. Boom! Su Xiao was picked up again and fell to the ground. Although Su Xiao and Dark King's strength attributes were similar, the difference in size and weight was too much. Being grabbed by the Dark King on the shoulder, Su Xiao had no possibility of breaking free. Su Xiao was picked up for the third time. Dark King did not throw him to the ground but bent his knee and threw Su Xiao on his knee. Crack! The side ribs on Su Xiao's back caved in, and several ribs broke into a V shape, piercing into the organs. It was dark in front of him, and his body was numb and weak, but Su Xiao knew that he was doomed this time, and he was likely to die here today. Fortunately, Su Xiao's physical attributes were high enough, and he had the bonus of the spirit shadow physique. Although he did not seem resistant to fighting, his actual survival ability was very strong. The Dark King swung Su Xiao for the fourth time, and this time he fell to the ground. The green steel shadow had destroyed Dark King's mana value, so there was no dizziness when he used the skills, but this did not mean that Dark King could not use all skills. After Su Xiao's body fell to the ground, purple light flashed on the chest of Dark King, and a wave spread. The Dark King maintained a still posture and pressed Su Xiao to the ground with one hand as if he was brewing something. The darkness in front of Su Xiao gradually retreated, but his brain was still buzzing, and all the bones in his body seemed to fall apart, and no place did not hurt. He was seriously injured, and his body could not move. This was already a desperate situation. Su Xiao had a smile on his face. In addition to the battle with the president, Cerulean, he had not encountered this kind of crisis for a long time. Woo! A whistling sound came from the high sky. A black meteorite of 3 times 3 meters fell from the sky, dragging a long tail flame. Chapter 494. The meteorite's surface was wrapped in a layer of orange flame, which should be the demon flame. Is there a mistake? Su Xiao looked at the meteorite falling from the sky. If this meteorite hit him, he would be smashed into a meat patty. The meteorite was getting closer and closer to the ground. After a long acceleration time, this meteorite clip had a horrible moving and whistling sound. Dark King let go of Su Xiao's shoulder and punched Su Xiao in the chest. He punched his chest with a small fist, and then it jumped backwards. Su Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. When his vision recovered, the meteorite had filled his sight. Dong! Like a hydrogen bomb exploding on the ground, the meteorite smashed deep into the soil, and the powerful kinetic energy spread around, and a layer of the ground was blown away. The smoke and dust spread around, forming a huge circle. The ground within several hundred meters cracked like a spider web. The impact receded, and a crater several meters deep appeared. There was a circle of small soil at the edge of the crater. This was the characteristic of the crater. Skill 6, Dark Meteorite. Dark King summoned a meteorite of 3 times 3 meters in size and 3 meters in the air, causing 500 plus strength times 2 plus intelligence times 5 damage. It also has the burning effect of Devil Fire. Devil Fire burns for 10 seconds, dealing 30 damage per second. At the center of the crater, under the burning of the demon flames, the soil here turned grayish-white and glass, like a fire extinguisher. The Dark King stood near the crater, gasping for breath. A happy smile appeared on his face. Although his future fate would be very tragic, he had killed that human. Ka-ba, ka-ba. The glass ground in the crater's center was crushed, making a crisp sound. A figure swayed from the crater, and there were no injuries or burns on his body. You were laughing just now, right? Su Xiao held the dragon flash in his hand, and his left arm hung down softly. Su Xiao would be dead if the dark meteorite had directly hit him, but he dodged the dark meteorite. No, he used an ability to block the dark meteorite. It was the ability of the dark purple scabbard. Special effect, Blessing of the Holy Spirit. After activation, it will produce a layer of secondary invincible shield. The shield lasts for 1 second. Cooldown, 72 hours. The dark meteorite was very strong, but it was not strong enough to smash the secondary invincible shield. Although he resisted the dark meteorite, the demon flame on the dark meteorite was enough to burn Su Xiao to death. He could survive because of the skills of the equipment he wore. The shield ability he had. Protection, quickly generate an invisible shield to defend against attacks. The shield's durability is equivalent to 80 of the user's maximum HP. Lasts for 30 seconds. Hint, activating the shield requires 10 mana. Hint, the shield cooldown time is 10 hours. The 2 shields saved Su Xiao's life. When he walked out of the demon flame, the shield on his body shattered, and the demon flame disappeared into the air after nothing was attached to it. Blood flowed down the corner of Su Xiao's mouth. His left shoulder blade was crushed and fell 3 times by the Dark King. He also hit it with his knee once, and then he was smashed by the dark meteorite. Su Xiao did not die. And his HP was 16, and the Dark King was blind. Although he still had the hearing, smell, and perception, it was useless. Not far away, Bobo Wang jumped down from the tree. It had used its ability before. Otherwise, Su Xiao would be smashed to death by the Dark King. Woof! Hearing this familiar dog barking, the veins on the Dark King's forehead bulged, and he immediately turned around. Hurried footsteps came from behind the Dark King. It was already too late when the Dark King wanted to turn around. The crisscrossing slashes appeared behind the Dark King. The Dark King grunted and staggered forward. The thick one-arm attacked Su Xiao. Su Xiao immediately jumped back to avoid it. After landing, he lowered his footsteps. He shook his arm and threw the blood on his body on the ground. This way, Dark King could not capture his traces with the smell of blood. Woof! Bobo Wang shouted again. Of course, our wet nurse, Bobo Wang, would not approach. It was responsible for attracting hatred. Bastard! Pucci! The burning pain interrupted the Dark King's words. The veins on the Dark King's forehead bulged, and he waved his one-armed arm around wildly. Woof! At the same time that Bobo Wang shouted for the third time, Dark King subconsciously turned around. Unfortunately, the attack still came from behind. Su Xiao did not have the spirit of a knight, and the Dark King also did not. The core thought of the battle between the two sides was to kill the other party. It was so simple and crude. Gamma tuna. In a moment of desperation, Dark King said all the abusive words of his hometown. If translated, it was similar to the meaning of the RANP. Su Xiao didn't understand the devil language, but he was cutting very well. He would deliberately suppress the footsteps, let alone take the initiative to speak. If you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. Dark King was also forced into a hurry. Generally, the style of the villain, who was full of arrogance, was fake. The current appearance of Dark King was the most realistic. Su Xiao ignored the words of the Dark King. The other party was dead. He paid such a high price for the current situation. Who would fight the other party one-on-one? Was he retarded? The moment the Dark King caught him, Su Xiao had already thought that he would be beaten badly and might die. The defense of the Dark King was too strong, and there was no room for him to make other choices. Woof! Bobo Wang continued to attract hatred, and Su Xiao took the opportunity to kill. After repeating this more than 10 times, the Dark King was already somewhat unstable. It did not want to die. It still had a deep hatred of the Blood Sea that had not been avenged. The green demon was still in the abyss. The Dark King stood still and let Bobo Wang provoke him. Orange flames emerged on the surface of the Dark King's body. This was the demon flame. It wanted to demonize forcibly. As long as the demon succeeded, its eyes could become the demon eye, and its vision would be restored. Ah! The Dark King roared to the sky. The demon flame rose high, and Su Xiao, in the distance, felt the burning sensation. Pu! Gasps were heard, and Bobo Wang almost laughed out loud. His gaze seemed to be saying, "What a shocking fart." The demonic flames on the surface of the Dark King's body gradually subsided. Before it fully awakened, it could not demonize. The Dark King fell to the ground with a thud, and the Dark King twitched on the ground twice and stopped moving. Su Xiao pulled out the white gun and fired several shots at the Dark King. The Dark King's body squirmed and struggled for a long time without standing up. I lost. You can end me, or torture me, and this is the rule of the demon abyss. Although Dark King, who was lying on the ground, was in a sorry state, he looked calm. If he lost, he lost. Even if his strength did not wake up, even if he could not use demonization. Dark King did not mention these things. The current situation was that it was lying on the ground. The enemy still had the strength to hold a knife. It was an excuse to say more. Victory and defeat were the final goals of the battle. Su Xiao stepped forward and stabbed at Dark King's throat. The wound was not deep. The green steel shadow energy invaded Dark King's body. Dark King twitched twice and then remained motionless. The Dark King looked up. It knew that the enemy was not torturing it, but its body defense was too strong. The defeat is really ugly. The Dark King lowered his head, no longer making a sound, no begging for mercy, and no unwillingness. Chapter 495. Su Xiao aimed at the Dark King's eye socket. The long sword penetrated the Dark King's eye that had been blinded and went deep into the brain. The Dark King was like a dead fish on the shore, twitching but unable to move. The green steel shadow ability continued to be released. After more than 10 seconds, the nerve system of the Dark King collapsed, but even so, it still did not die. Bobo Wang also rushed forward, biting and grabbing. Su Xiao slashed one slash after another. Because the injury was too heavy, Su Xiao collapsed to the ground after a few cuts. 2 minutes later, Bobo Wang grimaced and retreated to the side. Dark King's skin was too hard, and it could not bite. Su Xiao rested for a while and stood up. The dragon in his hand flashed with a blue light. It had been 10 minutes since the blue steel shadow was activated, and the effect of the explosion of mana appeared. The sword was cut down, and with the addition of the real terrible damage, the sword cut the throat of the Dark King. The hint of killing the Dark King just appeared, and Su Xiao felt a burning sensation on the back of his hand. This was a blood-red cross mark, the ability he obtained after the end of the Water Capital. Demon Seal, LV.2. Skill Effect 1, additional 13 true damage to attack. Skill Effect 2, able to increase the level of the Demon Seal by sacrificing equipment. You have reached an agreement with a high-level demon. The blood-red mark on the back of Su Xiao's hand flashed, and a wisp of black smoke floated out of the Dark King's body. The smoke was pure black, and it seemed to be able to swallow all light. This was the purest devil power. The Devil Seal gradually swallowed the devil's power. The body of the Dark King quickly withered, and large cracks appeared on the hard skin. Su Xiao was not worried about the change of the Devil Seal. This mark was on the surface of his body. The devil's power could not enter his body with the green steel shadow energy. The Devil Seal stopped after upgrading 5 levels. If it were upgraded through sacrifice equipment, this level was enough to make Su Xiao bankrupt. Looking at the attributes of the Devil's Seal, Su Xiao raised his eyebrows. Devil's Seal, LV.7. Skill Effect 1, additional 28 points of real damage when attacking. Skill Effect 2, can increase the level of the Devil's Seal by sacrificing equipment. You have reached an agreement with the higher demons. LV.7 Demon Seal was already very strong, adding a full 28 points of real damage. Although it required close combat to add real damage, Su Xiao's main ability, Qing Gang Yin, only caused 50 real damage. According to Su Xiao's observation, the level of real damage was very high, and it had the characteristics of ignoring the body defense. Su Xiao put away the demon box that Dark King dropped. His recovery was not much, and his injury was not as simple as recovering HP. He had to hide as soon as possible. This was the depths of the Black Forest. Looking around, there were only trees and stones nearby. Su Xiao's eyes were locked on the shaft where the Dark King was previously. This was the best hiding spot. Bobo, investigate. Bobo Wang's face was embarrassed and quickly shook his head. His gaze seemed to say, "Master, I just went inside to pee. It's okay. We take refuge in the middle, such a deep shaft." Bobo Wang reluctantly walked to the shaft and smelled the smell inside. There was no smell. After listening carefully for a while, there was no sound under the shaft. Su Xiao threw the body of the Dark King into the shaft and cleaned up the traces of the nearby battle. Standing in front of the shaft that was a few meters thick, Su Xiao thought for a moment. He cut off more than a dozen trees nearby and threw the thick trunk into the shaft. Bobo Wang's expression relaxed a lot. Su Xiao pulled out the boundary line with his right hand and put Bobo Wang down. Woof! The cry came from under the shaft, and Su Xiao also used the boundary line to enter the shaft. Stepping on a tree branch with a diameter of about 2 meters, Su Xiao sat on the shaft wall. He needed to rest now. Many fractures and a lot of blood loss made him sleepy. The shaft was a safe point in the Black Forest. Dark King chose to sleep here, which showed how safe it was. The wild boar was lucky to find this shaft. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Susiao to find Dark King. There was enough food and water. Susiao and Bobo Wan could hide under the shaft for a long time. The sky was getting dark, and the black fog around the black forest got lighter and lighter. Susiao was seriously injured, and he was often in a semi-conscious state in the shaft. If not for the ice goddess halo and the scabbard skill vitality, he might have died from serious injuries, and the ribs inserted into the organs were too fatal. Gift of the ice goddess: create the ice goddess halo and restore one ally's HP every second. The recovery effect is increased according to the intelligence attribute with no consumption. Vitality: recover 10 HP and 0.5 MP every minute. These two abilities kept Susiao seriously injured and not dead if he wanted to recover from his current injuries, unless he could get a super effective recovery item or return to the reincarnation paradise. Time passed quickly. Susiao woke up for the fourth time in the well. Although his chest was stuffy and his breathing was not smooth, he was not in danger of dying for the time being. Looking at the remaining time of the trial, Susiao was stunned. I have been unconscious for nearly 3 days. I thought I was dead. Susiao looked at the status, and there were a few blood-red words under the status list. He did not expect that the Dark King was so strong before. This was a lesson. He could not rashly enter the area above LV.20 difficulty in the future, although it was very satisfying to fight the boss alone. Looking at the hidden task showed the completion state. It could not be completed now. This was not the derivative world but the trial world. The reward of the hidden task would be settled after returning to the reincarnation paradise. Susiao did not intend to go out. It turned out that although this shaft was located in the Black Forest, it was safe here. The common area on the grassland. At this time, it was very lively here. A large group of beasts were fleeing for their lives. The overwhelming number of undead poured out from the Black Forest. Not only the undead but several existences similar to the Dark King had completely awakened. More than 90 of the surviving contractors escaped into the Red Earth region. The common area had become the territory of the undead. 3 hours later, the undead completely occupied the common area, and there were wild beasts that had been eaten into bones everywhere. There were fresh blood stains on the bones. In the stone bridge between the Red Earth area and the common area, countless undead stood in front of the stone bridge, not daring to take a step further. A pale older man walked out of the undead. The older man was bald and had no eyebrows and beards. "Why do you not allow us to pass?" The older man looked like a human, but this was not a human, but a void race. The Dark King was wrapped in the ground, and the strong people in the Black Forest were all prisoners exiled to Devour Island in the void. The big mouse man stood on the stone bridge. It did not make a move at all but just stood there. "I said that it can't be allowed to pass, so it is not allowed." The black fog around the Black Forest dissipated, and the difficulty of Devour Island was much more difficult than the trial, so the big mouse man stood up at the behest of the reincarnation paradise. Otherwise, the final surviving contractor would not exceed 10 people. The pale older man looked at Lord Rat. "You stop farting, and I'm just asking you." Lord Rat squinted at the pale older man. He had seen this kind of scene too much. The pale older man clenched his fists and was about to speak when he was interrupted by Lord Rat. "You forgot." Lord Rat's voice became smaller and smaller, but the pale older man's body trembled, and his expression was a little frightened. "You can attack the Red Earth region in 3 hours. Now, go." Lord Rat roared. The pale older man turned around and left, not daring to say anything. Lord Rat was not terrifying, but the person behind him was too terrifying. Under Lord Rat's suppression, 3 hours quickly passed. In the chaos, there were a total of 36 people survived. 501 people landed on the island, and 36 people survived. The survival rate of survival was less than 1/10. In a valley in the Red Earth region, Brother Wusan was leaning against a rock wall. Beside him was old Baal, who had been dead for a long time. Cough, 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 cough. Brother Wusan coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Little muddle-headed, so you are the one who hid the deepest. Brother Wusan looked at the two broken arms and smiled bitterly. They went deep into the skeleton cave and should have successfully stopped the black fog from dissipating, but unfortunately, in the vertical well of the Black Forest, Suxiao was waiting for the trial to end. Chapter 496. There was no sense of teleportation at the end of the survival trial. Announcement: all contractors must arrive at the boarding point in half an hour. There are 12 boarding points. The contractor can choose any one of them. Announcement: the trial has ended. All contractors will be forced into a prohibited state. Announcement: in 3 seconds, all contractors will receive a domain-level invincible shield, a high-level invisibility spell, only effective against creatures on the island. This effect will disappear after boarding. A layer of golden shield appeared, and white feathers floated on the edge of the golden shield. Suxiao looked at Bobo Wang. Bobo Wang was already translucent, and the surface of his body was wrapped in a layer of golden shield. Now he only needed to return to the boarding point. There were 12 boarding points, 2 on the island's edge, 3 common areas, and 7 Red Earth region. He struggled to stand up, and the pain came from his chest. Cough, cough, cough. Suxiao coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood, which shocked Bobo Wang. It's fine. Suxiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. There was no need to fight now. There was the invincibility and stealth of paradise. No creatures on the island could threaten him. The reincarnation paradise reduced the time to let the contractor board the plane as soon as possible. Suxiao climbed out of the shaft, and the source of the black fog eroded him. The golden shield shone, and the source of the black fog could not invade the invincible shield at all. Riding on Bobo Wang, a man and a dog quickly rushed to the island's edge. 20 minutes later, a plane stopped near the beach and came into view. The sound of the tide entered his ears. Suxiao did not board the plane immediately but looked at the endless sea. What a coincidence, actually meeting here. The crisp girl came. Suxiao did not turn his head. He remembered this voice. Brother Wusan and old Baal are dead. Suxiao's words made the person stunned. Brother Wusan is not dead. Old Baal is unfortunately killed. It is all to protect us. Ah! Suxiao sneered. The person narrowed his eyes and bit his white thumb. You have to believe me. Old Baal's death has nothing to do with me. He was poisoned to death. Suxiao turned his head and looked at the person. The person was a little confused about tattered clothes. You didn't kill your brother Wusan. Are you soft-hearted? Suxiao ignored Xiao Mihu's words and seemed to be talking to herself. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Xiao Mihu spread out her hands and smiled very pure. She jumped and ran to the plane. Dragon Flash appeared in Suxiao's hand. Almost subconsciously, a dagger slipped out of Xiao Mihu's cuff. Oh no! Xiao Mihu held onto a long dagger that flashed with dark purple light and stuck out its tongue. I forgot about the invincible shield and forbidden martial arts. The long dagger flew into Xiao Mihu's hands. No matter how one looked at it, Xiao Mihu did not look like a nanny. An assassin is going to learn the skills of a wet nurse. What a weirdo. Hearing Suxiao's words, Xiao Mihu pouted. It should be the wet nurse who learned the skills of an assassin. The one I want to kill the most is you, not that old man. Just as Xiao Mihu finished speaking, it found that Bobo Wang was looking at her with a strange gaze, as if saying, isn't it good to live? It would help if you came to die. Suxiao turned around and walked to the plane. He no longer went to chat with Xiao Mihu. At first, he did not find the abnormality in Xiao Mihu, but when he parted ways with the team, Xiao Mihu's action made him notice the abnormality. At that time, Xiao Mihu looked at the wild boar with killing intent in her eyes for a moment. The wet nurse would not have that kind of gaze. It was a gaze that only people who often killed people would have. Sure enough, the children in the reincarnation paradise were not normal. Otherwise, they would have been eliminated. After Su Xiao boarded the plane, he casually found a seat and sat down. After a while, Xiao Mihu also boarded the plane, and she played with the dagger in her hand. The two sides did not continue to talk. After the plane took off, there was only the engine's roar left in the cabin. The storage space has been removed. It's easy. Xiao Mihu raised her hands and seemed to be very happy. Su Xiao raised his eyebrows, and the storage space could finally be used. It was too inconvenient without the storage space. Putting the Spider Queen, black and white double guns and the items obtained in the trial world into the storage space, Su Xiao was a lot more relaxed. A few hours later, the plane gradually descended and arrived at the first island. Several planes had already stopped and just arrived at the island. The sense of teleportation appeared. Teleportation complete. Hunter returns to the exclusive room. Exclusive room is an absolute safety point. No one can enter except the hunter. Hunter used to return to the reincarnation paradise and began to calculate the rewards of the derivative world. Survival Trial, Devour Island. Difficulty, LV.14 LV.20. Obtained Origin of the World, 36. Mission Number, 3, Hidden Quest times 3. Comprehensive Evaluation, none. Survival Mode Trial has no evaluation. Discovered Hunter to obtain the World Origin in the Trial World. Beginning to collect the World Origin. The World Origin was collected, and the rewards began to be calculated. Reward, 14, Attribute Points 18,000 Paradise Coins. The settlement was completed, and the reward had been automatically deposited into the Hunter mark. There was no evaluation in the trial world. Just as Su Xiao was about to spend paradise coins to recover his body, the hint of the reincarnation paradise appeared again. Hint, the hunter has completed the second stage of the trial. The hunter has advanced to the second stage. The lowest difficulty of the derivative world in the future is LV.10. Hunter attribute shackles have been removed, attributes can break through 50 points. Arena has been upgraded. In the future, the hunter will compete with the second rank contractor, and the Heavenly King mark will be retracted. Because the hunter has the Heavenly King mark, the second rank arena ranking of the hunter is increased to 50,000. Has unlocked the new ability, the Derivative World Communication Platform. This function is effective after the hunter enters the new derivative world. Su Xiao thought that it was true. As he imagined, there was no situation of upgrading to the second level. It was still the same attribute, strengthening hall and trading square with the first level contractor. The biggest benefit of advancing to the second level was to break through the body limit, and the attributes increased to more than 50 points. Not only that, from now on, the lowest difficulty of Su Xiao entering the derivative world was LV.10, so he could enter some more complex worlds, such as Full-Time Hunter, Holy Grail War, and so on. This is good news and bad news. The bad news is that the derivative world is more difficult, and the risk of death is higher. The good news is that the greater the difficulty of the derivative world, the faster his strength grows, and he can get stronger abilities. Checking to the hunter to complete the hidden task, a total of 3 rings, the difficulty is LV.16, LV.17, LV.19. Checking mission completion rate. Mission completion rate is 89, evaluation excellent. In the reward, the hunter can choose one of the following options. A. 8 attribute points. B. Soul crystal, middle, *6. C. Dark purple equipment, random, *1. D. Honorary badge, can be exempted from a failed mission punishment, including a forced execution. E. GAN activated egg white, forging, strengthening, and other key materials. F. Random skill scroll, dark purple quality or above. Seeing the reward of the secret mission, Suxiao was very confused. It was not that the reward was low, but each item was very generous. For a time, he did not know how to choose. Chapter 497. After hesitating for a long time, Suxiao finally chose 8 attribute points. The reason was very simple. Compared to other options, he needed attribute points more. The development of 4 attributes at the same time was very difficult. Suxiao wanted to seize the opportunity to get attribute points. Although physical fitness did not mean that he was strong, this was a strong foundation. A weak body could not carry a strong ability. This was a lesson of how many people blood. Activate. As soon as the voice fell, Suxiao floated in the air, and a green light appeared in the exclusive room. The recovery began. The feeling of suffocation and pain in his chest gradually disappeared. Half an hour later, the recovery was completed. It cost a full 8,000 paradise coins. Suxiao was very distressed. It could be seen how serious his previous injuries were. He moved his shoulders. The broken scapula had been perfectly healed, and the ribs broken into V-shape were also repaired. After the recovery of the viscera, the vitality was improved. Taking a deep breath, this was originally a very ordinary action, but before he could do this kind of action, a rib was deeply pierced into his lungs, and he had been coughing up blood for this reason. As his body recovered, Suxiao took a bath and felt refreshed. Just as Suxiao was about to strengthen his attributes, he felt dizzy. At this time, he realized that he had not rested for 3 days. Half a coma did not mean sleep. Half asleep and half awake in that state, the brain could not get good rest. Suxiao fell asleep, and he did not have to care about other things. He needed to sleep well first. After sleeping for more than 10 hours, Suxiao got up and let go of the water, and then he continued to sleep. He did not have a good rest in the 10 days of trial. He did not know how long he slept, and a dog barking came. Suxiao got up and looked sleepy. Woof! Bobo Wang was very unhappy. That gaze seemed to say, "Master, do you want to starve me to death?" Just as Suxiao was about to turn his head and continue to sleep, Bobo Wang rushed up and beckoned the husky to wake him up. Oh! Suxiao was woken up by Bobo Wang. "Stupid dog, I am sleeping soundly." Woof! Bobo Wang called the alarm clock at the bedside twice. Suxiao picked up the special alarm clock. This was a timer. Every time he returned to the reincarnation paradise, he would set the time to 72 hours. This was the time he stayed in the reincarnation paradise. The timer showed 22 hours and 39 minutes, which showed that Suxiao had slept for a day and a night. After getting up and washing up, Suxiao took Bobo Wang to Xiao's restaurant. Xiao was still the same, his business was half dead, but he did not change the place and was more stubborn than a donkey. After a full meal, Suxiao went straight to the attribute strengthening hall. Strength, 43. Agility, 43. Stamina, 42. Intelligence, 43. Charm, 5. Luck, 1. 22 attribute points could be said to be a huge sum of money. Suxiao looked pensive. He remembered something. To unlock the new ability of Qing Gang Yin, he needed 3 main attributes to reach 50 points. He could do this now. 22 attribute points were enough to strengthen strength, agility, and intelligence to 50 points. Hesitating for a moment, Suxiao's distribution method was, strength plus 7, agility plus 7, intelligence plus 7, stamina plus 1. Just as he confirmed the strengthening, the prompt appeared. Su Xiao was stunned. What did this mean? Couldn't all three attributes increase to more than 50 points? He dispelled this thought in a flash. It should be another possibility. He could not strengthen the three attributes to 50 points simultaneously. Otherwise, his body could not bear it and needed to be strengthened 3 times. Distribute the 7 attribute points to the strength attribute, and the strengthening begins. A feeling of pain suddenly appeared, and Su Xiao almost fainted. Ka! Su Xiao gritted his teeth. The blood vessels in his body burst, and his muscles and bones were changing. If it were for a change in quantity before, reaching 50 points was a qualitative change. It was a checkpoint. The body of an ordinary human could not be strengthened to this extent. After a full hour, Su Xiao, who was already exhausted, leaned in the strengthening warehouse, and the skin of his whole body was red. He almost died just by strengthening one attribute. Yes, he almost died. If the 3 attributes broke through 50 points simultaneously, there was no doubt that he would die. A. Divine Power, Strength plus 10. B. Muscle Transformation, enhances the defense of the body. C. Barbaric, temporary addition of 12 points of corrections for the enemy's strength authentication. D. Aijun, immune the control skill cast by the power attribute below 60 points. 50 chance of exempting the control skill cast by the power attribute below 65 points. 30 chance of exempting the control skill cast by the power attribute below 70 points. Su Xiao, who was somewhat exhausted, showed a smile. As he expected, the reward of 50 attribute points was amazing. Su Xiao began to struggle between option A and option D. After hesitating for a long time, he finally chose option D. The attribute points could be obtained in the future, and the chance to be immune to control skills only existed now. Su Xiao made a choice, and the strengthening capsule ran again. After a long time, Su Xiao opened his eyes, and an intuition appeared. The control skills of the strength determined greatly reduced his influence on him, and he could ignore the control skills to a certain extent. After strengthening his strength, Su Xiao gritted his teeth and continued to strengthen his agility attribute. He still used 7 attribute points to strengthen the agility attribute to 50 points. A strange feeling came from his body, which made him grimace. He was more willing to endure the pain than this feeling just now. Fortunately, this feeling quickly ended. A. Blue Phantom, increases attack speed by 20. B. Chimera, increases movement vision by 8. C. Super Reflex, increases reaction speed by 7. Su Xiao was again in a dilemma. Dynamic vision and nerve reflex speed were both the golden attributes of close combat. Now he was facing the problem of 2 choices. After thinking for a while, Su Xiao chose C. He prepared a way to go into the dark. The enemies in the future were stronger and faster. It was still a problem whether his eyes could catch it or the nerve reflex speed was more important. After choosing, Su Xiao's nerve reflex speed increased again, and he was more sensitive to unexpected situations. The role of the nerve reflex speed was as follows. For example, if the enemy slashed at him, if the nerve reflex speed was fast enough, he could catch the enemy's attack in time, but he could also immediately counterattack. The most important test was the reaction speed of the dense bullets. Su Xiao could hack away the fear of the sniper rifle. First, the physical fitness was strong enough, the level of the sword was high enough, and the reaction speed was also important. Both attributes reached 50 points, and now there was still the intelligence attribute. Su Xiao frowned. I won't die because of the enhancement. Chapter 498. Although he did not know what would happen to the enhanced intelligence attribute, this was unavoidable. Distributing 7 attribute points to the intelligence attribute, Su Xiao waited for the judgment of fate. The unbearable feeling in his imagination did not appear, but his brain became clearer. The strengthening of the intelligence attribute only lasted for 5 minutes, and there was no pain and no strange feeling. Thinking about it, with the small plastic bodies of those mages, if they were to suffer from the pain of strengthening their attributes, they would leave a lifelong shadow even if they did not die. A. Super spell, increase 150 mana points. B. Sage, intelligence plus 10. C. Blood Song Shadow, willpower plus 12. Su Xiao was a little puzzled. What was willpower? Was it the meaning of literal understanding? After asking about the reincarnation paradise, he learned that willpower was the endurance of pain, the resistance to charm skills, etc. It was an invisible attribute. There were many functions of willpower, and the reincarnation paradise did not give all the information. When choosing the attribute reward, Su Xiao found a trick. He had a reward of 50 attribute points because of the shadow of the law. Only the options with the word shadow were generally not weak, and it rarely appeared. He decisively chose C, and the attribute strengthening chamber began to run. The time of this operation was even longer than when he strengthened his strength. After a long time, the attribute strengthening chamber stopped running. Su Xiao strengthened the remaining attribute point to the physical attribute. Now Su Xiao's naked attribute was as follows. Strength, 50. Agility, 50. Physique, 43. Intelligence, 50. Charm, 5. Luck, 1. Su Xiao coughed lightly, and the main attribute was already 10 times that of the charm attribute. This gap was a bit big. Fortunately, the charm attribute has reached the level of ordinary people. After reaching 5 points, this thing has nothing to do with appearance and ugliness, mainly depending on the temperament. Although Su Xiao was not as handsome as the protagonist in various stories, it was not related to ugly, just that the temperament was too violent. Su Xiao always had a feeling recently, because he had killed too many people, his charm attribute had the possibility of falling. After considering for a while, Su Xiao decided to strengthen the charm attribute appropriately in the future. At least it could not be negative. Taking Bobo Wang back to the exclusive room, Su Xiao sat on the bed and took out all the harvest of the trial world. The harvest of the trial world was not small, which was related to his style of courting death. Others hid after enough food to pass the trial, but where he was dangerous, he was finally killed in the Black Forest. Putting the harvest in front of him, his harvest was as follows. Soul Crystal X13. Magical Fantasy Stone. Hard Carapace. Crescent Claw Blade. Demon Box. Su Xiao wanted to open the treasure chest first, sell some items, and strengthen various abilities. When the new arena opened, Su Xiao was ready to go to the new arena to experience it if there was enough time. According to the convention, picking up the Dark Devil box, Su Xiao took out a cigarette and lit it with the Fate Redemption lighter. Opening the demon box, an item appeared in his hand. Burning Demon Heart. Quality, dark purple. Type, consumable. Effect, you can use this item to enter the 4 Demon Transformation Center. The Demon Transformation Center can transform humans into demons. Rating, 260. Description, the risk of transforming a demon's physique is extremely high. You need to master the demon language and trade with the demons of the 4 Demon Transformation Center to pay the modification fee. A heart burning with orange flame was beating in Su Xiao's hand. This thing was a kind of ticket. After using it, he entered a demon modification center. Su Xiao was not interested in becoming a black-skinned man that was more than 3 meters tall. Moreover, he already had the shadow of the law. He did not need other bloodlines. Leaving the exclusive room, Su Xiao went straight to the market. He had a lot of things to sell. He came to the often used stall, but unfortunately, there were already people. He rented a stall next to him and placed several items on the stall. The hard shell was priced at 4,000 paradise coins. This thing was a good forging armor material, and 4,000 paradise coins could be easily sold. Crushing Elf plus 5 was priced at 18,000 paradise coins. The broken elf was the equipment that he eliminated. Although it was green equipment, the attributes were very strong, and it had been strengthened plus 5. This price was not high. As for the burning devil heart, Su Xiao had no clue. The price of this thing was not easy to judge, so he put a high price of 200,000 paradise coins and waited for someone to bargain. The stall had just opened for 5 minutes, and the hard shell was sold, and 4,000 paradise coins were in the account. After a while, a contractor stopped in front of the stall. This gun is 10,000 paradise coins. This brother was an honest person, and he directly cut down almost half of the price. 18,000, no bargain. In addition to the burning devil's heart, there was no bargain. Su Xiao would not set up too high a price. It would be a waste of time. He was not a businessman. 11,000, no higher. This is just a green quality gun. Forget it if you don't want to buy it. Su Xiao no longer spoke. The contractor grinned and knew that 18,000 paradise coins were the lowest price. 18,000. After hesitating for a long time, the contractor shook his head and walked away. It was not that the broken elf was not worth 18,000 paradise coins, but this equipment had reached the limit, and there was no possibility of continuing to become stronger. As for continuing to strengthen, only a fool would do that. Half an hour later, more than a dozen contractors gathered in front of the stall. After all, dark purple items were very rare. One contractor picked up the broken elf and put it down after a while. After a while, he picked it up again. It could be seen that the contractor liked the broken elf gun very much. This gun. Is it sold for 3,000 paradise coins? Although Su Xiao's face was calm, he was speechless in his heart. The lowest is 18,000, and the strengthening fee is very high. 18,000 paradise coins were only the cost price, but an awkward problem appeared. Newcomers generally used green quality weapons, and ordinary newcomers could not take out the huge sum of 18,000 paradise coins. Wait for me for half an hour. That contractor hurried away, and it did not take half an hour. He came back in 20 minutes, and he should be going to sell the pot. 170,000 paradise coins, no more. If not for there was no place to sell blood, I would have already sold the blood. This LV.5 contractor could be said to be desperate, wanting to increase his strength by relying on the broken spirit. Yes. Su Xiao did not want to wait for the 1,000 paradise coins, so he sold them directly. There was only one left in the stall, and the awkward situation appeared. This time, there was no one to bargain with. An ominous feeling rose in Su Xiao's heart. This thing would not be smashed in his hand. After waiting for 3 hours, fewer people were watching this time. Only the contractor, who was passing by, occasionally glanced at it. Su Xiao thought that it was over. He hid it in his hand. That. Can this heart be cheaper? A weak teenager stood in front of the stall. The teenager looked a little cross-dressing, and he was wearing neutral clothes. Of course. Finally, the customer came. Su Xiao decided in his heart that 100,000 paradise coins could be sold. Don't let the fake girl run away. The weak teenager saw Su Xiao's eyes and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Big brother, I just want to buy something, don't look at me like that. Chapter 499. Don't be nervous, bid. Su Xiao stared at the cross-dresser in front of him, and the gaze seemed to say, if you don't buy it, I will kill you. That. The fake girl swallowed her saliva, and her mood gradually calmed down. Su Xiao's gaze before was a bit scary, making him forget that he was in the reincarnation paradise. It was a safe zone. Su Xiao just came out of the trial world. It was normal to have this kind of gaze. 80,000 paradise coins. The fake girl tentatively made a bid. The lowest is 180,000. The value was not high. If it could directly obtain the demon bloodline, not to mention 180,000, 800,000 could be easily sold. Unfortunately, this was only a ticket. After entering the demon transformation office, he still needed to pay the benefits to trade with the demon transformation masters there. Moreover, he also needed to understand the demon language. This point alone was enough to shut out more than 90 contractors. As a treasure chest of the Lord, it was not that good things could not be opened, but Su Xiao's hand was black, helpless, and desperate. Now that things had come to this, there was no other way. The heavens could not solve the problem. The most important thing was to make a move as soon as possible. 180,000. The fake mother looked troubled. How about 120,000? Deal. Su Xiao immediately agreed, and the fake girl was stunned. Deal. Su Xiao handed over the burning devil heart, a look of regret to kill you. The fake girl was a bit twisted. He always felt that he bought expensive things. You know the devil language? Su Xiao looked at the fake girl. I know a little. Then you earned it? The devil's bloodline is very strong. Really? Well, at least the demon who fought with me is very strong. The fake girl hesitated for a moment and finally spent 120,000 paradise coins to buy the heart of the demon. The more the little girl thought about it, the more wrong she felt on the way back to the exclusive room. The previous person said that the demon blood was very strong, then where did this heart come from? The heart of the demon was the heart of the demon, so. As the cross-dresser was about to enter the exclusive room, a beautiful figure walked toward him and suddenly patted his shoulder. The cross-dresser, in deep thought, exclaimed in shock. See, Captain, you scared me to death. Seeing the timid appearance of the cross-dresser, his captain shook his head with a smile. Although the cross-dresser was very soft now, his character would change dramatically when he pulled out the long sword at his waist. The cross-dresser had killed 32 contractors in a derivative world. What are you holding? The female captain looked at the demon heart in the hands of the fake mother. Good stuff. The fake mother revealed 2 little tiger teeth, showing the attributes of burning the heart. This thing. The female captain's expression changed. Can we return the goods? Hearing the female captain's words, the fake girl recalled the buyer who was covered in blood. I think. I can't. The female captain's face was even worse. Then I can only wish you good luck. I have heard of the demon transformation facility. The survival rate of the transformation is only 60, but the demon blood is indeed very strong. It is a perfect power system, but the modification fee is high. It will probably cost about 600,000 paradise coins, and these paradise coins will be exchanged for soul crystals. Those demons only accept soul crystals. As Su Xiao guessed, the demon heart was just a ticket, and the modification fee was the main event. 600,000. The fake girl was stunned. Even if he had 600,000 paradise coins, the soul crystal was too difficult to buy. I can give you some team resources. Don't think about the soul crystal. It can probably provide you with 400,000 paradise coins. You can only eat soil in the 3 derivative worlds after that. After listening to the words of the female leader, the fake girl looked at the demon's heart in her hand. This thing seemed to have smashed into his hand. Bastard. The fake girl finally knew why the person before showed an expression of killing him without buying. Sitting in front of the stall, Su Xiao looked at the 166,000 paradise coins in the reincarnation mark and was in a good mood. The demon's heart almost fell into his hand. That thing was not worthless, and the investment in the early stage was too high, which would affect the development for a period of time. Su Xiao did not leave the trading market immediately. He was ready to make a big deal, which was to make a large number of intermediate alchemy bombs to sell. The cost of each intermediate alchemy bomb was 100 paradise coins and 30 mana values. The paradise coins were sufficient, and the mana values were also full. There were 1,433 points, which could make 47 intermediate alchemy bombs in total. The light in his hand flashed, and the intermediate alchemy bombs were made. Why he chose the intermediate alchemy bomb and not the special alchemy bomb or the special alchemy secret medicine? Because the cost of the intermediate alchemy bomb was low, the profit was high, and it was easy to make a move. After a long time, Su Xiao spent 4,700 paradise coins and 1,410 mana values to create 47 intermediate alchemy bombs. After a few previous attempts, the selling price was 380 points, each pill was the most suitable, and very few people bargained. With the cost of 100 paradise coins and 250 points of net profit, this kind of business could be a steady profit without loss. The stall opened again. There was a pile of intermediate level alchemy bombs on the stall this time. The contractor stopped in front of the stall from time to time, and the number of alchemy bombs quickly decreased. As expected, intermediate level alchemy bombs were very popular, with few contractor bargains. Even if someone bargained and found that Su Xiao did not bargain, he would buy it after hesitating for a moment. In less than an hour, 32 intermediate level alchemy bombs were sold, and there were 15 left. A strong man passed by the stall and carefully checked the attributes of the intermediate level alchemy bombs, buying all the intermediate level alchemy bombs in the stall. 47 sold out, the cost was 4,700 paradise coins, the total price was 16,450 paradise coins, and the net profit was 1,750 paradise coins. There was no need to fight, and the risk was different. 11,750 coins in the hands of the park coins, which was undoubtedly a pleasant thing. Closing the booth, Su Xiao walked to the exclusive room. The three main attributes had reached 50 points. Su Xiao had a total of 13 soul crystals. He could unlock the new skills of the Shadow of the Law. The prerequisite for unlocking the new skills was very high, and the new ability should be very strong. Su Xiao could not help but speed up and return to the exclusive room. Su Xiao sat on the sofa. Crack! The sofa suddenly sank. Su Xiao raised his feet and sat down on the sofa. He subconsciously looked at Bobo Wang. Bobo Wang looked innocent. Woof, Ao. Bobo Wang was so anxious that he was about to speak, but unfortunately, he could not speak. Su Xiao got up and looked at the sofa that looked fine, and the center had been hollowed out. How did you do it? I won't beat you up if you cover it up again. Large slippers of 45 yards appeared in Su Xiao's hand. Bobo Wang's hind legs began to tremble, and his buttocks ached. It seemed that he had suffered a lot from these large slippers. Bobo Wang looked at Su Xiao pitifully and said, Master, I didn't do it. It had to be said that Bobo Wang was now full of tricks. His expression was very good. It could be said that his acting skills were off the charts. If you didn't eat it, then was it me? Su Xiao pointed to a row of teeth marks in the center of the sofa, the same as the teeth marks on the barbell on the side. Bobo Wang was full of regret. It did not notice the teeth marks. Otherwise, it must be destroyed. The slippers flapped in his hand, and Su Xiao slowly approached Bobo Wang. 5 minutes later, Bobo Wang squatted in front of the sofa with a pair of slippers on his head and repented. Su Xiao sat on the bed and unlocked his new ability. Chapter 500. The difficulty of unlocking new skills was getting more difficult, but the new skills were getting stronger and stronger. It could be seen from the Spirit Shadow Constitution. Unlock. A sharp sense of transmission came. After Su Xiao saw the scene in front of him, he was not surprised. Here again. Su Xiao stood in a majestic hall. There were 6 piles of gravel in the hall, which were originally 6 stone statues. One of the piles of gravel trembled, and a blue shadow floated out. It was Su Xiao's enlightenment person, Marvin Waltz. Well? You came so quickly. Marvin Waltz was surprised by the speed of Su Xiao becoming stronger. You have become much stronger than before. It seems that you are here to inherit that ability. What ability? Marvin smiled mysteriously. You will know in a while. Marvin Waltz drifted to the depths of the hall. For some reason, Su Xiao had a bad feeling. He still remembered the feeling of being in so much pain when he obtained the spirit shadow body. I have a question to ask you. Su Xiao followed Marvin Waltz. What question? Have you heard of the daughter of the sun? Marvin Waltz stopped in place. Have you seen the vine at Devour Island? She didn't chase after you. Yes, it can be considered a collaboration. After listening to Su Xiao's words, Marvin Waltz was surprised. The Black Forest is rioting. Yes. Marvin Waltz seemed to know Devour Island very well. The daughter of sun? That was a long time ago. It seemed to be a few hundred years ago. When I went to the Red Earth region of Devour Island to find a material, I encountered a vine. She called herself God and wanted me to worship her. After that, I discussed with her about God. Marvin Waltz was the shadow of the law that uprooted the daughter of the sun and swung it a few times in his hand. You didn't kill her. Although he hadn't been in contact with Marvin Waltz for a long time, his temperament could not be faked. That guy knelt on the ground and begged me not to kill her. I was in a hurry, so I let her go. Su Xiao looked at Marvin Waltz in surprise. But I took something in her body. What thing? More than 90 of the energy in her body. I wanted to take it after she recovered, but I didn't expect to be besieged by the mages after that. Su Xiao thought that it was true. With Marvin Waltz's temperament, how could he let go of the Yang girl? It turned out that the daughter of the sun was a resource. It was no wonder that the Yang girl did not dare to attack Su Xiao. It seemed that there was a shadow of the law. When you are strong enough, you can also go to her to take the energy. The plant energy is a good nutrient, nourishing the blue steel shadow energy. Su Xiao was a little puzzled. The blue steel shadow could devour other energy? He had never found this. No need to be surprised. You can get this ability soon, and the premise is that you are still alive. Su Xiao was more confused, and Marvin Waltz did not continue to explain. The two walked to the depths of the hall. Not long after, a light blue pool appeared in front of them. The pool was not water but a light blue liquid with electric arcs flashing on the surface. This is... Su Xiao squatted in front of the pool. He felt that the energy in the pool was very familiar. This is the purest green steel shadow energy. It can help you recover mana quickly. Marvin sat in front of the pool and looked at Su Xiao. The ability you are about to master is the most core ability of the shadow of the law. Because of this ability, the shadow of the law can quickly become stronger. After organizing his thoughts, Marvin Waltz continued. In the words of the place you are in, one of the characteristics of the shadow of the law should be called the intelligence attribute. You should be very strange. Qingangyan is close combat. Why does it need the intelligence attribute? Su Xiao nodded. The intelligence attribute did not have much use other than increasing mana and perception, but this attribute was the main attribute of the shadow of the law. The intelligence attribute is to carry the ability you are about to master. This ability is used to strengthen Qingangyan's energy. Qingangyan is the core ability of the shadow of the law. Of course, there is a way to become stronger quickly. Marvin Waltz pointed to the pool in front of him. The Qingangyan energy density could only be described as terrifying. Jump down. If you climb up alive, you are the real shadow of the law, a person who makes the enemy horrified. Su Xiao frowned. He felt that he might die if he jumped down. What is the death rate? About 85, or why do you think the number of the shadow of the law is rare? This alarming death rate made Susiao very speechless, but he had developed the shadow of the law to the extent that it was impossible to give up. I wondered why the shadow of the law was so simple. Marvin Waltz laughed. Do you think the value of that broken ring is equal to the shadow of the law? It is the shadow of the law that chose you. The inheritor of the shadow of the law is difficult to find. The most difficult thing is not talent but courage. You are not afraid of making enemies. After becoming the shadow of the law, all the wizards are enemies, and most of the inheritors will give up on the initiative. Marvin pointed to the pool before him, meaning to jump quickly. At this point, he could only choose to dance unless Susiao gave up the shadow of the law to choose a profession again. If he did that, he would not be far from death. He was a hunter, and he needed to fight against the violators. The shadow of the law was tricked like this. Accept your fate. Looking at Susiao's tangled expression, Marvin Waltz remembered his former self. Before jumping down, he greeted all the shadows of the law in the vicinity. But now, he did not regret jumping down, even if he was dead. Susiao jumped up, and not jumping was equivalent to a slow death. There was still some chance of survival. I forgot to tell you. This pool is very deep. It can suffocate people. F***ck. Susiao fell into the liquid green steel shadow energy with a splash. Gulp. Gulp. A bubble popped out, and the pool returned to calm. It seemed that no one had jumped down. So it really will pop up. Marvin Waltz smiled. Disciple, don't die. 85 mortality rate is ordinary soul strength. With your soul strength, your survival rate is more than 50. Hey, seems to have forgotten to say something important. Marvin Waltz closed his eyes and waited for Susiao to swim out or float up. Susiao slowly sank into the pool, and his black hair fluttered in the pale blue liquid. His eyes were closed, his body was motionless, slowly sinking, and his body was undergoing a tremendous change. The mana values that had been consumed instantly recovered to full, and the recovered mana values quickly transformed into the green steel shadow energy. The green steel shadow energy gradually formed a ball near Susiao's heart. This ball was not used to store the green steel shadow energy but had other functions. The mana was quickly consumed and recovered. The newly converted green steel shadow energy continued to build the energy ball. The mana value recovered and turned into the green steel shadow energy. The green steel shadow energy built the energy ball. This process kept repeating. The energy ball was more precise, and the energy contained was more and more terrible. Oh! Susiao spat out a bubble. He was trying to control his body's green steel shadow energy not to burst. If the energy went berserk, he would die. Susiao sank into the bottom of the pool. He still had 10 minutes. If he could not construct the energy ball during this period, he would float up instead of swimming up. Floating up meant that Susiao was dead, which showed how difficult this process was. When constructing the energy ball, his body's green steel shadow energy was very special. It needed to go through the brain. This was a situation that had never happened before.